family members na I say ye koye. And now no Dr. Bobie Ansah na yire. Any MPP sa omu team no. Eye Kwabena Bobie team na Bobie team no. Almost so young men near they almost so much kakra kama. They also came together with Dr. Bobie Ansah. And ye quiet not just a frono. Almost yes, me bano addressing suit abon tie and white shirt, abon tie, the white hand shoes as a session near their day. Sauce. Intimidia not just say na anyasam ketwa. Yasusho mimu, me Jimmy who be BNJ. Me jirada kan me bana ho saa na me bisa nse Kwabena aden. Why so soon Kwabena den? Because he was exactly 30 years and 20 days. Na edu baby no. Yetiti wonu mu no. And one of the boys, say MPP boys no ba. Maybe I don't know all of them. Nipa woma me nim woma me kai womo pa Samia uku na kabo no. And one or two being so calm, but others and I don't know them. And about sorry, ejina honomono or saying or say family no. Any others na can a year or more and casan crop for no. Doctor Senk one fast some kakran yenim. Na obestre senka yenina yebeko outside. Na doctor say opese onu nkwane ase ne yire no. Remain inside the hole. Ntinko obestre senka yenina ye ma omo excuse na yenkwa abontin. Na menti ase na metwetwe me ho. And I say me ma many Adam family members na omo ebom omo ni kire me say enye hwe me de menti ase na yenko ye pie am omo to apronum ye pie ma omo to apronum o ana ka ba omi ana ne yire ene me bani furu nko awo inside ho for about 15 to 20 minutes.
I
don't know but permanent. And what in a make a say dreams be a na minya na me hu say enya kwa bibi wom. I was a man no you man know that she be a mesa kwa Ghana. Honestly speaking, because at times one man answer me see me na bibi me so da ye bi na anode pa me friend me sister ka chen say no mother da ya masuni na ma back wo ha da ya masuni na me ntini me bi ase na me bi sa me sister say o kai say asama me catch we yi na me refer me sister say what kai say that day no ba o miami nyina ye pie eba outside e ma o mututu etu prun na ye bia to no mo na ye fa ho no mo e ko inside no o mututu prun mo ma e ka wo no kwan ne yire no eni Kwabena furu minim ade a ana asama ka kire furu no ana de kra bi kra wo de share Kwabena ho ana wote I don't know me pem ne minim ono pane ne yire no na enim ade o mo ye wo ho ono pane ne yire no na enim ade o mo ye wo
we de says ye nhwehwemu ye bebi sase bia ye nuano muslimifo amamre e de a ye beti ase
I don't know
ye be nhwehwemu aduru ho
ti sa osofu bi no osofu bi na ye friend Isaac no wo ka say ye misi o ka isa video no wo ka ye misa ba omia ni na do say wo mo no mboja da na fine ko si here so wo be ka isa video I was not surprised I am a woman because na ya ba ku bi ameso ya up to now me wono ma na sa da ye ni besi mitima na me ye ma hye na me nam baby na me kona na asa me ti se noise bi e koso wodan bi mu me gira wodi na me se na e de na e koso wo hei na asa e pono e dan na nipa no so wo mu no e pono ya nto mu ya kan hine ano asa ya kan hine ano kakra ti me gira wa na bibi e strike me se me nko hwa de kra e koso inside ho me kwaye no sa dan na me se me yi kire me sister Sada na misi mi yichire me sister na onu so kra enti ase me kwa inside na me hu se eye me ba no Kwabena Bobie ana wo she dem won o she shots penikes pe ne so se won hwehwe na ye twetwetwa ne busu nyina ye twetwetwa ne busu nyina na se ya pimpam na ya house and troye Hausa ntroye ne gu ne bo so asa Arabic ntroye anya English anya yes Arabic ntroye ne gu ne bo so nyina bebrebe nam na Kwabena na wo ye wo ha adentina ya hwehwe wa ye hu nti hanom na wo hye ana mahwehwe wa mi hu ana osiama ha na ya dem ya be. What happened was that fateful Friday na dia be chen Saturday am ya ye ena ye call ho me maame me brother sojani ena me cousin baako Alex ono so kwa wa Germany ha ena me sister in last born ni kru Mr. Kisi
adena mnyantie ni nyina ho ano ohye ara ya
ya semo
ya adena no ohye
papa
hey
papa and
ya adena no ohye
ara
Davio say efuna anya wodia obi busuani na wa drimika kwa ye na se akosre se mepamochew abusuafo no a because at least e bibi ne akura na nka se busuani ba ko baby ya oye close to Kwabena Bobie no ejina edem hobi se abusuafo no omdo omfunu no mumpie nko na nka me me yire Samira ani efunu no
Alright. I'm in chat for. Na asembi owa ye nkwa gina na yebua. Sanse no kure wo we eye ba akopɛ. Kontompo ne doso na sebio kontompo kura so pese one no kure sa na enya no kure no no. Ombetime din se enso na enye no kure ena no omani kuno utie the narrative uputu the pieces together.
This is strange.
The dots to the other connected dots now you are able to see clearly sir the rituals, and that is why Kwabena Bobie say anniversary be almost post 2 years mature so say ritual killing na omone make on Facebook.
But this is terrible.
As if I had the first-hand information. Kwabena, you know what human beings fail to do? You know what human beings mostly fail to do? Human beings have been given a gift by God. Now, that gift, whether you like it or not, if I am more crowd will be kasa no munim kasa. It's called intuition. If that as soon as we be ma intuition, a lot of things happen. And na obi o wa you too intuitive ama akwai to say oye spiritual being and I say bia oye prophetic. Onama bibi ni udi nkomo ensem bi fa wadwen mu a utimi nyam waye bi because sabi onyame ama wadwen e na ode ye adwuma ode wadwen ne dwen a at least you will get some results bi a adwen na nkasa edibema wo. This is somebody I want bawomia etu kwan akosirim. Kwabena say empa odaso na yesi onya electric shock no. Se na yedade empa krampo ampa cho foam ne so yedade.
Foam no nya dade.
Enti say electric e ka foam a ebetimi ashoku nipa amanewu. Na electric no efiri wiem enti bulb na bulb electric no a free ceiling ni mo never talk Kwabena Bobie so na shock.
In the first place,
at some point almost say no jare.
No jare. That was the first explanation.
I feel they almost say no damn pass.
Yeah.
Now, say o jare heater and a shock no and owu ye. Almost say there be. Almost say dey no okoso light. There be. Till date. And the contradiction came again said no damn pass.
Because omo copy ni se wawu no. Omo no on se trouser.
Esa adam pass. No just on ku jare.
Na when we as wo jare on se trouser.
Okay. I know you one. Kwabena. The swiftness in yenye na yeni in tem. Look at the speed. I remember everything vividly. Those times, na yene yenu na komuntie. Those times, I remember when the news broke, the way I don't cry my name minua baako bi Abu anya Abu
guy kokoi
ebo nyasem oja me amento me sada the first time eja osima pai nani nti koma sansem ni na beba but I was very convinced to say omo ne kun no say ye can omo aye rituals pa wa ma you say mu Ghana ha Kwabena Akufuado Bawumia Kene Japan Henry Cote Sankofo no oh ha na obi abefro omtimi de wokọ baby krokrom ko ye ritual no na me dem ne hu nkonkon na ye adwumanti eya na me dem pa ye na ye den because bibia ni won ma ye no asasi so awunya ho asotwen waka moja egu nyankopon betwe waso eya ka che ba omia se onfa ne ma no se ne amanfro de omumma epie no wonfa omunkodi agro e wo bedwam na ye hwe ma wo ye nyame betwe waso nyankopon onfa ho ncha oda waka moja egu utumi nyame otwe aso onfa ne ma no na wawo omo no Samira awo omo no sene metimi de me mako playground ko di agro no won fa omo mra de oba ofa bodyguard mra ne ye hwe ba omia ne ma yakopon otwe aso nyame tumi nti
no but ya uni baby a eye me nwanwa kaka wo family no ho no that somebody just walked to a yemo this year a funeral ground requesting say opese mu nyina mokona eka one ne yire any efunu no then you agreed. That is where I have a problem with Mame no.
You see, I tell you what, this is a woman that was adamant until some other family members came to speak to her. Also, be she that born any chain say my MP. I think that's central. Never underestimate political powers. Never underestimate nipa ubia or your potential somebody in politics. Obetimi ayi bibia or obet na nipa kro obetimi akum no for power. E dey won timi nye. Say all convince abusua, say abusua pani, beji we hye wo ho na ka kire obusuafo say mo mo nsi ho. Ena eden. Agbabra. Say ya frɛ abusua pani ana ya frɛ abusua no bi ade hye bi e bien say ono na woka bi ewo mu. Ya ka kire say oh, do this time papa ne maame ne beba. Kabo ni Samia Ukuno, that boy, yeah. No? Those boys,
yeah, they did that.
Omo, ena another person. Omo ko yes, adi ni na smooth operators. Smooth operator, smooth operators. What must I say? So, I'm surprised. You are also surprised.
Yes, I believe Obi, political powers.
My scenario. Mahama Adams. Akufo-Addo no mu ne Kamal Dean no ne Kene Japan no mu ya bo pa kokuno. Wo bia nim se afoko no de na obi aye ne bone a na even crowd enti afoko kra wagimi no obi aye ne bone na osmia me nua ansa ankoye ne bone. Misi utie court case na yamde akokot utie maame na ne yire Mahama Adams na yire na utimi se maame no se ye kase oba anim nyansa. She's the first I will point. Me court me kunu no baby a ye de na ye hwe asedagu ni so no na na me dra me ka na me call them na me call file gloves share na lawyer no busan say na gloves na e ba kwa na emi no so na e one pair just a two left and right na no what to go dada na o say na won dem na wonim say the acid begu kunu so ansa na wokoto gloves na ojina ho ahujimi boy ya na ebebie na no e wo Kwame Nkrumah tikese ya ye nua tikese show so e kan say onu boy ya no won kran ha wo onu boy ya no ogina Mahama Adams nchen na Mahama Adams ka say ya foku e na soma ni nua ne say o meku no onu na ya hwe ase dagu ne ho a postmortem report ni so ba ya no yesi wantimi kura mie na no. This is something that is happening in court. But to give the dog a bad name to hang it, no. Then let's put Afoko in the picture. Nye kwatini nuya ne yemfa ho mepamo no. Emma party fo hu se eya Afoko nuya Greg ena woye den okoye sa abone no. Hwe se Akufo-Addo no atimi akwa Mahama Adams yire na chi. Tio, wakose Mahama Adams yire na chi. So wo media dance here wo court in his favor obi ayakum ukunu. Eti we Jimmy we na Kwabena we ayo nwa. E de no muntimi nye. O masa kon han obi, se nipa kro no e media dance here nto Greg so. E ma nipa kro no kan no say we Greg mintimi nye. Because onim so wo ya busum beku no. What's one to mean yet? And why, okay, case no, we are one of these days.
Yeah.
And you know, they have done a lot of bad things. Who's there? Ken was pointing an accusing finger on your friend is saying, Baumia when it came to Ahmed
Swale issue. Yeah.
Rich was in Kwa. On him.
But see, he
was in a deal with them. Onu amwana na ye bibia se ni bibia hwe ada mi ankasa madam for me yonko brebo ye friend say je bi dan kwa adu wuye wan te say akwai akwa we ye friend say akwai ya wo Akufo-Addo constituency MP atachia o see is a good omen ritualist in kwa. This is someone who is supposed to be a lame preacher. Rituals in kwa no mo ye omo timi ko so camel no mo na be say constituency we Henry Cote ho omo the excavator to form the a whole camel no mo na she form rituals nkwa rituals kum nipa akwa we kwe otu ne driver no we
complaining.
Yes me masoma me driver say on kwa Akufo-Addo fie okoya case ho driver ni nim Owe.
Oko fie ho. U follow daily graphic report na. Ekwe otu esuma no. Enwumre a boy na ama na enwumre no anoko Akufo-Addo fie ho. Ko busa nse ne driver no aba ho. Om se an wa ba fie ho e wonima. Na obe present ya de kro no oko. The following day omo ehunu no third day enobi efra ikwe otu because no ma publishing no daily graphic mu say omo hu ne car no de suma ne driver no wotema efie bi achi omo kwae no atare na ehye no a ikwe otu de suma no egu car num ne mpabu agum ne safu agum ne phone dem car ne key dem but ni pedua ne bepem ne bepem ne
na oya na wapepa nano te said the only bakrada na abegina ho the battle is the Lord's said that born who suffer hene ohun se send ye ehwehwe animu Kristo somte no ohun se ne ba omi ayi eti me hu sankofo na ma metra radio so ankas wagimi a e am me hu ntome because ohintadu akire obi ehun wanyame ehun.
No, but Baumia's silence on this matter is too loud.
Yes. Atoniso. Why won't we Atoniso?
Okay, so yes,
it's not as if say Mamino Awoka say or ye a fake mother of Kwabena and Woka say. Senko a fake mother, I by now come issue statement that. That's the real mother. What you say? And if my memory serves me right, I remember sir, at some point we were calling on them to speak.
Yeah.
Because it was rumored. It was all over. And until a year more Kwabena Bobie no. Na chance say onukra na ye president.
E wana mebe.
Okay.
MPP mpanimfo bebre ewu eko. Adwuma wo mo aye. Wo contribution to the MPP. After all of a sudden, Kwabena Bobie akola we yesi abenya Kwabena Bobie memorial lectures. Every year no. A big deal my party no. Kwabena Bobie ye dey wo MPP mu. Ni contribution ne say. But a drew Kwabena Bobie memorial lectures no a. Who say Kufadu ni Bawumia ni abre the money they pumping. And the way the Christians ninya and nyama JB down kwanokra no omuye memorial service manua lectures manua siketa them omuye memorial lectures manua
siketa them ono so Nyankopon twia nika owuye no na ehum ene enframa motiaframa pam ni konya nyina na samia wukunom enam no mo hwehwe nkonwa yi na enframa ndi nkonwa na ekọ
motiaframa
na yie no motiaframa esa yie no Nyankopon ni twia nika
ono kura no mu yenye memorial lectures mano why Kwabena Bobie okay so yes and tema me no quick one me pacho cipher me pese Ghana ni bia
what happened was that fateful Friday na dia beche Saturday am ya ye ena ye call ho me maame my brother soldier ni ena me cousin baako Alex ono so kwa wa Germany ha ena me sister in last born ni kunu misakisi ye ni family members na as the ekoye ena ono Dr. Bawumia Ansah na yire eni MPP sa wo team no eye Kwabena Bobie team na ye Bawumia team no wo so young men ni ade wo so do so kakra kama they also came together with Dr. Bawumia na yire enti ye kwa na chese fro no omasiesie me ba no addressing suit abone tie ne white shirt abone tie the white hand shoes ahyehyehye no ne ade socks nti media na chese na enya asem ketwa ya hwehwe me mu meje me ho ba bia enje me gira daka me ba ne ho saa na me bisa nse Kwabena aden why so soon Kwabena aden because he was exactly 30 years and 20 days na edu ba bi no yetete wonu mu no ena one of the boys MPP boys no ba me I don't know all of them nipa woma me nim woma me kai womo pa samia uku na kabo no ena one or two bi so kan but others I don't know them ena ba ko sorry ejina ho no mu na osre family no ene others na aka na ye omo ankasa nkrofo no Doctor Senko won fa asem kakra ntu yenim na obesre senka ye nyina ye beko outside na doctor say opese ono nko ane ase ne yire no remain inside ho nti nko best say nka ye nyina ye ma omo excuse na ye nkwa abontin na menti ase na metwetwe me ho ena say me ma me ne adam family members na omo ebom omo ani kire me say enye hwe me de menti ase na ye nko ye pie am omo to apronum ye pie ma omo to apronum o ana ka ba omi ana ne yire ene me ba ni furu nko a we inside ho for about 15 to 20 minutes.
I
don't know the permanent. And what in a make a say dreams be a na minya na me who say enya kwa bibi wom. I was a man no you man know that she be a mesa kwa Ghana. Honestly speaking, because at times one man answer me see me na bibi me so da ye bi na anodin pa me friend me sister catch and say no mother da ya masuni na ma back wo ha da ya masuni na me ntini me bi ase na me bisa me sister say o kai say asama me catch we yi na me refer me sister say o kai say that day no ba o miam ye nyina ye pie eba outside e ma o mototo etu pron na ye bi ato wo no na ye fa ho no ko inside no o mototo pron mo ma e ka wo no nkwan ne yire no eni Kwabena funu minim ade a ana samo ka kire funu no ana de kra bi kra wo de share Kwabena ho ana wote I don't know me pem ne minim ono pane ne yire no na enim ade o mo ye wo ho ono pane ne yire no na enim ade o mo ye wo
we de say ye nhwehwemu ye bebi say bi a ye nuano muslimifo amamre e de a ye beti ase
I don't know
ye be nhwehwemu aduru ho
ti say osofu bi na ye friend Isaac no wo ka say ye misi wo ka isa video no wo ka ye misa ba wo mia ni na do say wo mo no moja da na fine kosi hia so wo be ka isa video I was not surprised I am nwanwa because da ya ba ku bi ameso ya up to now me wono ma na sa da ye ni besi mitima na me ye ma hye na me nam baabi na me kona na ase me ti se noise bi koso wodan bi mu me gira wodi na me se na ede na koso wo hei na ase epono edan na nipa no soso wo mu no epono ya nto mu ya kan hine ano ase ya kan hine ano kakra ti me gira wa na bibi strike me se me nko hwa de kra koso inside ho me kwaye no sa dan na me se me yi kire me sister sada na misi mi yikire me sister na ono so kra enti ase me kwa inside na me hu se eye me ba no Kwabena buadu ana wo se dem wo no hye shorts penikes pe ne so se won hye na ye twetwetwa ne busu nyina ye twetwetwa ne busu nyina na se ya pimpam na ya Hausan troye ne gu ne busu asa Arabic entroye anya English anya yes Arabic entroye ne gu ne busu nyina bebrebe na na Kwabena dia na wo ye wo ha adentina ya hwehwe wa ye hu nti hanom na wo hye ana ma hwehwe wa mi hu ana osiama hana ya dem ya be. What happened was that fateful Friday na ade be chen Saturday am ya yi ana ye call ho me maame me brother sojani ana me cousin baako Alex ono so kwa wa Germany ha
asemi yaw anya sam ketua kura o
asem
anya sam ketua o
mobo pa
anya sam ketua kura o
serious
anya sam ketua na eti no. Okay, so I think so also for no boni din no. Oh, your friend say what? Isaac. You got any revelations on this issue, man. Now, Samba Adamu says, please, my people, Islam has got nothing to do with this issue, so anyone can fire. Bobie Ansah,
who are Islam out of it. Amen. Question number 1. Bisa Bobie Ansah bisa omo twa ne ho hia na na kufa do say. Wo Who are opportune and answer when you are opportune. Was answer opportune the aim now. Freemason and Illuminati and Baphomet and Alphonse and the Number 3, Bisani said, one nipa mojada. Have you drank the blood of a human being? That Bisano. Bisaba Umiasa. Bisomo Chana Washasa. The Tosu Sam Bisani said, would the nipa a sacrifice about for dear? Would the nipa copy about for dear? Bisano. Si akwada pa de kokwa Bisano. When you toss on nine, so no bisa ne say sika dollars ne pansel sika yentimi modini no wontimi kan hu dodo no any gold bars no won suso Dr. Baumia na Kufu Addo ne mu omotwa ne ho hia mo nso mu obi ahye mu fie mu de bi asi ana ha she Diamino, Yakasa was so against some samba near how. If we say Nipana Momoni Yano, Nipana Momoni Yano, Nidi Muntimi Mo Muntimi Mo Moons and Nidi way, Sensak way. Ebo baby pet. This show you when you know Johnny. Umubia ya swante woma wuwu mama next press conference no ba expose ya ebe pie fan to party hu it is a party nanga say wu mbeka ho asem na che sire mumisa omusa there may say where the Baumia and Kwana Misana, Babia Becubia. Bisanisa Baumia was special assistant. He was brutally cold murdered and killed. Was special assistant. Who won is kind? Cool hotel. When the Kuno, they went in the Kuno. Isabemuya. Bisano, Owuliano, and your secret is Sigana Yina. The Kuno hotel. One is a Kuno. When the Kuno. Then you could be Saboya. Gomiati Asian Kayana Sankenye. Kaye. You cry. Sir. Yeah, press conference back on. Make a review. Messi. Mumuni Baumia or you will be a he doesn't fear God. Onsuro the Almighty God. Otufo Nyankopon onsuro that. And then me kan ba kono me wai hu kakra. Me san su bibi ahye ho.
Ara won say impempi no. Sɛ nsɛm sɛ bi wɔ hɔ a na ɛkɔyɛ ntoma katadeɛ so a ɛyɛ na ɛyɛ mesrɛ because there is nothing under the sun ɛnadi nipa mienu koraa tumi ka sɛ we deɛ ma ne nka yɛn nyinaa yɛn ntɛm
dabi
yɛmienu yɛn ntɛm
woyɛ dɛbɛ ba
na panifo bu bebi sɛ nka nkyerɛ obiara no ɛho dansedie yɛ aduɔsonson nti mimi na epo committee bi ase mini secret adeɛ bia de sɛ me say menka
because nneɛma bi wɔ hɔ a ɛbɛka me tirim de akɔ wuo a memma dasani biara nte da ɛno nkyerɛ sɛ yɛ secret
obinim
that word secret no it is only there for the purpose of adwene a wadwene a wɔn kaayɛ
yɛnso nkyerɛ sɛ obi nim
ɛno no sɛ yɛka sɛ secret a ɛyɛ tirimupɔ bi a wabɔ a wonte ho nkyerɛ obi a once wobɛte ho akyerɛ obi no it ceases to be a secret na once a ebi a ɛnyɛ wankasa na so ɔse kan mu de kokun no na wobɔ dasani bi amaneɛ ne to kɛsɛ ne hyehyɛ ho kwa apam di wobɔ hyɛ so sɛ ebi a mɛma ɔtɛfa wo so de ne sɛ wobɛku nipa korɔ no there is nothing under the sun you can hide as a secret ɛno nti sɛ ɔmo ya no mo yɛ mɔbɔ paa yɛ saa class of politicians no ɛyɛ no mo yɛ me mɔbɔ but Kwabena, do you know they are the first to ever want to call people to the table of morality discussion? Oh, and about me, I'll tell you what happened. I was chief imam ho oye maulid no.
Yeah.
Wouldn't some go see presidential days, eh? Chese ba ba. Blue one no.
Yeah.
The anniversary one.
I saw it.
Almost see. Bonnet oyenti. Nyankopon yi. Nensa free ne so. He is walking like a curse. Unim ne first sin na ya. Islam mu eni kwan se obi aye bi da. It's I was sure him. I will give you the relevant quotations. You say me person your man kenkan. Quran eya dia answer na obesom no. You must have performed ablution. Just say hu ni fin. And a wukodi tro. And a Quran also say, a dear when he way, yeno, any who dance here. Uncle so Quran no say, you and I were not there. That was the beginning of his curse. A no me one self-inflicted no me. Now, Kwabena, one ya ma acquire to say, unya obia uye good liar. You cannot be a good politician. So, obekaya ba omie ba foforo no say we onim politics here onim kasa then he had to master the craft and omode ne kɔ ne nam sa enro ne sa nsuman ne sa ne omanioma ne so no oye na okoso a no oye Kwabena sene omo chire se ayese one ne kwa ne yire.
That is where I have a problem.
Apart from so you're ritualists. Baby, but we a pathologist. But we are a pathologist.
Sesiana
ana Samira Ojefunu.
Sesiana imam penibi send me niema kakra bi. Ose India world no malam for world no se eka obi pese ka one efunu nko a which means waye efunu no boni bi your person kana no tum ti odi ade hye na num e kana no tum se be ya wo mo mbekwa akoya bisa e wa akire no they can never find anything because you can't even assess the spiritual being not to communicate with that dead. On say yo say ukwa adwira yo krobia omo frɛ sumai maneba. Sometimes you go, you try to assess person. Do you want to talk to the person? Samanfre. Omu busa se upesa oni nipa no akasa.
Yes.
And I say ene nkasa ma. So upesa oni nipa no kasa de na so na sesiana imam no descended me say in their world they do it. That they be a why nipa no boni bi and you don't want anybody to know. You don't want even soon so be revealed the actually will be. And obi akwa meka ne nkwa na wa force bibi into nenum no akana no atum. And that's it. And one no nya dia obi abetimi aye ho bibia bio. So
oka Kwabena no tumu no aka ne maame anu atum. Maame ne kwa ne ti na ye.
Ba onti Ghana.
Ya ba ne ti na ye. Wenum na onti Ghana o ma Ghana da.
Amo mutum so mon clear no.
Ne ti na ye. Wenum so mo ye. Oh, sometimes because where Kwabena to me on any sanu manuema say mpanifo ka to me asem na unim the background of say a kwan ye fa so gi to me ne manuema ye say o ma me kura fa ne koje a say ka se fa ma me koje to me na unya to me na wasa abeje o ma me a asechire no enye se kokumu ma me o o ti ase ye kire wo say adia esom obo pa wo de petimi de agi to me no make sure so de be kwa akwaji na unim to many people they think say oh me kum nipa kra di nya to me a but they forget about the ramification of say unsa emoja ba unsa anase emoja aka unsa.
Se siana obi a prompt me and I hope say man from mutie be boy. Okay say 2015-2016 another thing they did across the country. Omukumun kramaisa.
Abronye na neye.
Omukumun kramaisa and omukumun kramaya video si so.
Live video.
Omu ko nsuo ho. Hwagu nsuo mu. And everybody thought they were joking. All right. Then later no ye hunu say wuntumi ne nkrofo bi kɔ abuo bi ho. Walking bare chested.
No ye talency by election no. Na omu call talency.
Ne just proud to 2016.
Yes, it was also in connection.
Yeah. Because omu kɔ no omu kɔ ya saade ne say omu de kɔ bompai. And I Pacho Kwame mo sa wuntumi no picture no. The normal raw mo no. More no. But mo when more Kennedy Kwame see about that. Kennedy raised issues about Bawumia involvement. Yvonne Ando says yes, the body was silenced, tied spiritually, so that even say Kwabena Bobie no person revealing no chire obia e chire na the crowd. But I am so on my many the ohun here with the Arabic words na also ohun so oma chire gu ne boso no. So on my meno eya where say bibi extraordinary bi eya enye normal akoso. But listen
alright. Untumi no picture nini.
You have it. You have it.
Aye.
Fama Kwame. Mo amowo enkraman ni videos no. Mo maye bi. Enkraman no na omkunkum omo no. Gbe. Mo amowo enkraman ni videos no. Mo maye bi. Minim se ekroma aye deja pa. Deja confessing was yes, the woman had a clear vision. Yeah, very clear.
Clear.
Onyane clear. Onyadiane clear. Too clear. Onyane clear. Onyadiano. Yeah, okay, so you go take the Japan on Ahmed Swale and Bawumia a link. Yeah, Odiaman, you go take Kennedy Japan on Ahmed Swale.
And I think
at this credibility. I can't say I would 10 a year. Credibility, Ben. Okay. Credibility, Ben, Anas. I'm Meswali. Omuna Muchro 10 cents of a year in support of Bawumiano. We're vice president. He is the head of the police council. And they know the killers. I didn't know Mumekai. And I'm no Mudibeshep. Now, so we are buying national security. Munim Obia Okum Ameswala. That's just a Muamuni Mojumae. And we are 10 cents of Kenya Japan. Kwasi Nyantachi. And now, Anas said before away, he's been exonerated from Anas' case. And then now the Kwasi Nyantachi. Okay. You don't believe this? Anas credibility. I can't say I would 10 a year. Anas credibility, Ben. Okay. Credibility, Ben Anas. I'm Meswali. Omuna Muchro 10 cents of a year in support of Bawumiano. We're vice president. He is the head of the police council. And they know the killers. I didn't know Mumekai. And I'm no Mudibeshep. Now, so we are buying national security. Munim Obia Okum Ameswala. That's just a Muamuni Mojumae. And we are 10 cents of Kenya Japan. Kwasi Nyantachi. And now, Allah said before away, he's been exonerated.
This is another revelation from Kennedy Japan that with Ahmed Swale, Bawumia, and I know Okade, I don't know, but also they know the killers. Omam Kokum Swale no.
Yes.
Bawumia, any those people, Kennedy, like they know. Omunim. So this is another revelation.
Alright. The MA I was sending you when they say, according to say, Japan is trying to feel obetimi a year no so ni film. What you say? Because
you said they are no.
Yes, because according to say, Mama ya bomi din boni ache. Just to protect Momo dignity. But many munina na ye.
Yeah.
What you say? It is a one candia meka. Any ye koye politics. Neka eno ye de CNDC for any Ghana for. But me who say mo na mo ye campaign no. Me ni umienu na ekwa akansi. E na mo ma yi ato me so say me ye wudi ni. Any esa na tell ya ma me nya ngum. No be who say nyame nko na me ye me no na ye. And just as you want people to see me as the criminal no and I say murderer no. Me so be say me ma for so who say
yeah
we a murderer.
Yeah.
And Kwabena enya de a NCA o. Oma ye boni papa. Oma ne no mi ni nyina afi sa arena no. Oma ye boni. Oh, Ameswali. Apart from the Kenya Japan, Kotna and the TV so can ya Emma a confirm say ni won oni hu bi no. Hwe video na Salis edebetu dwa no.
Yeah.
Ekufo do sika no. Obusa se sika we me ne ba omi ana.
Yeah. Yes, that video no kra na wo.
What ma say?
Ekufo do envelope brown no.
O cheese can it is Oliver can no. Obusa se me ne ba omi ana ye cheese ka we ana. E no say oh. Se bibi kra ni a ekire bibi betima sa den apiem. Kwabena, it should tell you say na omadwen yom say Ahmed Swali Salis. Enti se kuni dia ekire din because omadwen mu no any de me ti say omo say na quite say Salis and in the squad no I said people wanted to get
in touch with them
you know some you know, and yes, I mean, person may use the word blackmail, but the boy force are the blackmail. What must I say? A fair share commission. So, what is Canada? I'm from share, mammy. What I say? And sad, dear, no, and I know more per se or more avoid say a bepie. What must I say? Because Bawumia di womb. Mind you, question yan techi or call your cobo kufado ni Bawumia dino, and na omosuma can Japan na or no name Yansa. Or say I don't know wada.
Yeah.
And Omube Yanin say, now what dear cause won't ye? Could defend the end. Into an one year quasi BM da. So be defending quasi asem.
Also, why quasi every?
I just say, Nenquasi adia no why ya.
There you on himself said, what do quasi. Exactly.
Or say, Sanquasi,
that is the point. What himself didn't quasi.
Would him say, and ya only a munina, as she said, executua. And then I was Sanquasi asem. It was a sort of say, Omunko Busaba Umia say, no, Nasumana. What must I say? And it's not as if he wanted to be president.
So now, what Kennedy just did and say, okay, let me provoke Baumia.
Yes.
That you know the killers.
Yes.
Even if it's me, you mention, then I'll come out with more revelations.
Yes.
So then Baumia decided, I won't say anything. I won't talk about it. Actually, by 3 weeks, 1 month, that's it. That's the game plan. So they kill, they cover up a babontia. The principle is that don't talk about it. Because say baby Bawumia ne Samuel Kunumtieno, and ya police bet me a kwachino. What I say? That is why Samuel ku parliamentary. To protect to protect himself.
To have some immunity. And
Cabo is the vulnerable one because boys definitely boys will go after him. There also some few things that we know. They should tell us. I mean, among country Ghana for no, but Samuel just want to go and hide. That day, immunity. Because as we speak, when you say your friend say Abnako Conso issue no is with the police. 2 years now they are not telling us anything. When Abnako said Samuel Oku echo hire assassins to come and kill her. Asemnako police station to date. And nobody is doing anything about it.
Say Kokono wa ma public. Enunti na ya na mehia obia na say omo ye ne bone a me catch and say run to the bigger
arena
public court.
Because one
public court pe omba bekun
quietly.
Because at that point so omo ye obibia no one will know. Say bibi kura wo oni omo ntem.
Yeah.
Enti say oni omo ye bibi ne say omo tatao and I say bia wo hu ni say there is a likelihood say omo betima be tatao abekun a quickly run to a radio station and just tell it as it is and you are saved because they become your security then.
Yeah, and you don't save you from pump watching.
Yes.
Cause of report what because omo penekuno
and come by your man.
So oye di tra one
knowing that he has all that information.
Yeah.
Oh come my man. And so omo ye kunipakum. No more question obi anya COVID awu nipa ono nam ne baby o ne ho den. Baba, esem bi o ha. Oh, you just listen to them and just keep it. Obi tini baby, ekwa Rollins fast wuye. Ekwa say don fast wuye. Hwe Treme, Mr. Treme. Akwa ne ho den di wakufo do kura anyare COVID angu. Your friend say national security for no kobusa. Say Mr. Treme, any akufo do hwan na wo say nko owu. Uni boni om di o my way. Uni nipa omo akọ mysteriously.
But me am from we no more say with the kind of revelation from a year Kwabena Bobie Ansah. Is this government interested to investigate the matter?
They cannot. This question is almost to ask, say, can Akufo-Addo purge himself of his sinful behavior? How can Obi Onu na Medrano investigate Onwa ne Meda? How can you are asking? Say, I'm going to say, your friend say, extrajudicial killings here a war done paritri na wasako police station say mo investigate extrajudicial killings na pare na the cause no the perpetrator no. It's like how do you get to the bottom? What must I say? And you know, sir, our committee, parliamentary committee, no, in a way, in America. But it's yielding the results. Let's watch. But Kwabena, on a more serious note, I tell this to the many followers of such type of politics. No, okay. There are people in Ghana. Politics, no. Omo fano on a different level. I think say it is not about this country. Anuntina omo politics or my yourself sa no.
Yeah.
Kwabena se ob do man na se o man ntina o pese obey mampani a. Kwabena no mani bi o wa. You take it so easily because you think me pese me som me man. Enya me na me pese me benya me ho. Enti mi nkokum nipa nwotwe emeye mampani. What must I say? But you will be no more. They want to make sure say beyond the nipa nyina huno there is something behind the mask. Which mask? Akufado amemu say obi ehu what is behind the mask? Enya o man wenti no mo ba. Ba womia enya organ enti no oba. Oni hwe ni tinesi ni tiri so no hwinim hwe ba bibi kapre ba nim ayi kere Japan onu kura de wasanya brain tumor kura ma na adwen na sase enti no hwini ni tiri nim enti Kwabena wetime abusa ho se obi ti sa koto afri ye pa he has something to offer this country na sometimes you ask yourself, and it's like I say, ye nkwasiafo bi na ye de agu enwanbuo bi mu na I say ye pese ye hwese ho na ye odwan a wagimi pa obetimi ade nwan we animu ama omo akotwa ka akwema maka abo mu.
Can you imagine Bawumia statement bi a me video bi a me hwe ahomachin me pa na ya attack NDC for attack me pa mo ka se o se me Technocrats na ni na so musuro me so then all of a sudden nipa ya attack me pa be campaign message. So in reference to what you are saying, I say enwai ene akoma gubom ene say de wagimi pa nim behave me anwe.
Yes.
Inti agibi for you kwa
Kwabena Samewu ne me nyane ye ne ye ka kire me say the MPP that we formed nipa omo pre frankatufo no miensa wei Bawumia kene Japan akoto afri nipa miensa wei I can mean me samani how na it took us a Ghana for your Jimmy sir hey me adam me tin say kene Japan say o pese obeye president o Ghana ha no Kwabena hwe me na no so obeye ma fa de they took us a Ghana for your Jimmy sir and look at the persons behind him. Who of you ne ka say and you na the air condition 13 ko shi ni dem no oya ya sinti edu ba bia na ne kan e kana
ma ofanyene ne hu
ofanyene hu na ti ofa no de odi na ti no
ma ofa kwa be
oya papa so onu krampo na o kan se obepe ma kwa
be ne hu
enti wadanfo ni obi a na Kwabena me se madanfo ne
ma ofa kwa
me hu se wa wonam hoyi adwene mu aboto me se na se madanfo ni nti yenko
ma ofa kwa me nyine hu
yenko nankra na na je se yenko nankra na jimi mu ofa
kwa husu say enti madamfo no ntia o kofa tablet still that we do it.
Imagine
akoda no say atam tablet nonsense.
Now we have Bawumia pa say look at how this guy bragged It was as if he was going to be a Messiah. And tomorrow will never see any bad. I mean, oh, Jesus Christ. Then the next morning, after 8 years as running mate, you are vice for almost 8 years, and you want to be the president. And this same guy is the first to say John Mahama is greedy. Look at Jimmy. That's why when I don't, you see, who is more greedy? Who a party that you knew nothing about. We have spoon-fed you and made you look that person now, and there was a way, you know. You knew nothing. You had no clue. Can Japan crowd or Janenum, or also can Japan Janenum? Now, I mean, party no 93, 92, and I'm a mom with $3 million. Now, 92, not $3 million. America government, no movie. Jawanum, Kikansem, who does I mean, Michael Lampon a day, can Japan cook for the first time.
I see.
For the first time. He didn't know there. He couldn't have walked in. Ask everybody. Sad time, no, you should care be. No, VW Cabrio, red color. I remember everything. No, I said jacket be. No, cranny suit to cry in your face. Any anumja. Tima Quebec chair and I'm say, Papa, the any pro there will be a movie. I said, he didn't say, Papa no man, so. Ne contract akɛseɛ ɔne friends upon bio bui saa brɛ no nipa bebree wɔ hɔ owie no odi papa tem saa nansi ana mate sɛ wakɔpa kyɛw ɔbɛpɛ mampani ya na wakɔpa kyɛw sɛ papa nya ma ne nka utimi hwɛ odupɔn kakraka sei anim ka sɛ ono wo makoya mo boni akum nipa Mahama Adam say we no usima no akogina radio so kufo ni mu bi kufo
no do my friend.
You remember oye kokan ya odi kwadwom piani matem wo kwadwom piani mo ofia anka uti kabrentu mo bebema mo akoyi. Such stupid boys, useless guys. A Jimmy 4 and o matikuo ete na pipi no ni Jimmy no e na uhwe santen a o mato koyi flag bearer no mo koyi de wa Jimmy pa party nim de wa Jimmy pa ni Jimmy takasini be se wiase be cop Jupiter de wa Jimmy pa
na onim say
na wo hwe papa kofo
unti onim say how akumsi me bote bi how akumsi e ka asem bi e wo mo campaign ye mu say enipa fo no de nka oni o mo hwe pa nka de nimo
na so o mahu
ene fata no nenso ade nimo onka o maban no ho ntu odima de kura ekoso.
What I say?
Do you understand? No. Do you understand?
Her IQ works.
Never. But at the end, monim the akosu because boni no more dino onim that edge so be cover up.
Yes, on ye.
What do I say? Because I say no, struggle to cover up whatever they have done. Their killings. I mean, Kwabena kum omo
destroy some to make a Bob Besiana Besiani Medru Ghana ha near Tro Sagana de Casse. Why yes, I'm a Belgium for Abayet me back. Say, Munt me account crowd or Belgium had that for the first time in the history of the world. Or my Ghana and Timin could be account. Mudisikei. Esemudi remwani na mudi rem na mudi skani rem moni ankofo we dia ti o man no Kwabena enu na ya na me catch NDC for ne say hwe it is more dangerous now than you think because boni awaye no o pese o cover ne ass I beg your pardon anyway enu nti no kwan ya obefa so a obe cover up ne boni a waye ewudi a wadie sikavia abusua baako etimi awia oman no more than 90% of their accruals from 2017 to date. They have stolen more than 90% of the accruals of this country. And it's a national security threat. It's a national security. Sika o mawia gu omo dem no. Sika o mawia Akufo-Addo nom Kenoforiata ye friend is Bawumia. Now they will Bank of Ghana. Sika na Bawumia cheche ya no. Onya no we. emo na Samira ton no eno na yede campaign no. These are people omo no utimi trene nsa ehwe obi a ono atimi abesom ne man as vice president and president. Now the next morning ya to aba walusu transition money na kotu for ho o say there mo de mama tena baby amete amate ase. The next time na John Mahama baby a odi ne ti ebeto na oni bi. People had to intervene. As selfless as he has been. Musu wa kronfo na ka kronfo de. Se musu wa wodan wo Dubai. Onu anka se wasa babonten o se medan na wo Dubai no. Aban nkoto no fa meso economy na sen. Mun koto dan no. And sometimes if you look at Nipa no mo criticize John Mahama. Na ene sa Nipa no ni hu fi a onu anka se wagu onu ani hu fi. Na wo hwe John Mahama se wo sha nwura na eya asem na eya na asem na aba nkwa na adwo kwa na adwo azin metiye yese kene Japan ana wakotra radio so pa John Mahama chew. Fair enough. John Mahama de wo yobi a o mpa ne chew kra na o de achew o se erade fa free won ayo man ye nyina ye den ye boa se ebeye John Mahama ebe shiw fie wan kasa wa bopa John Mahama ye president omo bopa sisi edwa hodo edwomo obi abranya ne sika omo timi si dwa nyina omo timi se da fa abodanfo mo se da nkwane na mo na mo de kerosene ne sa omo we no na omo de agu no ma sidwa ha mo me say mo be bre wo mo wiase timo to mo 10th generation mo mane mo nananum nyina age se omo kɔ Nyankopɔn anim empaibo mu o na Nyankopɔn na aka se se ai hwana ko se di entina enumi we aba ne so ye oni ana se ne na no
ayi friends ni friend na no de asuo mu no
o se enye a friend is saying ne mum se ne be nyame ani munyam be da dintia no eno sampa ye ni bi na mo nkɔ hwehwɛ sɔfo a onim nyame asɛm na nyame tini mu he moni amudi adi o ma we Nyankopɔn fa nkyɛ mo da. And you think this land mo ne nam so no mo de amka asase na eno a na be da ho ene ye fe ne Ghana. It's a spiritual land. And whoever that is listening to me, what ye bibiti a o my Ghana keke. The ramifications we ye den e ho asotwe beba. O ye den he. What ye fane say Ghana no wo ye ne tse de wa wo pe. Star bia bi. E ho asotwe ebeba. Enka bi wa o de wo ho de o ma untimi mfa mampie anyway kum obi ba ya kum ne ba ya ne sunsin mate hwe o ba ba mu kura mpo anya yo hwe se obi kaka sorry anopa se de obi aye no oti radio su ya ono so wafa ne na yi no o kire se adwira nyew
just talking about development
makokuni ya obi se kwa demonstration amasa amasoja ni asa kokoto abonituo ekuno sa soja ni na okọ di adanse tia sa de no in their favor no studio here na oka se Kwabena sometimes it is not as if say ebi krampa na epokukura me wani anase makodi adura na bibio but boni bie ni won ma ye no asasi so awunya ho asotwen wan kasa wo ba ene wakobo obatuo ekuno ena yese wo mani bienu wa hwe wo mo it is how soja ni na wagimi sei ya me kan kire na me
ne ba akobo ni nua ba
tuo ekuno ama ono no so ye de na akoto afiase forever yese wa hwe wo ma mienu nipa mienu na ukun wo mo no fatika ujimi nti wagimi awuo ekufodo wei ya na adwini mabo to wei ama wagimi sei ya na we soja ni na wagimi sei ya nyankopɔn bɛsɛ tua wasefo ka nipa bi a wawu bia no enti na Kwabena me say se me be president 1 hour. The only assignment I want to achieve is to go to the Supreme Court. Nipa miensa na omuti city hall. Me degrade be dua yam ni nyina na me konsesa sa nipa 8 na omu election time. E di o makosi so. In a democracy.
Mame Kwabena, quick credit for semen kan kire Ghana ni bia wote menka. Hey, fa ayi picture no eto a. Okay, so me ka cham se ene me ka cham se ene meche musika. CMG sika achede. Hello. Eja.
Oye.
Abom.
Bajo abom ba.
Allah.
Oyo
fanfom. Allah.
Oyo.
Who can say?
Oh, me can cha 5 series na me cha another 5 series. The 10 series.
What the 10 series are you saying?
500.
Cash.
Yes.
With them. But when you say nyame aduma next week.
Yeah.
The new promotion be ba. Mo mo betimi atwa Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Would you? When you? Mo antimi ani no. Friday you twa 6,000 Ghana cedis. Ya tumu kwa ya tumu kwa mo draw amamo.
Okay.
Ya ndi e bet me aboma ma 1,000, bet me aboma ma 2,000.
Mate.
Yeah, that's me. Congrats. Me ba cho you start for 13 hash. Twanen tamna menya ho adwuma sisia. Quick credit simen kanche Ghana for say wupe eya bosia de aye adwuma. Abrabona sinitras nko besi abem. Osi de wuhia ne se biawani nefa wo national ID. Enye afi na kofa collateral bra ene de se opa kwapem 1,500 onsabeka yo hwe no onsabeka pa se opa kwakusiwa de wo hwe no onsa ebenya aka 1,000 Ready young boy, yes, Christ. Was the Bank of Ghana a mom lines some fanya juma from I was 059-6920-833 on sa ebeka womo. Na maka we give away sika achede edwumadie no ye twa 6,000 Ghana cedis na de Friday bia. Entia ena metwa ena metwa mini dabi mitwa mini twa ubedi wati twa ubedi mitwa mini de yemfa nka asem wishi anu anu me twa saa mitwa mintumi ni me say ya the giveaway ba na mo twa mo consistent no Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday ni abobo amamo na dem star 413 hash. Aye. Them short code no. St. Andrews for say men can tell say St. Andrews SHS or moje from 14. Na chese nkoda no a mo free yemfa ne say mo wie JHS no. Ekwai ababe dem. Nti awofo ne ahwefo a motemenka no mo manye so ye. Wo say ebia mo pese mo mano ye general arts, business, home economics, agri science, general science, visual arts. Ni nyina edamoda ai we no esusino no. Wasi mo perform to form 3 so mo kwai. E kwai da ho omo test triblo. Last stop from 054 6048 332. Tabia Herbal Center. Tabia Herbal Center so men kan kire say. Wam de Tabia Herbal Mixture ba. Wanu mu ato. Wontumi ni di onam ye oya intidi eyade no bi afa wusisi ye oya anase constipation yam na atima Tabia Herbal capsules ye woni mixture ne woni capsules obi aye na dwuma nko no bi okan she drug lane from 0245 749 206 onsa betumi aka wo mo na we die asempapa aha wase coolant bay and now the protected car. Aha. Coolant bay. Meba, no mabeka wasam. Eddie Achremo. Me kwaba. I'll be back.
Kwabena. Kura mkoda. Emano siden kwa.
Tabia takum wedi emema yedro no eme yenya hoɔden ene hoɔden ye aye mema dro enu ti na banma bi ahia bi no etufo ene atofo ene obi opedidu etu aton bia enko chemical shops pharmaceuticals ene herbal shops bia ewo Ghana hanu be bia anase frey ewo 0243 686861 ana 0245 749206 sankatwe FDA fo ajatu kaise tabia takum de bema bia ye takum
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Usika seme nkoyiana quick credit siasia se sika pe ennafom intina yabasa ye be church wo yambosia bonhyehyɛ ye ho wutumi babosia edifi asoa ye fee 1500 Ghana cedis edeko na nea wo hia ne wo national ID card wo hia se wo betu susu wo hia awowa yenje sika bia nto ho wo nsanso hia se wo ne yembe bue futuo bia quick credit ewo homao se ye dwana wo pese wudi ana wo pese wo hye ejuma frase ana say school fees ana po eyeye wo sumi ejuma ye fo nso ye wo bi mamo na mom kai say ye mobosua ewo internet so afen so omantika krobia batan Bank of Ghana nsa wo dwumedie yi mu enti tutumri kana freyen wo 0302 200 390 ana 0596 920 833 quick credit lending made simple kai say dwumedie yi nhyehyɛ kakra wo ho.
Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense Swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and your ready pediatric Samoya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a peja immune system Nabribia, Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Drodon dance yes, and Yarwa will nipa and Nina etimi banaso. Any Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a home car. No, you want shooing, you know, a boy who buy every home. And now, pa, one Yarwana dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and num imbusaba mesanoa, and more who are deep in tea. Ya womuntim pose, Yaria Esomo. Imbusaba mesa, a walk kanshi, and you may move bia your toe in row. At to form friend 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedian Cratry. To say ye.
Ago Ghana for media some dabremo. Sisi ade wo si dan ya. Any coin so over hukra. Esanse Alu Africa. We got you covered. Alu Africa. Aye jumeko kesia. Ebon chance papa edi kru danso. Any trusses Ghana ha. Any wiasia fa na nyina. Yen ye lidie. Yen ane topo. Alu Africa ewa bakwa samu edimu. Ebon roofing sheet. Any trusses say ye papa nko adia. Eye honom ena obenya pa ye quality. Sanso ya affordable. Bedroom fish ye duonu nie. Edan ye bru 2 million. And Alu Africa ekruso. What a news! Yen chance ye di kru danso no. Ni amani dimune se emwodu. Ne bani diswo ni diswo. Fiti 0.35 mm. Eko si 0.5 mm. 0.35. Eko si 0.5. Alu Africa trusses so. Emwodu. Na range fi 0.55. Eko si 1.15. Enti enya fe na wudi dua kokru wudanso a. Very nache. Amfotie barrier. Alu Africa trusses no. Amfotie ntimere. Ere nache. Eye good for all weather conditions. Ne boaso da for mwankasa. So beto dua pa de. Enkato Alu Africa trusses. Na bokwa ye bretu no ho ban. Alu Africa product ni nyina so ye ma 40 years warranty. Emfishie duanai warranty. Hwehwe Alu Africa. E was Spinters kwai so. Ye ne MTN office no. Ana di nhwani mu. Ana say frɛ 0574 286292. Se wudu takra de so a ye branch ni bi wo ho. Frɛ ye 0545 446852. Na edumeku bia. Wo pese wo beto Alu Africa kwal ni bi no. Wobetimi walk in to your branch bia. Ya beton dia ma wo mo. Na wode akodi dwumadie bia. Alu Africa, building made a sighting.
Alright, so that's it live on Accra 100.5. Charles Akwaba.
Commander Major.
But Charles, I wouldn't oil noir, your friend, engine oil noir, your friend, Seahorse 50-50. Engine coolant.
Yeah.
Engine coolant. Yeah. Now, say no, Ghana, West Africa. Yenwan will be a
Seahorse here popular.
Really?
Popular.
Is the most quality.
They may say popular. Sadly, be popular no, and can survive till this time.
Yeah.
So we buy it all the time.
As a Ponkobi, Edahon, Ponkobi Dahon,
a solid brand.
Yeah.
And the tuna said, I feel after Franto Baby Nino. What's that?
Hey, oh yeah, they are there for don't talk and come up back.
Who see horse for
Bachama who
not from Tony Ponko.
But I was who me Pacho Ghana for Motemenka. One say Obuwa. What in so good wouldn't we adia me kind of ehu. Almost yes I know. A rusty
corrosion, yeah.
Now, yes.
Water tank ne corrode. Until Basana, a co engine, more not engine, and sumo winner. You with time on Obons are fair no engine on a whole day's what you initial. But send out the coolant a gumua and cafe bones a wocano, there be an original brand.
And he me pacho seahorse for say men can't say. Bow engine won't buy. From overheating. Nama the lifespan of engine and quanimika cra. Afe a boakram how reduce your fuel consumption. Who drive ya a dasu? Or more 3367 coolant war, or more 1090 coolant war, or more 50-50 engine coolant so. Mr. Seahorse. do kan kwa ne tonight dey ne tonight dey ne tunu etiefo mo hwe list wa koi
apumu ponko
na da bi o ne tunu
ayese afrafranto a ne to amoa
chas agowa ade we dey na chese ne to sa afrafranto see horse for ponko no
se ni list wa mana se ni
list wa me large no me
so ka so ne to no to sa apra kura mpodi enka
we dey afrafranto kwai
na hwe ne kala kura wu
sas we dey ko
ese enche abuo kokontiba obenyina ye kese afrafranto will be bigger after
era chase undi enra ye ti wasa na se we dim say list to na so ni ba bia me wo no ena obi busa me ho asem na me di ne ho kokonsa kire di paro we ti wasa beti konkonsa ebinim dia ye aduane what you
say the when you afere abaru krasa o se denchem
obua obua we whatsapp ncheni
denchem otimi quantity aboa we o se chini yemum
bijidi no kre chiri abobo
dance yes sir.
All right, so Mr. Musi horse ena edem komo we yaba wo to eye obebo o engine ho ban a seahorse no akwaje omo coolant or say from was 0244 577 559 me boss 0244 577 559 and almost 0540 424 386 me boss 054 0424 386 onsa ebetimi aka womo
not to endorse the brand.
Yeah.
I know I'm used to.
Oh, sir.
Yeah, it's the most quality.
I see.
I tell it as it.
I see.
It's the most quality.
Any Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Imbus Heba Mesa was say your number one immune booster. And ye, Samre, ye could bring your bones a pepun yadi my immune system in and aswate. Num imbus Heba, unum bino. Na esese ni peduan man peduan timi gina na so din peme dankes People's Johnson and Abuachi about kanshi tema Equus Pharmacy with Dama Pharmacy assignment King's work kanshi tina teteba ubenya bi ede afriwo top choco for semen kanchi say top choco chocolate spread and na omade top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink and so ede aba ye no and na ede enkoda no one pepper Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic say men control bright soldier capsules and a bright garlic plus capsules and diaba don't pemu bua yemfi an inche Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic nyanko jaya sa Mr. Kwame for Martin Amidu ne right up on the air bus no to na men kamum fama omo no mo fama enkonko wie quick one yemon tetesia minia mamemfa we nka ho menim se opese obebo onse wo ban ne eye MPP so yi ena bawumia eye Kwabena Bobie maame no so
na wuo no asa
ye no so se wote ya wonte ya so de a
me gina me ba nyina na metie na masema ato me na de driver o farm efri ebabia me free o farm a wotie Akra FM no o hihye me kwan o fa so tie ni radio anopa me tie radio good on say we are ya na ma ebotan na ebona na me ko ayi onua tie smart ebo ayi na ma yes sports kakra ebo 3 kondia Akra FM ko oh this year no be see bia
oh I see
both driver de me ba
I see
it one there one ha me kura o ma me follow mo afi
yeah. All right so I have
more to it say e bia do traffic mu na who say loud and clear.
Yeah.
Which we do more the crowd now to be there.
But
in fact, driver we won't mean your call when it come.
A telephone. Really?
Yeah. It's on top.
Oh,
it's on the 40 program. No wonder say omode advert neighbor be brave, but and just say ora say do agongo ti anka meka so mo nsusu fa advert ne mrana ahwe an ego adwuma
wo mu ba be buko. All right, so quick one. We have your friend say Orama Tiamidu ne episode on your Facebook page, and mame just bear 1 or 2 paragraphs be at least a bit we about a discussion. So on 4th July 2023, Kisia Jabe not only published the OSP Airbus SE Ghana investigation as part of his half-yearly report, but went ahead to state that, okay, so we start with the various points. Matiamidu Erezi, a quote, in quote, investigation is ongoing in respect of alleged bribery by Airbus SE, a European multinational aerospace corporation, regarding the sale and purchase of the military aircraft for the Republic. The office is engaged with Interpol and the central authorities of the United Kingdom and the United States under the mutual legal assistance regime. Now, the true fact, that is unquote. Then I'm quoting Matiamidu. The true facts are that I made the request for mutual legal assistance through the office of the Attorney General. That is the Ghana Central Authority to the Central Authorities of United Kingdom and the United States of America before conducting an independent investigation which necessitated charges and the issuance of warrants of arrest for 4 UK nationals for whom I caused the Interpol red notice to be issued. At the time I left office as the founding special prosecutor on 16th November 2020, no response had been received to the request of MLA from the UK and the USA. It became obvious to the OSP that the assistance it sought from the USA and UK was not going to be forthcoming. The OSP therefore started its own independent investigations using its own sources and methods that allowed it to successfully obtain the Interpol red notice, which have since been pending for the extraditions of those 4 suspects or fugitives should they step out of the UK. Now, the investigations within Ghana proceeded with great difficulty as there was lack of cooperation from the government entities involved and the OSP could not access their computers and the internet systems to mine for emails and other correspondences to access vital information at the time of the transaction. Now, consequently, no vital witness to identify collaborators within the government of Ghana at the time for interrogation as suspects in the case could be found. The OSP developed its own list of prospective suspects from its own sources and methods without the supporting emails from the relevant public institutions. So he's just trying to tell us the kind of difficulties are almost share on the way in trying to investigate this matter. But the last point, your friend is a Matiamidu Erezi, and I will just read the last 2 paragraphs. Ghanaians need to be told that the OSP had not submitted the positions in respect of the 4 fugitives to Interpol Ghana to be sent to the Interpol General Secretariat to be kept and delivered to the requested countries as soon as the suspects are located. This could be done immediately without completing the interrogation of the prime suspects within Ghana and to avoid the leakage of the facts and evidence affecting the ongoing investigations. The interrogations never took place before I left the office. OSP under the acting special. Okay, so prosecutor did not have the ability to submit the depositions. I wonder whether Kisia Jaben, who is taking credit for work he came to meet, has had the ability to submit those depositions to Interpol Ghana for submissions to the Interpol General Secretariat before claiming to be engaged with the Interpol. He said Jammeh is using the OSP Airbus Ghana investigations for political electioneering 3 years after the issuance of the Interpol red notice without the accompanying depositions for the alleged fugitives. So now, clearly from Matiamidu's point, there is no cause for alarm. Nothing is going on with the Airbus issue. It's like a political tool. Why Yankobodi say, hey, Baba investigations, so yes, Baba investigations, so and so. But in actual sense, from the OSP's office, per the founder article, clearly there is nothing. I mean, to think about and to hold on when it comes to this Airbus issue. No information, I'm a person from Kakrabi. That's all.
I just in brief will say that I'm pained a bit because me who adeɛ bi sɛ Matiami do ne Kisiɛ Jaben ewo issues because he appointed Kisiɛ Jaben no he made some averments bi amwa it sought to undermine the person Kisiɛ Jaben. Some of us came up with issues also about Ninfie, but the most important thing was the competence.
Yeah.
And my main idea me hold on in respect of Kisi's appointment was to do with how skilled is Kisiɛ Jaben in terms of investigating corruption and corruption-related offenses, especially when we have never, prior to his appointment, we had never heard Kisi discuss corruption anywhere in Ghana. And now may feel any enthusiasm as far as corruption and corruption-related offenses, Jumana or Koyeno was down. But you see, I think I take strong exception to Matiamidu's
article.
No, the article is on point, but his demeanor towards Kisiɛ Jaben, I think the two of them can decide to compare notes at every stage. Matiamidu left the office by himself, and it's very regrettable. He should have told the world to come to his aid rather than to leave. And his resignation, in fact, I am a papa because he was very effective and effectual. Ena okoye you do obi abedi wade. I don't know why you should have Kisi so na no kopai. Which of course I will say Kisi etimi hu nyansa se wo ya kwala. Nti Matiami do ye pani. Na no kopai ko ke kan se bi fa Matiami do. Nti I think say Kisiɛ Jaben is on the same page with him. There is nothing Airbus in that office. She knew her.
So what is this about Kisiɛ Jaben? Oh, we are trying to investigate Airbus.
He has never said he is trying to investigate Airbus anywhere. Matiami should show me where Kisiɛ Jaben said he is investigating Airbus. Bibiasa on Ka Bibiasa only shake. Kisiɛ Jaben has never said anything about Airbus. So what is Matiami saying? Ayonu na adweye ne se sa kwasie yi a one nam kwanchen jimi a mintimi money din wo radio so because of here and na adweye ne se aye Kisiɛ Jaben num na ase omo hye na chi Kisiɛ Jaben does not entertain such fools.
Anyway, my only
Matiami should keep it cool and let's your friend is saying only Kisiɛ Jaben whatever there is omo amending because they can easily make things possible.
Chaze, ya nanti. In fact, baby a person dey fan no.
Ma mention him fi baby anam wo we anam abe wie list so de ne Matiami do ne Kisiɛ Jaben a omo banta as if say something is happening. Kora wunim bibi.
Tell me.
Me confusion see I meditate and say Nana Akufo-Addo using Nana's principles. Or we are no akobo pass and fight Nana's principles. This is my problem. Me na me tell me na me question me say Ti say pa krono ne o minor team no aban we mu ye penipa ba ko agina dia hwan pa na kobra ye nyini ni ayo pare ansa connection mine
another criminal
o pare ansa wa kwa the highest bidder pe wa unu apanyini kobra kwache obu nyina kwadi bia no me aso che omo de na kwadi o pare ansa wa dwa na eje omo ana e ka no kure kobra se wote se Nana Addo se me ba me de atete anas principle and eba be fight corruption. Nene uti wana si yesi opere ansa nkasa ye nyina si opere ansa de onim nyansa o opere ansa de onim dio opere ansa bie nanu a wasi ye bo kene de Japan pa anami na mantini ye se onko fight anas
Are we serious? Any of the contract in a man, and why you many year, and I ain't here to see come man was any ever fight among Quasiasm. Now, some bomb pass them go come in Panam go come here. Me, we are to America. And so to America. Eti opare na so bi adwomoni abanitim so obedi Canadian agu for adi nyina abro ana se ne omudi aye ninti no oji omienu sika na se bia wa ko mu trabo mama mu nyina ewu sama amane hwe ana me bo eti no last minute there odidi mu ho ase ekumo mamoye because narration ye too funny say Canada mu born pass on fight anasia Ghana for munti o say na se ntokwa na wo mani amesuare ni hwan nyina ekọ no eye pa bobi na pa no ehu sika se mu ankoto ye edi ehu pa obi enim se amesuare fight corruption, right? This amesuare ni anas fight corruption na se MPP for kwesi no mu ye meeting e de adwuma hye ba konsa se onko fight ni on fight corruption ni dia Kwabena nsem akosu kroma o magwini nwa menti ase etimi de masem nyina ne se no ene na me won nura mudu be ya ka yempe kom na maye onyami ne ni masem makoma chese asem na abromeso to the sense a government has to go and hire people to fight one more anti-corruption crusaders. I think my own NTH no. I think my own say about first in the name say Kufa no nkwana na say o say twa to mu tiri so because who are we check about we bia no say we timi twa tiri so sika.
It doesn't make sense.
So where are we going? Yeti Kroma Kwabena say there IGP create me accuse no with criminal offense. No so akose waja ne dia manyame wo committee anim. Hey! Eha ne ma. Odin dia manyame. Dia no akoto nche. I am getting frustrated and I don't know where to go. Yeti one nena obi aso video ne Kwabena na no pay o accuse kade MP say wo fra Canadian Japan agents say 10,000 is the deal omumiem no omumfangum basis abre Kwabena nim say invite obia a serious allegation
na ka was one invite one
amranim for ene mra hwesofo
ebi okroma
da bi oni awahwe mra so ananka
so question ebi okroma ha
ba mi na police council chairman one no hwe mra so say saman chezi no enafi amafe wofa say jo Kwabena yeti kroma o ena wofa kojo wuso afiriye facha mi say oya saman na me kana asem wofa wo ye kwabiri ni me kwabiri ni
ye kase of blessed memory
da bi DNZ fa firi mi so blessed say blessed bi ani eka na ne makata me so de say
ono of course
dabi yeti kroma nom ena munim say vice president kura won take castle
you now dinim tina bofu enyere
yenya midinim mo amu ofa na mo ofa no me fa mo mi wanya mi tuo wanya mi aboba wanya mi sekai yeti kroma na Kwabena yenim sa tamels ne president mama ntifie ba akum ensu yenya nyansafo okroma nom asofo nyina ebi gitum say yemfa nto John mama so psychologically vice president and the boss wu yemfa nto no se won na emie na kuno ase ne won ne da na du mes afekura de won na ni kuru nchen enti John mama ena na da atames nchen Kwabena yetimi tagi John mama ewo kroma nom sa wadi ewu
yemfa nto so ne mani
dabi we de kaka yensu ye beka bi janyom na woton liso we nyame ba kire wo henefa Kwabena ye ka to nkrofo timma nyansafo a na omutim fita na ne oni momo ho ye mmobo unua kuma kofi ofosun kansa Kwabena be Facebook God will expose the evil doers na ese ojiri onu so say obi akoma maame no ne kro
amen
tio o se obi akoma maame no ne nkrofo no 5 years American visa
mom tia be man timi amani bi
tie Jimmy Abata no say de Canada Japan and the head of US embassy me say omu nyina bi fa be bodam and afi de omo to mane maame no Kwabena wo fa say John na wono su ye frɛ no radio so a woti wo fa no onim so obey saman envie du achi wo fa timi ka say atama se saman wo ho ani kuku nyeduru na nani so nyahye we alata saman anko sadwo mama me kama sam yawo ne wo kai sa asem no
yeah he did
wo se atamas sane saman ya alata saman a enko sadwo mama we bi okobia no obo nani so akire ne animu we de na de nya Ghana saman ya nani so ohye mumi an free 2016 saman say o mane maame na saman no so me ya disappointed in him o maame ne ku o maame de psychologically Kwabena autopsy de meka wan asem na sia me nyan demand for autopsy report we de saman na de ode ye maame no na mo ha wo say saman baby awu ye na maame ni ho atiti afam na maame ni ho obi mu say why now Kwabena say me kan ndro say why now and then me wo different position because my twene ho mpre no Kwabena obi ba wu a psychologically obetime confused sika edi begu no so even threat omudi ba maame no I am telling you say wa say obewu ne so obenya nkwa
utimi say maame na ye analysis on trim for the law otie ni voice ni ya afena what
consistent
I've not me PCB together. Now everything is becoming understandable. Emmanuel, what do you say?
Yeah.
I've been what me at
because they say no. The intuition is not emotionally connected.
Debbie, I feel what so Kwabena. Eti mami na sem no mo kan. Ento wada. Wa yankum obada no da. Enti me de enya me do enti na me fa obi wo nkosi se obi na wo tag you innocent man president mama say wedi ewu no enne the same cap Kwabena de ahye o munsem o no ano na o de ne kura mpo de enipa ne wuda o munsem jo mama de enu oni hobi o wo de enipa ne wuda o munsem o de be pronounce so say nipa na wu wo de ye ni report as we speak say cable na ekuma brantie no ana electrical gadget no iron ye no ko plug fridge Kwabena Bobie Ansah na wo uko hotel wo na tutu electricals wo na ye fridge ye wo ho there is more to discuss about this na ye futuo de amami no mienu say enchenche mpanimfo say den e wo nafe and they are feeling the heat mama ko twitwa funu yeah any atamosa even the biological brother say we have in our possession the autopsy report of our brother we know the cause obi anim say atamosa so tiase no yarefo Kwabena buodu enja yafo o ya babunu
30 years
enfie duasa
30 years 20 days
and o maami kasa mo say why now empanimfo say so ko wuram ko kantam bu amnamu a
me pa cho me ntwa epie na why now no munim se mo pese mo on kan ntem na mo ho ntwa bo a ka mo nko hunu se ba be
kan
ntem ne ntem ya ho ntwa
ka bone ntem mi akie nu masam
kan ntem ya ho ntwa ya
eji Kwabena fe na ala tafuna ba Ghana
na mo so ada na why now na mo atwe sa da mo ko bi sa why now
you got a point here.
Yes,
and you are some way there.
Alaji Hussein or say la ila ilala.
Alata samai. Alata in the voice of Sir John. I feel the alata samai. My minister wonder. Tikwamna Mr. Winim Suman kwa hinibia. Mr. was a catcher samai no when baby as woko. When baby also
but unia ehu say ma ya tu efunu epunu me ne me yere nko agina efunu no so
na mi pay say ma minister no it calls for probe into the matter
chale na ne body part bi kura yira ya
enti no maame na sama a wɔka no is it true or false
and at that stage it was ready for burial
yes
Samira ni Baumia meya no a ase mu ye ntiase
said ombeka cho anse ntiase ide obe
me nkwahyepo na se onka tumi no so forever enu nti na asem ba Kwabena tobo ansa na wabie wano ayeden akabi se omu nyina motivational speakers o ena maame no obi ani ba wunyimi ya obekwa akoka se okopa American visa maame nso yeso wonte Ghana
otiama no ne
enti unse nyamia se yinyansa afiri omu tirimo ena omu kire jimi wabra ba nyeye wo Germany
pesa o Ghana akwa America
omu jimi mabra ba nyeye wo Germany afedia me call United States Jesus Christ bra enti kwamna me say ebre ni ho asem wei me bobo me de sha fridge m otos fini de mi wo interest wo papa gisa report manya bi akan manya bi ankan a menti ase ne ena menti ase kina kwabna na ona na nso ye de no kwotena ala nifa so ne otumfo executive secretary manshia ala year orientation na otini nifa so what does that say?
Oh sebia okobi keke
omso ye kuku dama wota de na chiri nti manshia wo ha what does that mean? That is the communication na wo video num
ye be jahwe ne ebuse
yellow so minim say free fie bim sembo kroma o listo who's the chinchira listo no person di yellow be batan komo na wudi yellow no yes it manshia wo ha
by June there
no view na sa se nyami tie ni pampa ibobi
kwasi ada nyami adma kwasi ada kwata na party na gu
yellow yes the executive secretary of Otumfo say to Manshia is well represented and one and them senior Accra FM na me boy jingle show oba tele nam di shebu mobo koradi am di besi se kisi eja be ni matiamidu me do matter one skill so be ni expectation o mu bia when it comes to asama involve John Mahama bo kisi eja be nim say me kura anya hwe no ma petition ni da ekotia o mu nipa no anya hu adwuma enti already no Airbus there's no official communication between Ghana government and the United Kingdom Interpol papa bia social media and almost chase Airbus zawti ase anya sa John Mama no o ma fa ne na ase akosi ntrimi so se o mu ni hwe o mbeka biom se no ne wato V8 amachi fi mama na sa wato ama osofo utimi de tono so se waje Ford a misika uche V8 mu mienza etimi to baako se no the generation is not willing to buy into it oka a confirm asema obi anim se a confirm bia nko ba bia enti Airbus na obi a close case ni onukuru mu no uni option say eno na abeka de akekere ore kwabena reality is catching up of some young men to me bedi omunsam 7 years ago no modwin say we are say we yaba can't you see they are panicking every day who's on my G3 because omo born no time aso so on be accounted for kwabena ma shira MPP nyame no omo nko menda
nkashen kodu
asante man kwaso yellow for mo kwaso
mema bebusa wasembi but yenya another winner wa ha hello. Oh, Maluzuno. But just interestingly, Mama signed a year 1844 bond. Ewa Lisa. So what be we know him? Now we so be free party. Adiom be yo no.
There be ya no na be horo na Ghana constitution. Unsem kwasi akrata ni. Sabi mo mfancha me.
Bond no dey be sign and so ya dey.
Yes, ba ko sign bond na o si ade a mi san. Mi di sham say yes simia.
Na dey o beti ma jere me.
David yo.
Bond no
na unim. Unim.
Yes, bond no be so say me. Yes simia nkwasi bond say.
If you listen carefully to Hackman,
Now, Hackman, why na ye pesemin kuminya chen wo?
Why Bamia campaign coordinator?
Shadia why no cocoa board?
Police station.
Eti mu kwa kwatechire men se gumachi. Maji mi enti. Men san se, men san na mo kwatechire no. Mo techire kra ma men ka hwe.
No, but you see, why should you in the first place think say Obi be free party? Oh yeah, the papa.
Cobra men say
Ahwefo say na a Citizen TV Ghana about 2 p.m. Pepe 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at them a Citizen show at the Bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho obo Citizen TV Ghana app na bie at them na Citizen show na them more takra de tadi for you them on tadi FM na area e be she
Obia wa we speak as the Mahama well. Obia wa one along the journey. Everybody who has believed in cause as an individual, we are deeply grateful. So on behalf of Mr. Mahama and his wife, Kwabena, and all the children, let me say a very big thing. And of course, remind all of you that the 24-hour working economy is a groundbreaking policy. Let's all work together to see it happen. Thank you.
Welcome, madam. Honorable Judge Bala Muktari. About digitalization. Videos Sahudu Obi. After me panel members as mo kan is former President John Mahama Ghana for ni ye. Nyansani bia titiri bia owo memu bia. Owo ahemfo dia omu nyina kan say John Dramani Mahama His Excellency. Yene no enni ye. Yene bone on fancheye. Abi acheye ntino so obeji o man no. Nani e wenye ni watu aso. Seka wan fancha. Kwa ya nkrofo de faso 2015-2016. Seka wan fancha. Odaka sa diegumuso at odi ache. Asi yeni o man fufuro bia ka o man Ghana ho. Enti de wenye ye no. Imedia papa o sha asi akwentifi. Wedi ye ho abro. Yedi ye ho awu. Yasɛ ade no. Sina bamu muye. Oye nyankopon nipa. Oye nyame akwa. Duma no oye wie. Excellence nyame ma nkwatenten ahodin wom. Ghana fo aka cho nya se nyame ma ahoden ye okonu de begina no. In Solomon yansa no nyankopon emawo emun kan fa so. Yes, Hoto aye. Happy blessed birthday, JDM. Last Kotoko, happy birthday. And we now say your mama, amemwono enye die people so pamphlets na original auditorium okay Ladina Mahama Mama Ladi I was a woman de atrama oknu the 65th birthday oh yeah boni adobi Mama Ladi brofo Ana dasi Ladina Mahama happy 65th birthday my amazing husband Thank you for being such an honest, reliable,
kind and loving husband and father. Here is to many more years of health, happiness, and love. I love you. I love you, Bobby. Udu obi yasi announce we your way inteja. Me do mama lodi Edwards int me ya me do de. Happy 65th birthday, my amazing husband. Thank you for being such an honest, reliable, kind and loving husband and father. Here is to many more years of health, happiness, and love. I love you. Hashtag happy birthday. Oh, you're gonna need this. Me join there. Oluma Imbugu. Oluma Les Bobo. The birthday, you better the afano. Nana Lesbo. Me join there. Edu Nana Les Bobo wa. Auntie Becky Betramano. Nana Lesbo. Papa Namishao. After you was in your Juma, who come to Jasia, a Yakai, former President John Dramani Mahama. Yanko Pomana, who were dining quatent. Facebook compound for more dear man okru more dear more 100.5 FM senior citizen show Monday to Friday 2 to 6 p.m. say yani yakono eye rescue mission ye Joe Mino edie I love you Kwabena. Afeyanya Juma and a special prosecutor Kisia Dabe wa wusim hey wasu ansa na meba Kisia Dabe so no sa enu ani eye digitalization wo fie ha ya daily guide the banner headline na eye abomia say oh ukuta Ghana card a ubora garage bia utimi di kofrika ukuta Ghana card a open credit facility a baby abebo area bia no utimi kwakwaji loan mimi say Eco Bank mi rana mi kuta Ghana card a mitimi ji loan garage sawodo wa Ghana hanya ukuta Ghana card according to Baumia and our digital address ya ubawura ho a wo so Ghana card nie pesa wo dalan cruisem wo pesa wo da ka bia pajaro ka bia latest obi say Baumia I can't take madness. Na ye di hu koma kan ya kire ye say digitalization Baumia eye era bia ni de esi. And then reporter delegate de ba kan Okan UST. Ene ye ho adwuma. Na me de kan kire mo say me 2016 ejimi fo na ro mutudi omagi no. I was part of them because me try radio so am ye nana beba ejimi fo na de ye tudi wo machi 2015 2016 no na me ka ho bi ba ye de say ye ni ate ye ni abie bat aka ejimi fo ni bi pa da so di wo machi se wontumi afimo se wontumi TV presenter se host with one mo ya politics at political talk show de be no wo yo se de be no wo yo afre obi say company bi wo Ghana ha say ya saka sinkitikiti bia sa pragio say you know all my branding is say e kan kitikiti bia na nam krom ha no no a wo mo de eye we campaign no obi apply e ko honom company no honom say opebi atwi okwa enu akuta ne Ghana card e no mo je ne Ghana card e no mo je ne digital address e take ne particulars ni bibia owie no mo si wonko about 2-3 days o fie sa na yire say eh engrofo hwehwe wo awo ba yam so ma wie bibia di ka no omra me fa ba mi na di wa campaign ba Ghana Messi Jimmy for one near the woman 2016. I can't cry the woman you. Be bredianiate. Be bredianiate. Because Jimmy for not technocrat for womb. Na professors wom, doctors wom, nurses wom, teacher for na him for wom. Ene be bredianiate. I can't cry that to the woman. Baumiana do work campaign ba Ghana ha. Baumiana do work campaign. Driver form ye work campaign. Company be ohano moa. And I said like private entity be and individuals be ma komu ho bom. No man import cars di aba. No mo de ye work campaign. Baumiana de buy. Work campaign starting under Baumia. So does it mean say time when Ghana card any Ghana hanomono ni enji loan ni enye work campaign. Rolling time no sabre no na yema sa democracy mu a yen issue your friend is say voters ID card because before they say na ma yen say be bia be bia transaction be bia be ye bia no e Ghana card so document e Ghana card 1992 no e ma yen no a ni yema democracy mu no a ni yen voters ID card no enti ni yen loan ni yen credit facility na any digital address engineer yanko bank nkwaji loan quick credit for de asem na mutikro mu ha mu ye de mu ye totally stupidity o em so catch na amusu wudu amatan ba ka brofo de a what him total stupidity enti na wasade a chi a wo sori kwotena radio na TV so ka say ba omienti obi kwa apply for work and pay ya jene Ghana card ne digital address any 1 week company na abanifi abehwe baby otie afre ne say car na you ready ba me na dey work and pay back Ghana. That's the question me bisa ba me na dey work and pay e back Ghana. The minimum say that nyina work and pay wo ho wo kwa ya do particulars bia voters ID card first near the transaction voters ID card forms wo ho one fill it ya je address he na wotie wo next of kin see ya hwehwe ni ye hu a why no next of kin why ne be hu no wo di nipa telephone number bibia process ni nyina wa famu wo go through na wo qualify ya work campaign company kro no no all my flow so I qualify etikano enie 3 years 4 years be fane kokotwi. This thing has been there. Rollins munyina akofo no munyina Mels Mahama nyina wo ho obi any one of my company be any one of my first no wo sorry anu akoho without any particulars uni bibia document bia no wo kwa ya no aka che say me ye taxi driver etino mate say mo ye we campaign eti maba na wa twere udi na aka che wo say sorry ko udi adansidie krata wa identity ID card bi ebe ko no wa take wa address ba bi a wote ye na wote odo be for process mu when no next of kin when ye hwehwe no ye hu a ye mehwehwe no o telephone number o be verify bibia everything ehun se bibia ye accurate process ni da ho enti se ne ye nyisu voters ID card na se ye ne ye the Ghana card ne ya je wa address ya. What is the difference in this process? And so ya edada ntam no ni ntam eno ne de he so we na wo ka kire me say o sounds of crowd first our driver no ka wo free driver na driver e ka kire wo say oh me call company any one mo no ena me omu bisa me say me Ghana card way ena me si o ba me ada woro ma me Ghana card nie o digital address na me fill it first me digital address ma wo mo less than a week no free me say ah untu ahwe be fa car ne ko ye o say mo kan no unti ahio o Ghana card e wo digital address die kana eboa na so ba mi digitalization aduma da rumenti woni wo yire no ma woni wabusua munko twika na mumfani di na saka bobo ya ka yi a o makova ho aye na yi saka we ya di ama obi 4 years 110,000 1.1 billion wo twa ne 4 years saka we enu 2 years na njire ga na nsaye and then people have the guts the audacity say ya mani bibi di ya tona adwene ya tona nyansa ya tona enumonyam enipa wo Ghana ha wo mema bi otete TV ni radio so a fefefe kama but omo to wo nyansa to wo madwena to wo enumonyam e de agisika enti ade to akotene TV ni radio so akoye dede aka say because of Ghana card digital address intino obi akwakonya we compare saka tantan we saka we oh 210,000 4 years 1.1 billion 4 years na saka we obetua 4 years be wie no na ka no da so ye ka senya baumia bad policies taxes ahodo exchange rate ya enka tete no 2015 2016 enka saka we ye dia ma we compare 50,000 enka ye dia ma we compare abo so asenya exchange rate joma ama time no a na $1 ye 4 cedis na ye 3 cedis 80 pesos na mkeka 4 cedis kwa na mintiase eye 2017 one mun e buy what do you want say 4 cedis na euro kwa ye be say 4 cedis 30 pesos no mun ya de no enka saka we any taxes no mun a na ye flexible mu ene mamu deda ho no mun a na tema ha bo no mun no e ho no mabunka mu afa so a ye kwa ye ba no saka we ye de ma wa buru so kwa ye se de bu kra no e 50,000. But today, because of bad policies, Baumia and Dr. Baumia, head economic management team, Tino, on to me stabilize Ghana, ye city, ye currency, hata ya fun basa. It is Saka Funtan Tower, Saka Mbu Yanema Bontinsui, ya demo will be 4 years. 110,000 1.1 billion na dia chese say what wadru ni munyan sentino ejimi fo na aka na omudi wo machino wo ka hu bi ntino wo kwa akwatena wono mo justify say obi the Ghana card akwaje we campaign can you imagine enti mu dem nsuya nyansa kakra kwa say mun sem keka no kire house stupidity ya motie because sometimes obi the TV so na
rani promo say omo maka on says Suzuki Kifo can getting red be enam krum no so koho okoya mbisa niema miinu the digital address and the Ghana card and to provide here and no coffee or one and the friend say obi no opi na company no enkrofo na aba ntomo di digital address next be verify baby awote tomo find the Ghana card or say ho no mo say the next day omra okoya omosikali ni Oksafo ni Jina Fako. No say how? On Fanko saying yes. Kano nie Osafo ni Kano 110 Ghana cedis, which is 1.1 billion old cedis. Now mum obetuan within 4 years. 110,000. Which obetuan that's 1.1 billion old cedis. Just in pacho obetimi de abranche na banene dinkomo. O say obetimi etuano within 4 years. Nitifaya adwuma na tuaka na bisa so mo o deposit o si da bi wo tua bibi o si da bi wo de collateral bi koye o si da bi wo de agent koye na o si da bi e dey na wo de koye o si Ghana card any digital address enti se ne Dr. Baumia kasa den crofo social media so no mo say ai enye ye na Dr. Baumia sha se di ntro bi mu a I mean one because I deal we shall say then see that last year. Asante Patrofa ora no picture ne bra. Your friend no Kofi Patrick. But on the picture ni the car no so a or the Ghana card no ekotoye no eno gina ho no. En Yankopon no kra no se car na registered in 2022 which is last year and o to sa car we. Oba eja Kofi Patrick matching.
Yeah, oni amejo sana pay.
Me patro na ho ti san you.
This one, Saka we. Those days now we campaign, just a woody agent ko. I just a papa ko fuo, ehun krata ko. Those days we campaign na no mo ye no. We campaign no mi bisa. Driver for ye mu tie me. Ebia mu de mo start ye we campaign ache. Mi bisa mo. Sa be kia picanto, kia morning nom, sa cars na etia poka papa no mo no a. Sa Hyundai nkitwa no muni ade a na mo de ye sa we campaign no na okofa collateral ko ansa na wakwa akoje o ye driver o be ko company ni ho ye be take o particulars wa identity card that time na your voters ID card ye beje. Who is your next of kin? You better take your address. You do be for process nim. Bibia ye intact, bibia ye genuine. O qualifier. Come for the car. Sabreno na eye car papa na yedi ma wo. Enye kan bu kitwa we ya. Eni ne nam car kwa na sa car we ya da ho no ye ne nam krom ha ya. Se nya memwo funny bad policies from taxation to industrialization. Yes, I say taxes e bun kam dia fa so asaka we. Wo sure the seni na Ghana nim e the saka we ma no 1.1 billion and then when you enye wani wu enye wa wureho presenter journalist enye wa homete enye wani wu enye wo fere se wote wono mo e ka say Dr. Bobie ka Ghana card asema Ghana card e ma no na yenji lo wo Ghana ha na yenje mama kwane nda so mame na yenje credit facility wo Ghana ha Dr. Bobie na de work and pay aba wotina ase ade chi ye ya wo ka Dr. Bobie ni ni and monyam bia ni hu on a political career and wo Ghana Dr. Bobie ni and monyam kitikiti kura wo Ghana hey and kadien ka me expect dey free hu se mo de agya damage control na say mo ye because Dr. Bobie atichem no woda tichem ball so and woda ne ho ye time ne ho si e ma Ghana for it will damage control ade anka me expect wo ho ne say 2020 Dr. Bobie Ansah Okada for bo Okada riders for bo say John Mahama so be legalize Okada operation and Dr. Bobie Ansah Okada for bo say after 2020 elections no bra Okada no pakisi baby fabeje car eti ade Ghana for expect dey free ho ne say mudi mo fu no ma adwene agisikai ma fu Kwamwa journalist fwa mutine TV ni radio so bia hu se moye stupid munyusu ma adwene no munyusu ma adwene muti TV ni radio so a mama ni panya because mo niam moye no mama ni pa hu how stupid you people mudi ye adwuma adwene mudi ye adwuma wa ha sei misi ni pa bi na de omo muti ade acho muti radio so ni TV so a omo ye adwuma nkofom how stupid they are no Ghana fo hu ye eti no ne sade chi ye ya wo ken no o se Dr. Bobie Ansah Roma digitalization ya former president John Mahama Dr. Edward Amane bo amamo fellas kwacho fusumu ye ne wo de bo ne ho asafo hini eni Ghana card ntino Okada riders for na waka wo magu baabi Okada riders eni munie 2021 Dr. Bobie Ansah fulfilling the promises no maka no ye Dr. Bobie ni o ye Dr. Bobie Ansah ye boss Okada na ye twie no etwitwa ye nan ekunkum nipa enu enti no say they were my cars after 2021 after 2020 2021 aircon cars ya wo mo dey replace Okada adwuma no enie yes ene na ne yam say wo ye damage control ukuta sempapa wo ka dia kire Ghana for but adia we compare da won mu fi ya katwa mre so credit facility at Johannesburg ayi amkrofo ko ba Ghana conference search as makati num ene ho mo ba Ghana ha no mu ya sa brent na banks ni Ghana ha e champion no mu time buzia no mu time e ku fo do papa ni kero forata papa be bo me yi kro no yi nyina achi e be fum Ghana adwapade yi eti na credit facility ni ho na Ghana card ni ho eti na ye ma credit facility bia ni ba bia mu nyina so ma dwene ati free sa ka kire Ghana for say Okada Bobie Ansah ye legalize ye be replace Okada ni ama mo cars enti Crawford mo Ghana cars no a o import to the buy NPP propaganda for futuro entro ni akohwie mutu opposition twa ye no a 2020 musa twa Bobie twa ntro twa no for document bra for videos bra for pictures bra cars am import dia ba mache dia masa Okada riders no na we show but this thing we say we can pay now obi akono important the cars e dia balance wo so ye we can pay wo sorry ya wo kwa ya wo se me de kwa me kwache me tu taxi me pere can pay no we ja we say okay ene ye ko ade a chi a na na baby atie obebe baby a wotie no na kire say ade cha be fa ka no eye procedure from o qualifier ye de amount montene TV ni radio so na mo magana fo nkoda kora nka nche mu se mu ni mu nyansa maton ma adwene mu ni mu nyansa this thing e de kire anu no de e show anu no because we campaign there e wo hon mu fritete madam fu bia na otwi we campaign da uba unity e wo Ghana hanomu da na otwi we campaign obi company bi ne ba sa during I think 2012 2013 one na otwi we campaign enti Ghana card no sa ka we ko tua ka we 1.1 billion na wo be tua sa ka we say wo be ya adwuma kwa tua half 55,000 ka we net yapo those days we campaign 2 years abo so 3 years we campaign because cars na yes sakia picanto small cars here no mo de ye uba no mo ni ade na yes but bad policies enti ka we adu 110,000 woni age o ye MPP ni o ye MPP adwuma enye wani wu enye wo fele enye wo tan enye wo awerho se sa ka we sei e na ye ton de amankrofo. The victory of John Mahama is coming again.
Attention! The victory of Muhammad.
Enti na nwa mi hu se won to se National Commission for Civic Education for say amu be ye presidential debate e dey ama presidential candidate John Mahama no be I was like seriously na NCC you know mo free say ba umia no ho no level ne Mahama say ba umia nko former president John Mahama nko debate Baumia edi on the backgrounds edi enti na was a former president John Mahama any Baumia gina was one more presidential debate come di former president John Mahama the team we try no hia ho ya pa so mbe allow say former president Mahama en konko debate Baumia na Baumia kwa na was so debate former finance minister say tepe Baumia. It was if he said top Quran or finance minister, Quran or vice president Quran. I was about me debating no. Now, about me debating former president John Mahama. Ha ha. Munye serious. Munye serious. Oh, your friend is saying. And a special prosecutor at your press conference. A son and nine, a son in sa, or France casa, or so on one tank because the man in your casa. Yet a Ghana, ha. Yes, say judicial system, no, a autonomous, a independence, independent institution. Yan criticize your majuma. Oh, attack you will be a wrong. We insult to be a wrong. But it's will be ye juma. Na juma na wo ye no. Eya wo taxpayer me na na ma ya me meti hanu me ye mani abri. Me kakra wa se edu agongo di ba ma me obetua me ka no. Kwa bank kwa le taxes e me tua. Judge se wo Ghana ha se no. Omo ye edenti na wo se me omu hwiri tina wo mo kon ye kon so. They are there to serve us. Almost some ye, almost some ye, and tina ye sika tax ediatua or moka. But okasa about Jaja, yes, hey, contempt. Hey, contempt. Institutional, autonomous, independent state. You say, and na, and ne. Judicial system no are falling apart. Are falling apart. Omo credibility about from obia wo memu bia nim say Ghana judicial system no credibility gradually esinke. because judges in him say lower court ya pejano ya na to high court. Judge in him say me high court ya pejam ya me to appeals court. Judge in him say ya pejam ya me to Supreme Court. Obi nim so ya la ya kufu ada woman ya pejano ya na to Supreme Court. Enti paymasters adwuma na wo mo ye. Now what one man will say no. We shouldn't talk about them. Adwuma wo mo ye no ye nka ho hwe. Ye nya wo mo saa. Anya saa ya be fa say contempt. Eno ana won twati ya say ya work la bianca. Invade tax. Empanimfo bi na abuwa no man invade tax. Empanimfo bi. GRA Ghana Revenue Authority empanimfo bi. Customs empanimfo bi na abuwa no man tax e was wotwa no because GRA mandate so what she say obi atua tax obi invade tax millions obo mine krono ya se charge no well tia 1 million Ghana cedis di ama wo mine omo bua la bianca amana bo wo mine krono ni gina court se omo nye bone judge se omo nye bone ama ruling kwama special prosecutor was found 10,000 Ghana cedis special prosecutor say enkrofo na omo bua la bianca amana bo wo mine krono no Shana special prosecutor investigate wo mu biem. Na se really we say ba, na sa wo tena se na sa wo kasa, yes wo attack judge. Me attack judge say. Me ya taxpayer me sika na edi tua judge sika. Omo ho se omo sum Ghana fo, omo ni ho na se omo sum akufo ado. Any ministers. Omo ho se omo sum Ghana fo. We have every right, every power as civilians, as citizens of this country, say you better criticize the judicial woman because then you cheer womuka. Obiaka, former Chief Justice Awokoye, Obiaka Nasem, current Chief Justice Awabey, Obiaka, judges Amuti case so Obiaka say no, abroso. Mama, I deny you too obvious. I'm any pen who said there be. Eye mra na mudi ye adwuma eye nhihye na mudi ye adwuma but ase mo ye adwuma ama obi ama political party bi ama leader bi obi eka mo se yenka yenya ne saa na obi nya president John Dramani Mahama no nya president ena Mugabe mu mo so oma attack judges for ye jeli wom no nya president na mo nya adwuma ma former president John Mahama ni NDC Adentina under former President John Mahama's regime no. Aden no de one cancer judge for ne say Mugabe no munche 3 for no omo ye dwuma de ama me party. Entini there's no way me ala asam jelo but ye jeli wo mo de om kokotu. But e need the entisa judges ye de dwuma e de ama president Akufo-Addo na busuafo ne ministers. It is special prosecutor wa na wani abre ma tie me du ne free ase na okaye ma tie me du appointee no e ma ni je start na adwuma office kura no desk kura konwa ni table kura no wa nya bi antana so anya adwuma e wi a kire ma tie me du se Akufo-Addo ne nkrofo ne gangs e yo ma dwun so mu beku no special prosecutor Kisia Jaben de oyo boy election petition 2012 legal team anom jam de Akufo-Addo na Kisia Jaben edi akire bi Gloria Kufu no adresse no mokwa Kisia Jaben sa junior lawyers no kan na Kisia Jaben kan bi ejo obi an se Kisia Jaben yo boy Kisia Jaben yo boy ba ya Kisia Jaben processing special prosecutor and special da wo so kwa ya ma se bra be hantu obi down be fight corruption office adema no akwa ni workers ho eburu wanye na huntia wo mokada hwishi bi resources kwa de be ya adwuma bi ni ho afei Kisia Jaben no so mo hantene down and yen take Kisia Jaben ni emra things are falling apart state institutions nyina ya adwuma e de ma Akufo-Addo na busuafo judges ya adwuma de ma Akufo-Addo
see it for what it is, public information and assurances of the position of the office on the admonishing me that they have heard talk that our friends who have been elevated to the bench and presiding over cases in court do not take very kindly to criticism, especially of the public calling out variety as we do. And that if the office persists in the media releases, the judges will gang up against the office and throw out all our cases. Mind you, members of the press, collective admonition is from very senior and experienced lawyers who are men and women of the world. Members of the press, my learning of the law for the past 25 years in 3 different jurisdictions, my teaching and training of lawyers and law students for the past 17 years, my 20-year record at the bar, all bear testimony that I will be the last person to head and lead an institution to attack the judiciary. It will be absolutely of no good and utility should it be the case that the OSP is set against the judiciary, or that the judiciary is against the OSP. That will surely spell disastrous consequences for this republic, especially in the fight against corruption, to the unending glee of corrupt persons. The OSP will not countenance for a moment such an impression. What we do is a statement of our position on judicial pronouncements in the context of the fight against corruption and whether it benefits the quest against corruption or otherwise. And this is so whether the judicial decision in question is favorable to the OSP or not. And to the well-meaning lawyers who call to admonish me, I always assure them that I do not believe that our judges see themselves as above criticism. Indeed, I vividly recollect when years ago, as a private practitioner, a justice of the Supreme Court softly chastised me in open court that I was not churning out enough published articles in critique of their work, because I was a lecturer at the University of Ghana. The judge added that criticism of judicial pronouncements was essential in guiding judges, and he fondly recollected the regular publications of old in the University of Ghana Law Journal and the Review of Ghana Law. I reckoned the judge's observation with admiration. Collectively with the well-meaning lawyers who admonish me, we philosophize and wonder if our judges would do such a thing as gang up against the flagship public anti-corruption agency to scuttle its work for whatever reason. Our musings ran along the lines of, would that not defeat the fight against corruption? Will that not put our young democracy in danger? Will the judges not stultify themselves in the process? We always end with an open-ended sigh. Sometimes a sigh of relief, sometimes a sigh of concern. That may that never be the case. And personally, I do not believe that our judges will ever adopt such a dystopian stance. However, members of the press, there appears to be a developing trend of rather regressive and dismissive judicial decisions in respect of cases involving the OSP, with troubling consequences. And it seems to us that a careful examination of these outcomes portends a disturbing specter that the fight against corruption is being hampered to the disbenefit of us all. And I do not say these things lightly. 4 instances will suffice. In one case, the OSP applied to the High Court for a confirmation of a freezing order in respect of a deceased person's estate. The judge refused to confirm the order by, in effect, holding that the OSP had come too late since the person of interest had died, and that his death had extinguished the inquiry commenced after the occurrence of death. We publicly commented on this outcome, and the danger of this outcome is obvious, members of the press. It is to the effect that a person may, in his lifetime, acquire property through corruption, and then upon his demise, happily pass on the corruptly acquired property to his estate, and by so doing, extinguish all scrutiny as to the propriety or otherwise of the acquisition of the property, because his corrupt activities were not discovered during his lifetime. In the second instance, the OSP had declared as wanted a person it believed to be a fugitive from justice. The person, through his lawyer, proceeded to the Human Rights Court on an ex parte application, and the judge, without even an inquiry as to why the OSP believed him to be a fugitive from justice, issued an injunction that the OSP should not arrest the person for a period of 10 days. Members of the press, this is dangerous. It encourages criminal suspects to go before the courts to seek injunction orders against law enforcement agencies from apprehending them. The judge did not adverse his mind to the well-founded proposition that no one has the right not to be arrested, and he accorded the suspect a right not to be arrested. In the third instance, the OSP applied to the High Court for a confirmation of a seizure order and a freezing order in respect of a person who had just resigned from a ministerial position and had reported that large cash sums in foreign denominations had been stolen from her residence. In addition, the OSP subsequently discovered additional large cash sums in foreign denominations and cedis still stashed in her residence. The judge hastily dismissed the OSP's application and ordered a return of the seized amounts and the defreezing of her property, and he proceeded to lash out at the OSP for not doing a thorough investigation, without the slightest consideration that the seizure and freezing orders are designed by law to facilitate investigation into the affairs of suspects, and not the other way around of requiring thorough investigations before the OSP can seize or freeze. The judge also completely ignored the fact that in almost every jurisdiction, including Ghana, it is extremely unusual and highly suspicious for a public officer to have such large cash sums stashed in their homes, and that the circumstances of the case dictated pause and reflection and the granting of the OSP adequate time to carry out its investigation. In our estimation, the judge was only interested in the return of the money to the person of interest and nothing more. Then he proceeded to erect non-existent legal barriers to prevent the OSP from investigating the matter. I'll revisit this case. Members of the press, in the fourth instance, the OSP had issued an investigation report in respect of the grant of a customs advance ruling by the Customs Division of Ghana Revenue Authority. The report opined that there was an institutionalized culture of light-hearted unconcern regarding impropriety of action at the Customs Division of Ghana Revenue Authority, which indicated a high propensity to engender corruption and corruption-related activities. Consequently, the special prosecutor directed the opening of a wider investigation in respect of the affairs of the Customs Division. Further, in pursuance of the office's mandate of taking steps to prevent corruption, the special prosecutor directed remedial action by Ghana Revenue Authority. The authority has instituted processes on the basis of the special prosecutor's directive, which has saved the nation substantial revenue. Then comes the problem. The affected customs officials proceeded to the High Court to challenge the work of the OSP. The judge accused the OSP of constituting itself into a court and a commission of inquiry by making findings. In doing so, the judge conveniently shut his eyes to an express statutory provision that the OSP has the mandate to publish detected acts of corruption, and that was exactly what the OSP had done in the report. I wish it had ended there, but worse, the judge then proceeded to prohibit the OSP from further investigating the affected persons. Members of the press, the judge fell into the grievous fault of what he accused the OSP of by outlandishly going beyond his jurisdiction with a purported clothing of the affected persons with immunity from investigation and hence immunity from prosecution. Members of the press, the duty and mandate of the courts is to apply and enforce the laws of the Republic, and not to grant persons immunity from criminal investigations and prosecution. A court cannot injunct the OSP from investigating or prosecuting any person. The decision to investigate and prosecute lies with the investigation and prosecution authorities, such as the OSP, and the OSP has at all material times carried out its power to investigate with candor and professionalism, being minded of the rights of suspects under its investigation. Members of the press, just as it is essential that anyone accused of a crime should have free access to the courts so that he may be duly acquitted if found not guilty of the offense with which he or she is charged, it is also of the utmost importance that the judiciary should not interfere with investigation and prosecution authorities in respect of matters which are within their statutory powers. It will be gravely inimical to public policy, the fight against corruption, and the administration of justice if the court stepped into this arena to decide who should be investigated, who should be prosecuted, and who should not. That is not the function of adjudication. The danger of this startling decision is again quite obvious. A judge has in the process granted 2 persons immunity from investigation, and in effect immunity from prosecution. This decision opens up a calamitous deluge, as every person under criminal investigation will be encouraged to take out suits to injunct investigation and prosecution bodies from investigating and prosecuting them. Indeed, there is a live case involving the OSP now, in which someone has taken the cue to seek to injunct the OSP from investigating them. The real and present danger looms largely on the consideration that by so doing, persons under investigation would end up conscripting the judiciary to clothe them with immunity from investigation and prosecution. Members of the press, I do not intend to sound as though I am predicting doom, but we are facing doom, and this is it. With this development, it will not be long. A suspected murderer or armed robber would boldly walk to court with the unthinkable prayer that the court should injunct law enforcement agencies from investigating him. We are not suggesting that the OSP does not make mistakes. We are not suggesting
Madam for no lawyer, me tell on catch it. The last time be after now be say number on frame be. And obi a otie ni ne bia no. We nipa odwene o man ho arebe ho. Enti 4 cases no bobo so. Charles Bisu onua onto. Professor Frimpong Boatin sa galamsey report wo de bae no. We invite Professor Frimpong Boatin. Later we say we arrest no a afei be granting the bill no ni ade ade ni nyina abai. Edru Charles Bisu so a won kon wo court. Ekwaje injunction say on CID boss, then CID boss. Mami yetiwa investigating no, a clear no from any wrongdoing. It is special prosecutor need 2 minutes obey investigating no. To akwaje your friend is a special prosecutor declared wanted. A man date ya, 1 mera date ya, 1 mera date ya, 1 mera was so won kono. Na say, yes, utiri mu fire. Sa wonya bonia special prosecutor sheda man date afa woni legal team court ekwaje injunction ma judge so granting injunction say onko special prosecutor nso ntimi nya no hute na senya animal kingdom and such rulings ekoso bad precedents and a more setting mo ye adwuma asif say I say Akufo-Addo 2017 ena ye create judicial system, judicial institution wo Ghana ha. Then second one wa Brosoba Cecilia Brother Pa was state Minister of State a ono aye adwuma wa resign a yakohu millions dollars cedis sika woni dem na special prosecutor asem no aba court no judge na nhwe say obi ono sum wo man no eye den wo store sika millions cedis ni na account millions money laundering nyina wa be kwa aba no maba be ye no so maba be kan Cecilia Brother Pa money laundering so no so wo ye ya ono FBI USA for hwe judge na fa wo judge ni say masa why freezing I can release ni sika ma no without questioning say madam abey sika we free hin enu an say sa la bianca me kwa kwadu nkoma ba and the special prosecutor there MPP no nkasa say agu na special prosecutor so boa wo mo ama party no agu no and Akufo-Addo lawyer Pokumi constitutional lawyer ni nkotwetwe nkomon fa ne press conference briefing in someone special prosecutor Abroso. Lawyer Eyema Hai.
Ejo simini aba wa pomiti say.
Nyame no na ekuta ye special prosecutor dwumade ye ne course wo odi wani edi akire. Wabobo issues. Lawyer Pokumi constitutional lawyer. Yeah, maboni din. Ana ye ne ka say. Odi wani edi akire wa follow. We share issues one raising about on the judiciary no adwuma wo ye ya ase du ba bia so hu se wo mo undermine na adwuma e de na wo ka de afa ho.
Okay. Me tie kakra no na wo ma the whole issue as complained about by the special prosecutor no to have a bit of a certain political flavor. I wouldn't begrudge you, but I will tell you, sir, in an attempt to fight corruption, the moment we begin to give those things any political color, we have already failed. Because people will play on people's political allegiance to let them come and cover them. While they, as individuals, they will be enjoying whatever there is to be enjoyed. And as you speak, and you make when him, Namo make a chegan any be out here, me say, so we are NDC and now we are MPP. Who say, will be after a bicycle, not a per se de Mrakwanso and Manipa Chrono. Sikana wafano or sign at the bar. Men could be parties machi and conco ye a way say sign upon ye jano because you could woman say or no or ya sign sikanoa on for being from Maufi or a neere and an emma and I say no kunu and the bush and four no more enjoy size sikano. It's, there's nothing wrong, so over supporting any particular political party. Now, a basse, ye can't share one some, and I dream any near man, Emma, Mano, and Coswa. Messer will be with him in the same. Memma, MPP, and NDC in some and may do with him. Now, what Junigana, what can he? Now, who say? Sika Kwame, and Aquaku, or Faculty Council, a fire, no. No na ma wo kwan a wo na so awuru ko ukrom no anya problem no no na ama sabi o suku nsem akoye bibia wo ho yes the special prosecutor ni pakwa wo say no he was appointed by the MPP and for odiri with almost same way is he during NPP for almost 10 So then one will say, is it the case, MPP for no much because a lot of the judges now, you can't want someone. I think it's in the call when outcome, no, and yet, special prosecutor and many ejehono. Some of them might have also been appointed during the MPP time. So is it the case to say, sir, the MPP is now fighting itself now? I believe, sir, certain basic issues would be enquire and no and a special prosecutor no or but wakati Ghana for Ghana for see a per se ma dream munsama ye per se a cano share Ghana hano you me a jumadia but mamuna musumo tebi say me as special prosecutor no my mafamudia Omwa me hwe ni mu say anka mo so betumi aboa ama enuoma akoso yiye na sa okun ya yakun e betumi di kunimdi aba no enuoma enhye da enko sene na anka mepe no enu ti me bom nyina amade na mo so se ba se okira bi mantumi anya adwuma no okwan ya se me yese adwuma no a obi enko gina baabi enka se ebia melisa ankrofo we yakohye baabi na ye kwane e de aye nkrofo bi krokro de John Gidi say nea special prosecutor no ene or the buyer and no.
Okay, but enti senia wo kan o ye lawyer ono client and answer se wo courta wona wudi kan yo wona wo call last yo case no eno nche se wudi kan answer wo call last no ebetimi aba de wo hwehwe se bia wo de wo pese ye bebu ase ne aka se wudi bem ebetimi akọ se wo bedi bem and answer obedi for. But se wo share instances let special prosecutor our mandate ye de adwuma na ahye ne sa of fight against corruption. It is a wo share cases a wo di nani edi akire about 4 cases ye fa ne se Cecilia Benada pa ye yi even said ye wo kan se yi MPP NDC nsem to chain special prosecutor de adwuma ahye ne sa wa kɔ ne fie sika no ne ade na account mu wa freeze then the outcome of court ni ruling ni say untimi freezing account releasing account fanisika edemano and then La Bianca dear ebaye ya find ya surcharge La Bianca 1 million Ghana cedis we chase card ya moma omu customs no omu bua no ema ni invade tax no court say wa clear womu untimi continue investigate so we share judiciary no adwuma na womu eye no a in a case no said kisia da bi twafo nyina magana for kire se wo ye djuma but adwuma na wo ye no akwansidie dɔɔso no wo hu ne se ye undermine na adwuma wo kwan bi so
se Mary enka asem anya sini bia we be ka se me pese me politically correct me can say the situation office of the special prosecutor and as a special prosecutor and all can want some no very, very worrying. Asem kitwa no de aba betudwa e wo Ghana ha. The woman say, no more special prosecutor na ye no. Ni na mra emma no ho kwan se onye side em. Se obe freezing crofonioma. Ana se obe seize omuniama. They are all in the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act. They are there. Ya training yes so oye enye de mani nyina krafo na so okoje warrant ebi wo no ma say ne officer bia a oye mandated under the Office of the Special Prosecutor no if he has any reasonable suspicion say obi property be tainted or the right to ensure that that particular property is seized and then after that some investigation could be done in respect of it. And I believe that is what the Special Prosecutor's Office, that is what they are doing. So if the Special Prosecutor is doing all that he is expected to do, not among some of the things that he's supposed to do, after he has effected a certain seizure, so court, my court, a confirm seizure, not a court. Not that very relatively simple procedure of the court confirming that particular act of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, it now turns out to be something else. You use relative technicality to let people go free. And I'll be honest with you, the part that saddens me is where we have an order of the court saying that those people should no longer be investigated. However, where can this ever be said? Says somebody who has been under investigation, he goes to court to say, oh, certain recommendations or certain comments were made about me. Na me happy about it. And those things, court, enka na me the opportunity to restore my image. So you go. The court says, ampa. The processes are far so, and maybe I can't file no, and you know, and your image is restored. And then the court proceeds to say, how your image, the office of the special prosecutor should never investigate you in respect of that matter. But you see, where I am a little bit taken aback, and I say, near the court, I cannot, and you know, but you were a system. So if the special prosecutor is not happy as regards the turnout of events at the High Court, knowing very well that the law is on his side, he could climb up. So he could go to the Court of Appeal. If he doesn't get it the way he wants, he can go to the Supreme Court. So that is where I am a little bit, I won't use the word uncomfortable, but I feel a bit eerie to comment on it. Because if what the judge is saying, because the judge can only base his judgment on law. He cannot be whimsical. He will have to base his verdict or his judgment on law. His ruling must also be based on law. And if from the special prosecutor, near judge, also say he is wrong as law in coming up with that particular verdict, all you will need to do is to climb upstairs. That is to go to the Court of Appeal and to make it clear to the court and say that a particular order and now ruling or judgment, High Court, it is not backed by law, and so same should be set aside. So that is what I was also expecting him to do. But for what is happening now, I rather see what he was doing, is the opportunity for him to share his frustrations with the whole Ghanaian public. For them to know, say, just as I said, I find it really strange for a court of competent jurisdiction to say that somebody should never be investigated. It is like giving the person immunity.
But to the extent say obetimi aka say cases sahudo bi odi akokọ se ono nan for 4 lawyers bi kura aka say judges ni bi abon ho pono ni ade and then judge for no su bi kura aka say or ate as if say as a special prosecutor office no e court and ode ye ni awo pono ni ade no hadwen.
I think that's what I'm saying is that there were some of the comments that the judge made. Those comments, they are not backed by law, because the actions or the activities of the office of the special prosecutor, whatever the special prosecutor is doing, are mandated by law. So if you are saying, say, the special prosecutor has done a particular thing, and by that, it is constituting itself into a small court or whatever name that can be given to it, you will have to cite the provision of the Special Prosecution Office of the Special Prosecutor Act, and tell us to say that person has acted ultra vires, that is, he has acted over and above the mandate that is given to him as the Special Prosecutor in respect of that mandate, But if it is just going to be going on frolic and just saying, say, the activities of the special prosecutor, he is not behaving like A, B, or C. Tell us to say he did a particular act which the very actor or no, as the officer no the Jumano, he has gone against it. But you should not just be opinionated and be just be making statements. Those statements, won't you be embarked, by any particular act of the special prosecutor? Because when a special prosecutor makes publications of activities that had taken place in his office now, it is mandated. It is easily stated in the OSP Act. Say every 6 months biano omra men kanchire yen dia wa yes. Inioma wahu ani niema wa ye dia fa ho. Omo what you mean the omo court baby akwa see onga o investigate omo baby akwa see the omo hu. The act specifically spells out that. So when the special prosecutor comes to say mi huwe wala bianca mi huwe ewo a friend saying Dadapa mi away. What is wrong with that one? Especially in the case of Dadapa, the argument originally was that he was supposed to have come to court by a certain timeline. Time na obaye no, na kechire. I don't know. He has gone against Onwane Act. That was the argument that was made.
Okay, lawyer, Lawyer Paul Kumi, constitutional lawyer na yaneno etwe enkomo no. Andy Molas was interviewing so 1 minute bia yogurt rua na mu. Baby a lawyer now no. I was your phone special prosecutor and someone working no. Yey Ghana for any asem foforo. Because ye judicial system they are turning into. Say judicial system now falling apart under President Akufo-Addo. Share sana say ya registration science electoral commission ya political parties echo Supreme Court echo siki injunction. Die BC da die Emma da. Chief Justice Fufuro say only the announce no new key, new laws, new rules. Eda odi betna asem no so no watu kwan woni ho ba watu kwan woni ho no na program bi because we Cape Coast say ehe na otiase kama Chief Justice eko case ni so no omo ko case ni so no na de agimensa be ye no wa ye awie na atwam na wo se wa baagu ye hwe James Chechi question asin of by election before asin not by election judge a what James Chechi question so je a wo je ni ho okuro yi mu. After by election agents the question union I don't daily basis on court. Oh, said your podrianka na ntwe to no. Na konfon sem na beka. Aha, ajaji fo ebi abako. But sometimes we be say who say judges fo bi adwuma wo mo ye no. Say na Akufo-Addo court 2024 omo ne na ekwa na. That's the straight question me bisa. Sene na Akufo-Addo kwa monene na ekọ ana La Bianca case Canada moi acquitted and discharged on fan who discharged on fan who konkodi special prosecutor to investigating him but on also na boa La Bianca man di boni Cecilia Branda pa special prosecutor a confiscate season sika freezing account judge say the public na keka na wugina so etino release ni sika man ye say man money laundering na waka money laundering nyina sika wodi free Ghana head transfer ediko US ni nyina waka judge say release ni sika man the freeze na account without judge and say e mrani ade ye adwuma say public officer Cecilia Branda Pawiye Minister of State adenti ene wasa wo holy sikadient say the good them but judge say no faniko jano manenko and then ade achina wotena se be catch say contempt. Don't talk about the judicial system judges e Ghana me attack obi an no but mina yana judges for no sumo yana ye tua wo mka we can't criticize their work omo adwuma wo mo ye we can't talk about them. Oh yeah, we can't talk about you people there but the person catch your man say the podua anka na ntwie to no the same way na podua anka conform same no be a chief justice and will be by and will be koye no be a Supreme Court judge and will be by and will be koye no be a high court judge and will be by and will be koye inti saa na beden saa na be kwa kosi say ya ene be kon akwa kosi abuso for me kwana me ni Emmanuel Wilson chief crusader against corruption akwa twetwe enkomo Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Minyaba.
Now, what to say?
Yamiadum and Mompaibo.
Okay.
No, you did someone to Moya.
Okay. Yeah, you know, you're a special prosecutor. You're a Juma warrior, no. A positive results. But a no special prosecutor, I can send Bebre, who can be say, resign to salvage your image. Crusaders against corruption edges, Kisi Ejabin. Question way echo ma Kisi Ejabin, Emma ne kan chire Ghana for say, wa take oath, wa swear. So or sumune mine. Ena nipe biya no tu hu si wo so be ye adwuma biya no a akwansidie wom entinya akwansidie no ena obegina so a ode be resign Wilson edi entina wo ka se Kisi Ejabin en resign
Me that me wo gidi se me wo ye wo break akra bit me di sound komoyi
sure
me that say yedi kan mamenka se yira Kisi Ejabin minimum no in private practice. At least me follow no ne menya feedback akra about ne posture and brand no Electoral. Na say unim no in private practice now compare no to Kisi Ejabin and no special prosecutor. Ubon clearly say these are two different people. Just say Kisi Ejabin yebumu bi yenim no and yet the same Kisi Ejabin and yenya nisisi. Na Kisi Ejabin be a special prosecutor. Over the past period, one of the key mandates of Special Prosecutor's Office and its Obebua Amaya fight to corruption. And we see every now and then, yearly, quarterly, monthly, whatever, many wo any tea for your taxes. You tia say your debate development, and you be any editia Kisi Ejabin, editia ne office, the office of the Special Prosecutor. First question to see Pisa Yahoni said. All this while you setting up Special Prosecutor's Office. Then you to me I hear from the office a church say you fight corruption. The answer is literally none. Nothing, because all indices are better to be a HRPC say every now and then corruption fight in this country is becoming worse and worse and worse. The trend say we are not getting value for money. Or that office or no, and only the kind. The Atosubium. You see, in law, you will be there for any procedural law. Law and justice must not only be done, but it must also be seen to be done. In other words, the process in attaining justice, it is equally important as attaining justice. And then Kisi Ejabin any amansan di nkomo na nkoma oni omudi ye no and oni nyina di ye no ye mimi hu fi mu ne say the man was just courting public sympathy. Unfortunately, in the fight against corruption, we don't fight it in the court of public opinion, we fight it in our courtroom. The nanka ye she ni mu ne say and na Kisi Ejabin ni ye bi di nkomo ni nkobe ma ye result so far niema wetumi aye. No GDS ne end of quarterly report about Tuja. The last report about Tuja was July. No GDS unya bikanye. Share me out of that report about Tuja. A single case at Kisi Ejabin to me actual report him say obey a special prosecutor when I wait to me and
But Wilson, oh Ghana Kisi Ejabin. Ghana ha and Obeka Chay say even resources office cry diamano akadie anyho. Ghana ha na Kisi Ejabin Beka Chay say why ye juma for months salary a month obia public officer oko fighting against corruption months not 1 man not 3 man not 5 man months bebre yentua ne ka oni ne adwuma ye for ne staff yentua as apart from the deputy yentua ne ka Ghana ha wote resources akadie na ode ekoye adwuma no ebi ni ho ba ni nyina damu no time bia as and when I was with briefing Ghana for the report na adwuma awoye no onfa nkoti ye enti ara na wo kan say position no eda so kwa ena wada ena wonye hwema Ghana fo.
Fantastic. Minka se wada no onye hwema Ghana. Inti ade resource asoma kai nka me bato. But a niema mienu, ye kind the legal process, and no na me make no. Second one, resources, and only idea what can me. But my main legal process no in and some about resources I can no. And then uti asama kisi jabin kaya. Asama kanina no one is offer or patches say the court no air for street no. Or the same court and a court abuegu. Or the same court and a court a yegu. In fact, to the extent Crown say or make specific reference to a provision or on one act which says the special prosecutor no or will two means of publish matters of corruption or publish corruption act. In fact, that is it. Acts of corruption, those are the specific words or acting. Special prosecutor will mandate say or publish act of corruption. Or can one say enunti that reporter or publish onim at the current court no ebuguye. Example of the reason why he thinks that the court no air for straight no. Listen, the truth of the matter is this: it is only a court of competent jurisdiction, and a bit to me establish act of corruption. On one law and a policy and an actor or research, you know, it looks like he was just misleading the public because the act said say or would to me to publish act of corruption. One act or would to me to publish to publish purported act of corruption. They are two different things. But also reporter a multi court no ejina so ebu studio obu na ndrana. The report no says Kisi Jabin has reported act of corruption. He doesn't have the competence to determine what is corruption. He just has the competence to identify and investigate. It is only the court that determines what is corruption. These are all procedural weaknesses that Kisi Jabin passes through. It is oh yes, I am away now the court. Now at the end of the day, court no loopholes. Share Cecilia da Partema yeking. It's a court who loopholes. The only thing I court debate me I catch one is say case no wa bogu afensu kwan loopholes ni say loopholes room say case no da ho because case na start free baby La Bianca. Say enye obi na bua La Bianca. And come on, invade taxes or invade tax can tax. It's loopholes no true na juma e womua. Na se wo rule ni ba wo sanso wie sanso ma ruling say ontimi ntoaso sanso investigate loopholes kon ontimi ko rectify ontimi ko toaso biem. Listen no, the matter La Bianca case no, that is the substantive matter no. It has nothing to do with the C and DRA no. And DRA asked them has to do with the defamation. Those two individuals cannot one back on at the court. It has nothing to do with the substantive case. Okay, it's the case in the court. They are no musiki from the court. And they are no musiki from the court. Defamation. So defamation no and who ruling no and a buy ya afekwa de say say special prosecutor and entimi nton so investigate the whole case no about La Bianca invading tax Canada mo no na chese ebo anu mo ye adwuma. My messy issues no. And that case no, it never says the substantive which is the La Bianca case cannot proceed. And yes I can. Menka La Bianca case, I'm talking about Canada Mwa. Any the other Cheya Wakamwa court man ruling says special prosecutor ain't me investigating or movements say ruling there by judge ruling there by and say defamation ruling na day and the other party so say special prosecutor ain't me prosecuting one when no Kisi Jabin so after me the court ne kan ye say ye no one say court ne ma ruling we say Minyaba Andra case happening a happen our high court. In law you can appeal. Say Kisi Jabin e put the house in order. The PNC ne kwan say obe appeal case no. And then encounter oba yo ni embe have yen. Na me expect to say obe tray and processes or the appeal or the appeal no. That is what Ghanaians should be interested in. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. And only idea Ghanaians should be interested in. High Court, say, this is the ruling that has been given. You have other courts to go to. Other than on appeal, there are other instances. Court no attorney semegu. Question is, why is he not appealing those instances? Cecilia the person you cry, you can watch me. Recently, on the court, it came out that documents were not up. About your I think that Ombambe country processes involved or the yes.
Winnie Wilson and someone Kisia Jabinka, I was a public sympathy. Near our buru so the good on me, because said in a university and was set every 6 months piano or briefly or then a report eba. It's in Edwabeka now also a public sympathy no. And ya no cray, we share instances. Say or no, declare be wanted, then the next day. Suspect nipa no wa court injunction or call ba enu ni SCCC enye no krese court no the judicial system undermine the juma.
You see, and then I make a choice the law no, it is totally different from sentiment. We don't take sentiment to court and expect to win.
But common sense, come on your judge and soon as we use so common sense and so says Cecilia brother pa public officer, minister of state, a holy sikadia gun the millions dollars ni cedis. And then a bank account we have money laundering. A 2-year judge and so I'm running so that one public officer, common sense in Shunu Omojmana Omoyenim.
You see, unfortunately, in as much as reasoning and common sense, a working a court, the number one source of information and our guidance is the written law. And only the number one source. Common sense reasoning up to the discretion of any judge of a given day. So if the judge is corrupt, then the judge will obviously skew the whole process. And untina pamno chamno yenina yuni umami opportunity I met sure reasons why I don't even believe in the court system that we have in Ghana now. I'll give you reasons. But it doesn't take away the fact that the Assemble Court I will not go according to the procedural law. They are two different things. And in as much as Kisi Jabin is expecting the public to know, say, or in your frustrations, Kisi Jabin himself should also do a retrospective analysis of himself. No, who say, Niema or the court, no, and you does it follow procedural law? There are two different things. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. I know yes. Pamno, the court, we all have issues with the court. You know your issues with the court. Kisi Jabi may have issues with the court and all that. But the question is, yet then on also of closing the eyes on certain issues. For instance, when the Cecilia Dapa's case came, court no can say Kisi Jabi did not get the needed documents. It is a Odekonoko Seche Cecilia Dapa. No one is saying, or you're right, and no, you're wrong. But the question is, as a law enforcer, a special prosecutor, did he pass through the necessary and answer the procedural requirements?
Okay.
Local investigative will be an
okay.
These are the things.
Okay.
And yes, we will end up creating institutions that will end up becoming.
Me first Wilson, Emmanuel Wilson, Chief Crusader Against Corruption, or call on Special Prosecutor to resign because of say procedure and I'm so no can be into court to anani. Okay, Parliament, ya call Parliament says yes, majority MPs now working out video no ena edaso no. Majority side, majority MPs no. Okay, kind of react na what Parliament no. Eti ya hwase ye beko budget debate. Okay, so budget debate so Parliament no and ye say majority na majority no amu hia minority form one mama work out kan of react na gina wono mu a wode ne nsa sum na no pacho muntwa ntum wo me Facebook page so ase mam ohun se na be ya menya link ne wasama Ghana fo hu pacho eti de ekoso no na modi sa angrofo we mu a omo record ade ato a omo bo na afi omo ya be ka so omo begigi TV lances eti de yenya no ye hwese ye be call Parliament House na de asi kuro no a majority for no ntu hwe Parliament a omo na ejina ho no mo no omo so ye ejina ho yenim de ekoso majority MP stage walk out enti 2024 pacho mu mame mu fanto ayi ye Facebook page mu fanto mu mame na yehu okay eti yakọ Parliament na ne esi wo hono no yama omanfo aso atime ba for your parliament na kwasi bofa parliamentary reporter yanko ni yanko bisa ne de yakoso e wo parliament sesi ya nana afternoon sorry hello nana
hello papa
eri na yakoso parliament ya wusa videos ayenya no MPs no asori kanoforiata na gina ho no doku agina ne nchen MPs na sorry eri na yakoso parliament
ma chi papa ba eri babo de tuna yes I could na and budget debate na no almost share some of the better year and about minority leader case that to force the statement 1 hour by our unit here body so another 1 hour by majority leader no statement about issue as so our body so now so finance minister honorable Kenneth Oyata so ebe yes family na had the mouth house no now na akase you put two question where they adopted the budget statement 2024 budget statement and the economic policy no only to be adopted and also to approve now where you know na there difference kakra bi wo say up to do na is not the entire budget not really end of the process Omuya omako budget allocation omuya allocation na omaya appropriation bill e hoso no e sem wo kosisi ya appropriation bill and there na omo edituma na the entire budget has been approved but when omo adopted the report and I say statement and I say omo edge e dey atin say the bekan no omo dey ato for now about the sole document of parliament until omo ye the speaker put two questions say you are more happy to say, yeah, you need to know, Monka I, or Moka, what dear, and I do one person one can do. Nina, and voice, I know what him pa. The speaker, I can say, I think, or did it say, or Moka I know, or more Anna Enya, they say, don't go no, Enya, more body so. Now, so honorable Amako Fibua, deputy minority leader. Sorry, yeah, on order 1132, order 1132. A challenge speaker opinion say on it omunyade into on speaker nyade ewo legislation na what take home into what challenge by head count no na I say obi aso de gina ho na ekenkan no and now say the speaker be so go bia no waye enti eno no mo fa enti oyeye no ana majority leader say to say so sorry ana say or raise objection on Amakotubua na application na why before the speaker no na some of the speaker and say head count no authority say there be a choir or the process no fashion no we be can say or abuse of process or abuse process no into all first speaker say or dismissing the application because I'm trying to claim then na you say but as I on the say or you should abuse of process, or person abuse process, and the speaker end this message. Okay, yeah, and I'm a deputy majority leader, and therefore for the market, as of what I say. Even that speaker, a car, or conclude say, and I think Rosaka say, and the eyes have it. And it about a decision and not a ruling of the speaker. And it every ruling there, and can speaker. So we also challenge speaker ruling now. Exercise or coming under substantive motion. And we will be coming as all coming under substantive motion. Now or the back, not the challenge. So procedure no and idea may you it take time to create this and finally back about the challenge or more a ruling no. And the come by and say, what kind of speaker can say? There be what this message first application now, majority leader yeah. Say abuse of power and abuse of process there. I am requiring so the more use and the okay and our challenge and the deputy minority that can market can also say also can say there be speaker Also, just as a speaker, and the key, the word I think, only definite. Your opinion and our
okay, Nana Kwasi, head count no na creative way na ma basa or Parliament House one now.
Head count no and na creative way na.
Say hair cut. Hair cut the hair cut.
Some of the members need ho. And here na kwa say the minority may have a way out. I reject the budget, and I'm
okay, so in Parliament, the majority side, MPs need the minority side, and
one of my but the say honorable MPs Bernie and Sabi also Jacko Senior or our Canada OECD treatment. Who say Muhammad Yaraga anymore, and who says the natural role is so, and say you know who I mean almost what you're almost side and also Nipa Bear and 90 so anymore.
But say all your majority side videos I answer can all your majority side na emudi da hopa omo de wutumi se emudi da hopa
but later no mo be failure but the me betumi aka say me de mania formulo be almost 4 bi so eni ho and the new how I be affect some count is already no mo bro almost by one by independent no by one and you say you mean say we na be kwa na na say we be kwa na but every man working out no dey. It could be say ABNA is not in their favor or not. I don't know, but unless they account me, I mean the real numbers because that so that be working in to say we na do more working in. I'm working and about majority side. And see as for what reason now more dey me say speaker can't say young council no mo udi a bo udi ana wa sorry ni account but almost sorry ni on council I want anti atena ni edi man. Say young council or my parties no and I know and now majority to make SK for but if I can't say the body and no so they on the account I want to sacrifice you the class by almost there I say speaker has not been fair to them on there because actually the majority policy as say young council so the council no council but actually may say the body and no so any account no one not
just that the eyes have it no minority for no amugie no mu nyaye omu na win that ruling no
the first one the majority for the rule and nyaye but second but that decision has been challenged by the minority for head count the head count na papa asomaba.
Okay. Ejesi anugu so ayekase no minority for no ti ho majority for no omo se de yi omo so omo ha ne sei omo ya asapon ne sei
omo ya asapon ni na ne sei process no ekoso no omo fi say is not being fair to them into omo work out no isabre nchom be yen so for chia mu ewo ha atitia na yakakoti omo se na omo ya asapon na omo ha na yakakoti ankasa majority for minority for no omo tete ho. But what I say, more numbers, to reject the budget, I see another case. I was the one saying about my Supreme Court that there are so many half of the members to reject it. And for now, there only half of Parliament now. So 137 against 138. It's really half.
Nane, honorable say chairman sabo nsumuni enya we said because omo address press enti okay yam pick life na yenko yen say omo address na yenko.
If a member wanted to challenge, he would have then to come with a challenge first. The member just got up and say that on account of order 1132 is inviting the speaker to do a head count. That was not a challenge. So that was the issue the deputy leader raised. Then along the line, as we traveled, The Speaker then said, well, he made a declaration he expressed an opinion that he thought that the ayes have it. So the member could challenge it. You are all there. You're all there. You heard the Speaker loud and clear. Why should a Speaker beat such a hasty retreat from what he had said? He said to us that he thought, and I'm quoting him, that I think the ayes have it. That is how speakers make pronouncements and determination. I think the ayes have it. And if he's convinced and persuaded, then he go further to say that the ayes have it. Or maybe I think the noes have it. The noes have it. That's how it's done. Once we say the noes have it, then the determination has been made. In this case, he said, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Then you have a speaker making a U-turn, a sudden U-turn to say that no, he didn't add that the ayes have it. He just expressed an opinion. You're all there, you heard him clear. Unfortunate. So we think that the proper thing should be done. So we raised these preliminary issues. However, when the dust settled, we said, okay, let's take the vote in spite of the initial objections that we have raised. Let's take the vote because he was insisting on the head count. Then we said, okay, we are available who are not here. So all that he's doing is to play for time to enable them to come to the chamber. That is it. That's all that it is. What are the names of those of them who are not there?
Honorable Ayariga.
Ayariga is not here.
Honorable Senator.
Sam George is not here. And Senator is not here. Ajekum is not here. And Jechi Kwesin is not here. There are 5 of them who are not here. All that the Speaker is doing is playing for time. What kind of thing is that? We insisted that, well, we're raising these preliminary issues. But you insist that you didn't say that. So I dropped it. I said, okay, so let's take the head count. And he said we're going to do the head count. What was he waiting for? And for good about 30 minutes, he's not doing anything. He's sitting down there. What's the import of it?
And now adopting a division procedure.
And now he says that, oh, we should get up and then go and write your name and then vote. That is a division. Did Anna Kofi-Boa call for a division? He said he was calling for a head count. So the Speaker now wants to inject himself to say that no, it's a division. What kind of attitude is this? And that is why we left the chamber for him. That let him do his own thing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the import of what you have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll speak to you again. That's all right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dean. Thank you.
So you just have the majority address and news conference in Parliament.
I was for the Electoral Parliament House no enti na Siri Muhammad ti yento aso mfamfio. I was for Zami Nyami adom.
The radiasi. My main fan.
Siri na so what to say?
Alhamdulillah. The Yanko party. Kana aso wo say.
MBA di fi.
Na ka say MBA di fi. E na MBP for ba ba mu.
Zami.
Nana. Abenchi awie na menchi ati for ne awefo na menchi alaje suso. Na ana ye ukada. Na men sensam ne doso.
Ana ye je ma woda.
Yeah. My baje ma woda no so. Bansa enti betina mu approve.
Yeah.
11. Enti nese majority are working out. Me Parliament almost standing orders no. But per DC no logically it means speaker bit me atenam na minority for na Parliament no or more I can say I disapprove I reject 2024 budget in simplicity. Always o say chairman sabon person no chire the NC of Parliament. Omoya na sometimes we to miss as a speaker na say ono so can say as a me be na so obi ani no agugu no speaker tini ema ruling no ono na sorry na deputy speaker of Parliament no about betin no akwashi asset aside speaker ruling no setting rules and it's going on and it's a majority for working out wa eni Ghana for only majority sat in the parliament and approve it, Speaker Antina Muna minority reject 2024 budget, And I don't know. Now Antina and chair so biana and penny if you be
but after say the natone Mahama Yarga Jechikwesi no mutimi for Mukorum.
They can we can the budget and approve it. For me. Or no can waka minority for the parliament or no majority no can in the parliament. Now don't want him the entire or more running away from my head count na speaker here. You remember Ilavi? Sarajwa Safuni Ghana ha. MPP 40 ni kofa obia ni pediane se Sarajwa Safuni nose mask ekatana no
chini
no kokotena ho. We na Canada Japan camera captured. We so be president was why incorruptible. The application in sem na opie no koye. And then Yakopa Dama, there's no COVID-19. You will be any. And to be a never true, you more than pager. They know say they don't have the numbers.
In the head
now, if we say, they say, who majority, who are numbers than the minority, what's the minority MPs, Makumako 5 in Inho, and Intino, a Yababa Twaba. Yababa, it means you know what we're and the speaker said for verification, you board in the never true, and you will be original. So free so one numbers no. Would you work out? You will not.
Because only if you
they don't have it. Because MPP always runs away from transparency. And think como percent claims and two rooms are not the crowd for back door. That's what they want to do, or they have wanted to do. So speaker, Onyan and Naso now more rejected budget for Kankawi. Budget 20 December ni ewu mi won't so be a dibro na hon komo omo montu ni speak and trans mama sana me fa na ni metwetwe from
because metie honorable Isaac Adongo and honorable Rekitega mo kasa mo cookie figures just say
budget ni bia a fraud
yes
o kan for that no say signal chef ita say easy. Who said so? Say camera ho. Me say people that knows a can ofrata. Ebe catch us say papa we. The no TV so no abonten no nyesa na otie.
Oye wiki dankasa.
So who say camera ho no I no more bomb as onim kasa.
Pretende.
This to be kasa so on for bada. Na so kukwem.
Na the power of how bada or to say. The power for bad.
Power Bema for bad.
We can over at us on for bad.
Yes, offer I
said, just one of
the sir.
As a father.
To Speaker of Parliament, we encourage that you know, Kramun to Krana Nanayanquanim. Nana.
Okay, but no, Mama say, I tell you, I'm allergic to issues.
Well, Media Ubisamia, I think it's very obvious. Say, Nedi Kanya de Inchia. Somo ebe ma hwefo ne etiefo nyina na me de akwanya no etwa ye flag bearer the nation builder 24-hour economy vision John Dramani Mahama and na order your parliament in sensem no I mean it's pretty obvious me dey me want to say at least from Nigeria too. Ebe people ne. Minim record bi a kire say abedu parliament na ye kokan wan kasa wo budget a wo de aba. Na wo dwane free parliament say onjina obiom na obi pesa osisiu. I been who be da since 1992. Ebe people ne. Enti me who say all these things no science a kire obi biara say bibi kese bi atochiba ewo MPP abanbo mu a je se ebi mu kura wo ho mo de mo fi se yembo mpae na wo mo entumi yen kudu December 7th no na yen to aba no isa ze ne ekosoro enye bibi papa clearly we say game na majority for no episode mo bo it is very very clear game but I'm struggling to get to some of our MPs. Na yate woman side of the story. At least we mo di abetuja ama yate. we need to also understand the other side of the story. Na yehuno direction NDC for no so pese fa. Ye de ya adwen mu pefe say Ghana for omo ajenkwa ba ko a wo sa MPP aban we mu the minority in parliament and the speaker inti bibi biara wo mo betimi aya ye be ma aban we ejina de nan so aye dwumaden aye ne sefata no wo mo so inti na ene obomu say majority for one kasa edwane free wo mo budget. So let's see how it unfolds until I hear from the NDC side and so na yehu sani anyoma no ebesi akọ.
Okay. Honto yemko special prosecutor ni issues matters sefimo ba.
Na ma me emfa awoda nsam sronkonkoma omampeni John Dramani Mahama. Iman happy birthday. Na onono sane yiri di birthday omumu ni di. Ti sane onu susu di a onu ne yiri ni di. Enti ma me Lodi. Ma also happy birthday. It's a moody boom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mani
efe. Ukuna shewe ni munyam. Said there was what show ukuna ni munyam. Bema die edenia. Me bema se bi wafa ni yirechi. To me and shada nye big deal. Nemum obano mami ude mami nemum obana wafa yirechi akofa no enne cheso ogu yire ni mu ase anas wa show yire ni munyam
obano a ofa o yiri echi
ekofa no ni sunu ni ban no ni nipa bia no enne mi hu se be me ofa ni yire chi no oba kwakoti so yes wa hye ni yire ni munyam because se oba we pa na be ma atimi asa na yire ho akwakofa no na still la oda so e ware ni yire no a.
Okay. Manenko Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim ho Banda MP yene ne nkwatwetwe komo deputy minority whip ne nko bisande ekoso parliament. Alada, praise the Lord.
Hallelujah, menaba.
Na ade na ekoso parliament a kenoforiata ba budget approval anya ntie se majority side a stage workout. Ade na ekoso.
Yeah, I think we MP area. Don't say area na yamutio. Le aban say about parliament and about the budget debate. The minority majority leadership no at force in the league kasa o kasa 53 minutes. And honorable official members so kasa ono so kasa 46 minutes. And to mukasa we na was a speaker of parliament I put to question. Into a put two question no and a majority for no can say yes and a minority for no can say no and no can say not jay ni say more yes no and they do so who can say yeah I can say as on what declare say okay more can yes general correct I think that I have it. And the Nanka or the first one declare result and say the highest have it. Into one kind of I think the eyes have it na an honorable Amakufibua, deputy minority leader. For no reason objection by order 113 through 2. The speaker can say I think the eyes have it and I say the nose have it. That ruling of Mr. Speaker we challenge. And the end of the people say, why be here? We say, see, the eyes in the young, the major say, and you're not 20, and the young hair count. And a majority of them say, the young hair count now, only Lucy. Into me, as an ambassador now, by Tama, they could draw no more. The panel was a monomal. And I speak, of course, and of course, the hair count no go you both there. Now, what for another Marco said, they are minister dear on the end in the Twabanabi. Into a cast, and I don't know there. And you no more in a Twada and no more walk out. None the majority from walk out. None the
But sir, majority are working out. Matisa na was HMN sabo so keka mo side one mo MPs best 5 a woman ni one mo. Still na mo do so say wo.
Oh, na the HMN sabo to kind. So only say any 137. Na ne pa 5 anywhere. Then there be better 1 2. And the captain yanja hair camp other than against organ. Aba. So why would you tell me to say
hello, okay. But honorable Yansha 2022 this e-levy issues in the buy no. Ya kaisa mo work out. Ama sabra no majority for a car one mo hono no. Omo pass e-levy. Some mo hono no kwem se mo ko challenge wo court kwa ma obi ko challenge wo court kwa ma ye bogu say mo ko ye no kwa de na kire se mo work out kwa no nche ma ama enti ni e-levy ye pass yi e just majority for so work out dia se ne procedure bia process bia se koso bia na betimi akoso ama maye afa budget no ho ana
na speaker na so send the house ma ye chen ama na be kan yo work atre
say mo twese speaker ba suspend proceedings into mo twese obeba no abadeka
I work out and I speaker I suspend proceedings the chen ama na ba
enti speaker ba omubo ma mo na chese budget ne no ida say ye be pass and say be reject
speaker nyama no ruling oba head count and obey
okay yeah that's it enti say na omo my
omo my apetu na omo so adomanu
okay that's it yeah that's it yeah that's honorable okay honorable Ahmed Ibrahim MP Banda Deputy Chief Whip Minority Chief Whip and so ena enne kwa enti se ne ekeka no an sa pepenity omo nso enti omo bo delay tactics bia ma omo nkrofo ni bi ababa be wem eno an omo
the foreign materials ba be wem
but enye possible
omo nya hu se aprawo border no e say inspection na tight no any about to go it's easy to read them anyway na na mama nto amasem so na me ma president Mahama happy birthday na sima me kan say be ma de kenye so be fa oyirachi
nya bone
yes bible kran ka senti anemu mo ya ye no famra kwan so nemum oba na obefa oyira kwa echi akofa no oba no suni ni ba na chesa oyira wabu na nimtia na so mu na nimtia ebi amikese oba no akofa no oyirachi no sebio na ho ofe ni nimdie ni suba kra ye sene oyire ni sini nyina echi wanya oyire woda so na yire ho na mu matwa fa echira kase yes wo do ma oyire nemum so ba na akofa no sebi oye monyo omo number wogu yire ni masi
poto
na bejina bejo na my beautiful Rebecca and so do birthday so do birthday so do mi ama ya pek wa funo ho na supi kofa o yire chia supi and ho sensem and I dey abanti I don't know president mama happy birthday na and so
I say ultimately ko you be lesbian partner so a problem
yeah
say ukunu part me ko you be lesbian
say ukunu the tell say so ukunu ko fa lesbian we chia like so ukunu beti ma ko fa ni uncle Bema yeah it runs in the family sure ti no ti ano ajuye na on a serious note special prosecutor na de kutemo hai Office of the Special Prosecutor Act 2007 Act 959 in Kitami. Na Oko Act na Act 4 it talks about mandate of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Oba Act 3 that's 3 it talks about functions of the Special Office of the Special Prosecutor. If you want more now Oba Act 50 talks about application for confiscation order or pecuniary penalty order. Then Act 54 no talks about procedure against property where a person dies or absconds. That's what Gani. Nana yankai Act 3 no. functions of the office of special prosecutor. Or say, to achieve the object, the office shall A. Investigate and prosecute cases of alleged or suspected corruption and corruption related offences under the Public Procurement Act 2003 Act 663. B. Investigate and prosecute allegations of corruption and corruption related offences under the Criminal Offences Act 1960 Act 29 involving public officers, politically exposed persons, and persons in the private sector involved in the commission of the offence. C. Investigate and prosecute alleged or suspected corruption and corruption related offences involving public officers. But okay, my can't honor. Over D honor na D no say recover and manage the proceed of corruption. We office of the special prosecutor na juma yedi asha nsa parliament hamani to me Ghana yamani to me so mfanye na juma no na yanko at 50 no at 50 no eka se confiscate obi eja pade anaso ode nsa eto obi eja pade eso or say 50 at 50 no say application for confiscation order or pecuniary penalty order or say where a person is convicted for corruption or corruption related offences, the special prosecutor may apply to the court for the following orders. A confiscation order against property that is deemed to be tainted property, or B pecuniary penalty order against the person in respect of benefit derived by that person from corruption or corruption related offences. Enti se special prosecutor esusi se nana wo ye kankane poni dream bi no be yehwemu a otimi court ma court money to me na wo eja pade awo wode ne nsa atoso ko so be ne hwehwemu awie ene ye ata ene de ma special prosecutor ne mra ode ye adwumani court na wakobisa na court money to me na wa freeze your properties anasa japade be freeze bia obetimi anya bibia freeze otimi ne nsa to ne nyina so na amakwan amwaye ne hwehwemu but
in a case of Stella Blanda pa or court ne koje that Emma court granting okay over 54 no at 54 no procedure against property whereas a person dies or say special prosecutor shall apply to the court for confiscation order in respect of tainted property if the person from whom property was seized enti se uwumpo na se anase wedwane ye special prosecutor ye wase mu hwemu se we unu wase mu hwemu waja pade bi ofi se ho asemu a wotumi ede ne nsa to so anase nipa na dwane a wotumi de ne nsa eto so was say where the special prosecutor applies for confiscation order in respect of property under this section, the court shall therefore, hearing the application for the confiscation order, require notice of application to be given to a person who appears in the opinion of the court to have an interest in the property. Tiamfan says, so when Japadi no yawodia, well, oko, but obi na rechri, and a wajani ubi na Japadi nechi. Sani pano koko twa awoso no koko chirim ekoko ginam ko chirim enti special prosecutor tini na juma pepepe na ene President Mahama asimo kan say posterity will judge his contribution to Ghana na me say asem no eye case enye case say President Mahama say okesi Ghana eye case on how Ghana for you treat Mahama nana se wo de wanoka busisem egu obi a onni hunifo a edane no me edemaw nti eye self case Ghana ye ni ankase ya trate to ourselves ene di aba ene President Mahama e 65 years oba be di no 4 years be wie no na or 70 years ti 2020 say best on 2025 and 2028 no wenya 70 years or for failing in life bibia we
President Mahama once again has been vindicated. President Mahama over the years kasa de koso e wa atenmu atena ye entechia a koso ho Emma Ghana for nya gidie ni arehemu wa atenmu atena ye a o hye se e dangerous to our democracy na oka na MPP for tiagunu sise mobro no ma bedi na tem nanso President Mahama asema oka nyina na nkofo abefu ano so beka asem kro na so fi MPP one of them Kanapa Minister for National Security one na share just kwesi anin yeboa the immediate past Chief Justice the only Chief Justice ayabod ko adu sa wo ye kronfo wujie the mudia $5 million wantimi anyi ne ho anu no de kwa ahomegiem when catch and say debia ye the political case ba court wa na aban mebu ama no dangerous Emma Ghana for nya gide nya rehemu ewo atemu atra yinum ekoba ne saa enkrofo be famra hwo musem aye de ompeso mo ya emfasum biema ohwene no ka kire no open eye forum no ka asem na de kire no Justice William Atuguba enso na no ne lecture say yes de Ghana ebeka the same thing enyama wodo a ekoso ho you will retire a court of appeal judges almost will be repeated the same thing and then your office of the special prosecutor himself another appointee of a Kufuado government was it on person because Ghana we are doomed but was it we are facing doom but the truth of the matter and said no person can say Ghana we are doomed or can some or citing 4 cases. Nana nya ha na no amebetra na meka desi ye no. Na maka me say before nyankopon bo nipa no. Nyankopon ambo nipa onye said the uncompleted building. Nyankopon ambo obi oye incomplete and that's incomplete. God created a complete human being. Nyankopon bo nipa odimu enti ansana nipa be ko skwa kosua se de sisi dan no nyankopon amasawo ni kro na adwen de sidan enti ancient times sabre no na omonko architecture school civil engineering but now omusi dan ya eye stronger than ene obi enko law school enkosua law embeye lawyer embeye judge no nyankopon ama the sense of reasoning and sense of judgment a wotimi se we papa we bone wuni we di asem a wasem a woka di entosum we di entosum nti we di bem we di fo nyankopon abasa nipa omba nipa da sanni sanim die no nipa ko school kokosua medicine no na nyankopon aba nipa nim dia e de sayade enti Africa many years ago na Africans black people na ye omiye brain surgery I am found to computer so as from ye brain surgery in Africa unko school da nimdia nyankopon de manipa nemum school ni nimdia ne dia ba say di obi nimu no a wu nimu no kone ko sua bi ene na di school e baaye entina meka se yensua nyansa wo school yesua nimdia e wo school di obi nimu a watro de ato wo no wu nimu ntimi so kwa akosua bi na wo de abeka wo de ona de abobra ti yesua nimdia wo school yensua nyansa e wo school na law no mo kan nyina no nyina so natural justice ade aye papa ye nyina ni bone ye ni common sense fie nyansa ye ni logic ade logic ne say ukika we si we ni mu a make sense ukika we si we ni mu a make sense itinyama mensa natural law logic and common sense emra na nu anie enti ruling bia ye de beba nana what the common sense to ho na say make sense a problematic ruling bia ye de beba bia nana what the to scale of a logical scale so a enya dwuma nana make sense ruling bia de beba nana we use common judgment and as a natural law nyankopon de amade to nemfa a problematic one he mentioned Sir John Sir John government official wodani mpasu kura wo no da se aban adwumani ani de sikatua neka etiye fa kuntuna ase amo maga na japade enkwa ya di ama ne se ono mo ho ban ne editua neka no na otu galamse wom na wasan de ono company no wakoto pick up no abedonate di ama aban se forestry commissioner no da no no abedonate di ama mo se omfa enko protect ono no mining site okwa yemi wana Ghana for him se company ne se John dia may he so rest in hell. Now wasan fa forest guard I the taxpayers money tua ne ka so mo nko bo ono ne galamse site ho ban Achimota forest is here reserved. No, I check the man bushing for. Within these few years, we occupy all these properties. Na asemwa ba ni wila likia magana for nyina na special prosecutor. Ghana say a man at the man or act 5959 no be creating office of the special prosecutor and say corruption and corruption related offenses and ade osu se kankan pro na adwiri mu bia no special prosecutor ti bi wam kwanhwemu na sena ne kobasa abanja pade Ramsar site abanja pade no bia bia adwuma ni na se wu na se hu se woni we mu a na won suspect corruption na special prosecutor confiscate all these properties say mo ayesimu na mundi ade ama mo forever no mo de mo ntwen na menye mi hwehwe mu nwie miyemu hwehwe mu wie na se wanfa kwambone so no nya ya se nya o ma ne dia o may enjoy forever we dey court a na judge abosa asem na to awu me nkote e se sa judge no oba na otena sa case ni so no e se John Adamfo say
oni ni boko suata
say se John Adamfo pa nyonko pa eno no boss asem to gu ye
how se o boss mu egu asem we asem aye bo
aye nim se Ramsar site ya ban asase obi eno Ramsar site a wo mo beka se asase wo de me to fra hemfo ho da bi get a regional minister Henry Kotenam sa ono so na ma chenya ono so sitabi no oton according to Kennedy Japan Atimota forest obi eno sa Atimota forest ya ban japade na akodi ankrankra wi nsamansie mu court say my investigate my freeze. Does it make sense to common sense? Does this really make sense to logic? Does this really make sense to natural justice? Yet because you see be the democracy. Obianim say aboase bo anu nwie miensa. That's one eku beka. Ghana how you can criticize you see was three arms of government. Your legislature, parliament, your executive president in Aswafo and your judiciary. Ultimately criticize the president a firm hoodie. It me criticize the parliamentarians for hoodie, but ultimately koka judges of wasem. And some can was say or mukran it me can or masam recklessly.
Yes.
Na yakoda etin kromo edame ho toyen or mumpo because they're supposed to use the law to protect you and I. But because they don't want people to be posting their nose in their evil businesses. And to me, Saka come to be not say contempt. And then who said Nancy Ghana for any bar so can say there be some contempt and it doesn't make sense. No, who say I feel almost I think of contempt. I say yeah they are chow. Person right we are chow. We are their chow. Because what we say Ghana for any air basso. Use the court system. Na law no Ghana parliament here dey say ama special prosecutor to me some fanko say adwuma no. One person sits at the court and say no, you cannot investigate, you cannot freeze a yes John properties even when those properties in baby one no benja pade cry cannot. We let it go. Also mention another case, La Bianca. Nana La Bianca case ni say special prosecutor act ma special prosecutor kwan say busumi afibia no say quarterly I have a half year 6 months bia no I was say we report baba case be na we ho adwuma de na we di ho asem de na gusu no de aba we ye ni report about La Bianca and we indict Canada. Mo akwa fa so indicting ni. Openi anu deputy commissioner of customs in charge of operation Joseph Educhei. Report no citing say on the issue on lawful custom advance ruling to Labianca. Unlawful che say on na e che say Labianca sato mentua a enfamra kwan so. No ye deputy commissioner no ni ye no ruling ni wie no e na Canada moa e approve ye. And Omoma Labianca evaded those taxes. And special prosecutor here in Shishemu no. Ekosi ase no. Essence na wrong green things. Those that money no a invade no. They paid that money. Labianca was compelled to pay that money back to the state coffers. I will try 1 million Ghana cedis over. What you? Then Colonel Damuano our non act any deputy act Emma a private company Labianca evaded tax a special prosecutor in Shishimua Labianca nanka say you to some pama yamfun so we tie nika no wo mo asa for ekira court say special prosecutor report na aside to na go mani mu ase for defamation to court enkle omudin na court say yes ampamu samana me buy no yes special prosecutor report no agum hufin enti sa report no kwa me court metwam eni ho munya boni bia so munya boni bia the identity na Labianca sika ne mfa money back because o man boni bia it mean there was no any tax evasion, there was no any unlawful ruling by the deputy commissioner, but in this case these people admitted Labianca admitted Labianca nanka say sorry no not tax ni metia we am by remintia somebody gave that ruling and a catch and say you can pay this amount, you are not supposed to pay this amount. Did the Nepal cast on your and let a special prosecutor and the better just say no, that was unlawful ruling. We admitted to the guilt. And then those people now are more out of negligence. Emma Labianca evaded tax. The court is on from Subia and Tiakra Momunya Bonibia. Special prosecutor cross a move into your boss special prosecutor cut 100 million on Kutia. Then court to say special prosecutor bet my investigation be we as name him say nipa mienu we abiche ene Canada moa untimi nyom investigation bia about Labianca ma brow untimi nhwehwehwemu bia fan from him. This is happening in Ghana, a country say a democracy. Meanwhile Artin say any corruption and corruption related offences be a special prosecutor is mandated to investigate, and a high court judge is telling the special prosecutor say you cannot, especially when me doba or so many untimi nyom nsemu nhwehwemu bia. Do you know why? Canada moa contesting with MPP prime minister of parliament aba now we say ade obesin say ni kom a the bear campaign etian one constituency awoko because special prosecutor report na indicting no of wrongdoing, corruption and corruption related offences. No one person started embassy and committee was here clear no, and was here whitewashing no. Said the bill being to me issue that message no against him or the election or the contest are all. This is happening. Ghana is a democracy. Now if you have listened to the special prosecutor, said you now can no. So you be your dog Ghana near, we your dog my Ghana. Or so sweet trust no small man. Or see trust no suma ye may. Another case will make you reference Charles Bissiu. Say special prosecutor your nutrition. One the car says CID for nutrition more. Special prosecutor and Timian nutrition. Yes, one Timian nutrition. Say, Yan say, Charles Bisu Jessica 50,000 left and right from a year room to me secretary. To office. One more you almost on Kobo and Sass in Yinsu buying. Na oje dem die bondo say ya 200 na ya sitiwa adodan kwa no the one person say oh my clear without any investigation. Na special prosecutor another report to aba a onu ya ne hwehwemu a indict Charles Bisua Then Charles Bishop runs to court. Now court to a catch and say yes. When we do about so many Charles Bishop. Untimi nyane nsemu hwehwemu mane nyeye. Until special prosecutor go to hell. Ubet my investigate obia enye Charles Bishop. Entene a suspected criminal. For him to me running to court. Eko seeking judge say men found some coming and the court will grant. Without the court even giving the special prosecutor opportunity to even cross state to say why say to say why sentin and person anything film no court said that be won't me. We are not the catch the criminals etinima. Charles Bisi etinima. Charles Bisi nima enotie. Another issue kai Cecilia Branda pa. Nana uko already at na. I can prefer say politically exposed or say Act 3 no. C. Investigate and prosecute alleged or suspected corruption and corruption related offences involving public officers, politically exposed persons. Cecilia Brenapa, a political officer or a public officer was I politically exposed? What's the Kaira? $1 million. And she Ghana for so special prosecutor may say the day I reliably informed and I don't want to mention him. And don't call Cecilia Branda them honour. Cecilia Branda was begging office of the special prosecutor office or probably just some scan now if they tell you the kind of amount they discover and how they discover those money Ghana democracy is never good for Ghana and Africa. Sikani yeso wachichiribu on tumagum na shaha wachichiribu odukum na shaha we she brand and fibu na gwache say it's like sukuu ni akola a 5-year-old boy and as a class 1 student people we free school aba now ora hall na we say in the bag watu atwene ha ni socks we da ha na ni pabo we da ha sa pepepe na ni wu wa iska no watoto apete we shaha wachechire ntumagum we abono aboso we she dukumu we she brand everypumu we she politics na ya chechire sa ne gugu wasa and almost says cano and she was crying begging them say mo this can mo fa mo da mon kasa mo ba mo be hu bibia e wo me fie. Do you know what happened? When special prosecutor invite him or call my office one no omo chese u fie no e wo hemfa ana chese ni fie no ha ana mso u fie na te sen wo chire okay unwura mu a hemfa na bedroom so mu ko ni bedroom ko yes ka no and to bedroom no wo hemfa because me bedroom unwura ko on ma obefa unwura say we say we am bedroom and to us special prosecutor officers no na they were sketching and when omu ya na mse ne enko fie ne nkonko he so why expected that. And omu kodi ye no and omu leading na because already no mask sketch omu ni we bedroom was straight to the bedroom omu ko the money and go do soup. He was begging public officer and politically exposed person. Special prosecutors who are freezing accounts were ye enhwehwemu less than few weeks them court to say were running to court to say na ho chile no ni krunya ni di meanwhile more freezy a young political opponent NDC for my freezing for contractors for sika for 4, 5, 6, 7 years ya mobile my freezing for sika you come kai all those people were surviving but we just 1 month no one running to court the court to say fanisika mano because wonyam from so bia because of special prosecutor no onye hwehwemu bia pa mai meanwhile this act na dem so special prosecutor say you have the right to go to court to ask for Caesar you freeze say the betimi aboa mo wetima your investigation akosi asenye but the court say no uni sa kwa ntimi nye. And you allow all these people, all these cases about so Sir John MPP, La Bianca MPP, La Bianca a Council of State member. Now I'm saying one day we have to find time and go to the Council of State members we have. Most of them are criminals. And then Crawford will this position just to cover up their criminal dealings. Because it gives a certain amount of immunity. That's why Crawford turned Japadie Tonyama just to bribe people to have their way through. Labianca ye MPP, Charles Bisu ye MPP, Sisabrada pa ye MPP. Ediana Modikaya, SIC MSI, Heyman says MSI Modika was one, and Yasan was so. Send me Pana Abudi now, including Canada, now a MPP. So the government fee said it's making them unpopular. And now let's hide behind the court. Now, millionaire, Obekaya, the MP for Tato, na mobile, I'm so far by air, Cromford, Bana, Cromford, mobile, man, Chubia. This is why MPP always commit crime with impunity. Because when you say at the end of the day, police for Chino, police for cannot pass judgment. What they back court? And then before I go to court, because only say court where they must secure her every. And we cannot fight a corruption in this country with this kind of people. Okay. So we a judge, na se ne dia be ne special prosecutor se mekene. Na ne kwakwa ni epina na kasaye no. Ne kwakwa na epina na kasaye. Just 1 minute me wrap it. The only kasaye friend is saying Wilson. I know so you're anti-corruption crusader. But I can say I was highly disappointed after listening to him. Who a corruption crusader? Also kutia kankane prenu dream. Ghana ye din kunimo kankane prenu dream no so. So why do you still carry yourself as a corruption campaigner when we have not won the battle against corruption? And you are asking the special prosecutor to resign because then what's your business carrying yourself or calling yourself anti-corruption campaigner when you know that corruption has even intensified? When you know very well, Ghana, nobody fights corruption without corruption fighting back. I thought say he was going to support the special prosecutor near Mr. Judicial critical questions. But Bobia own say special prosecutor and confirm the Juman to her because I look when I am from so ben or yes what the Labianca send pa no ko. Okay, Alaji, me also. As I'm sure for Kwabena Bakaso.
That's very good. Asemno asefemo.
Asemno dey all kanu. Yeah, we yes ni say na kanu unti.
Asefemo a wo ka unwi.
Unka unwi.
Lady kai mene wo ekase the empire me boss si an say my special prosecutor man resign
oson resign
and yes I was so crofo do mo deal wouldn't wo mo papa resignation akwan na o ya hwehwe no by the press encounter no ye no e bon pa ese mo no so resign but manye ma yem breaky say ene at least by one kasa wo kisi ejabe Ghana fo nyina ehunu say sa office no yete ne say yemfa ye propaganda anya say yete say ye de be kwati etia pro ne kata hihye ne nti America ne sa ne say emra na matina midu e ka no hu nsensem no no be afri say matina midu no ye NDC ni na mokofa no enti na oye yesania oye no mom me ye we fi say matina midu ma yete ase say na aban no aye nhihye say onumum onkofa NDC fo emra no mo ntwe mo abo so ono se sa de no onye corruption no ye de ne ewo so sisi a ese ansa wakohwe ne esi daa no
you any simple chance wa ko you obi de
so hu ya meka no enti asema matina medu ka che yen ane kisi enso abe shemu kinano that is say bibi kese bi ekoso bibi a ewo say ye twetwe ya adwen braso den ena kisi ajaben ekafa ye court ho tama meti say one kasa no muton eka say the court is to apply the laws not to grant immunity to accused persons eba mi hu juri mi inti say asemo na obi aka o man mo ha say o mampanyin na do dankwa akofo do court na de bia be da sori na ne ya say high court judges or the 5 aka ho o china or the 30 aka heaven say appeal court judges so or china or the 5 aka supreme court or china we new chief justice ni na ekeka ho ampa say wo mo ye dia ejuma yɛhyehyɛ adwuma no wɔtie boys no ɔmo yɛ fraud no ɔmbɛka sɛ yɛhyehyɛ adwuma sɛ adwuma na ɔmo hyehyɛ ɛsiane sɛ this asɛm a ɛmfiri obiara nom ɛba ɛfiri the special prosecutor nom na ɛka sɛ the courts are granting immunity to accused persons no ɛyɛ grievous international community obi ate saa asɛm wei a yɛbu yɛ court anim ase. There is no value, there is no stature left with the dignity of our law system. Uri mnesunzu aso. Mnesunzu aso ne se meno wo yeti hei. Se BBC a yen kan anka se avene ye police, every police abe ko court na ye kodi asema ma yen na yenya justice. Into instant justice. Ere be den. And a besha says a beyejuma. Then you go back to 80s and I'm what? The early 80s. Your child used to see a no not come war. They are social ties. You go to Lagos, Nigeria. They are shishino. So the saying say on Montpellier and now the Danko Kupa the Nibamia. I said the uncle back 40 years, 30 years back. No. And who's so ever you ebe. Kisi jabe esan ka se oye no ranger ankomenam na nipa de be ne a obetimi aye edu nimre a no ko efinenu ton anko anoma yes ode ne crab afore kisi jabe a yede ne ba and yet no less a person than the Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. And the general man no kika no one sam. At say and say or no ne baba be ye juma no matinami do antumi aye no. And they say ono nko no na enam. Ono nko anenam. Esa say corruption no. Edwari wom e wo bibia. Enti wo ka say wo na wo be quality corruption na. Corruption be quality out. In other words, or Katria will say, the entire government machinery is corrupt. That is the meaning of the statement. The entire government machinery is corrupt. It is a corrupter. Because now, moving forward. Oshe se kise jaben katre say Ghana is facing doom. That is say yakopemu ono corruption on nim ene senia aban woni also mo boano mo kutia po ne katahye no wo mo yewu na ye kare sa no a wote fabrode beto chok wote Gambia number 1 ewo ahafo region wote yevenzai sogakope wote central region awo bibi na wo kwan ne ya kan hu ne say nenti a wo kwan ne ye no eye project fita kese no ekoso wo ban we mu kronu fita project ne katachise ene kronu no ene no kronu no ene nti na wo kwan ne ntumi yewu mama gabi dintiawo enkrai ha anya hwe kura no His Excellency John Dramani Mahama born homebody Emma epunsuo kura no yasone so Emma ebimu enya enom ye edi ejuma in the Labadi area womunsuo emfa tap for so many years answer John Dramani Mahama eba wo come Madina wo come miamia bebria na sika no John Dramani Mahama breso ye de bibi ma kaye nyina and no me no work say woko Accra West for the past 3 months insuo I've lived in Accra all my life
insuo to nyina echi
insuo Emma
insuo to nyina
Daddy insuo ma we are going back to the Kufuor Gallon days we free wa
we be say nti ye ka corruption ho asem men sina ho nka se e bi asika bi na wa aban mu a ebi mu ewiawia wo sika no a ye de be ye na e be boa wo oba e ko school na o ko 1 month e ba ye si we ye first year na form 1 o ko 1 month ba na o sa go 2 weeks ba ye si we first
degree
one kasa wo ko hospital ene renal unit Kolebu your teaching hospital eye jumano labadi polyclinica meno wo ekasei wo mo entumi ensensibio mu na ni nyina no efi pore ne katahye ne kro no vita na sa kro no bi no wo ka mi ya kasa no okobo Canada moadi efa corruption a special prosecutor hwehwemu efa mu what can I say? A massa la bianca sende ba ya Canada moye boni dino. Onya kukuduro ejina simpie so katre Ghana po nyina say special prosecutor ne akwala na onim ne ekoso
small boy.
Also onim ne ekoso. Na corruption me na meye. Wonim bedi ya disikaro ko. This is what it means to me. Yeah, wonim bedi ya disikaro ko wo be kasa wo be hwe o be nhwehwemu ama wache. Now, there is one critical thing of me, and that's already the beginning of my say. Me no way yet you wouldn't say God you watch dako on ya by munipa. Wouldn't say God watch dako and so bibia say obebo abai who buy the oath of secrecy in the keka ho. Then asemu na aba waka na ha eye God watch dako and the first person or the betuda. Okonya document no one. Poene katahye ben embra a yebu te say yebu no by hearts no ne wahi ene so sen wi se huni aban mu un so bibia ntre obia no, you are not accountable to anybody.
When others who have also sworn the oath of secrecy are leaking information too.
Correct. Na te say no oman no abeye na ewo ho me no ekasei asenso boache enye ne ene started won so as a deputy chief of staff amanfo te na asem siye a ye nyina ye hu A+ tese ekotwe tiwa de dankwa ba ya ebeye nsem tiwa de danka de num tom se mamonka enkogu aban no mu enum ase me no kasa ne abrofo ene nenam ewiase afa na nyina obi ate so oba ye je no $20,000 ansa wotumi ehu omampanyi dentina obi biara wo MPP aban obeje sika na wabo omampanyi ne na bodi ekiredin se fabra ansa wako hu because ye de bema wo denti what say wo mo asore akasa chia sa de no da what say wo mo asore akasa asemo aye kan ye twe ho firi mu enti me bisasa ene nene wo ekase ya omampanyi abedi ekire alaji baumia ni officer ya ni onwa ni staff ke kosei ekosisa obi emu ade ba sa yemfa haram mu because wokubia ena ode bama wo ma omu ye ekiribia haram wo sore wo so na wo Muslim. Now you are representing Islam Muslims interests. Na ye ntwetwemu wo special prosecutor office ho sake concern what say ya permanent free ho what say ya permanent free ho PDS ehun sensemene wo that what matter say the independent power producers no wo mo asaka wo mo hubium say wo mo de aban no say na nyoma siko no ebo sha wo mo say obetua no wo ntumentua enti Ghana for enhwe ni mu yara ye be sa akodum so no mu biom esa so mo they can continue to produce the power yentua wo contractors yentua wo obi biara wo ye ejuma ma aban yentua wo eno no kura de betua wo no asa da na ejuma within the MPP administration ni mu say me na me kwaji usika abrɛw enti fa sebra this this is how deep corruption has eaten into our fabrics. To say, kwala ni munne say corruption no edu baby a yentimi ye ho hwe. Na yakutu nipa say wono na enbeku entia saa de no a say eno nso na ye ye vezai alo na 419 say munne nipa beto say ono na beku etia pro ne kata hyehyɛ. But media ya make an say anye hwe kura no ene Ghana fo nyina ehunu say po ene kata hyehyɛ no adokore MPP aban no a Obamia ne Nanado eda enimu no esen bibiara na sa po ene kata hyehyɛ no the only way a yan nyina as Ghanaians ye betimi akuetia because ene court no ntimi nkuntia. Special prosecutor suya chreyen. This is the second one. Ono so suya chreyen. Besides say special prosecutor since Dano ayeka say omampanyi Nanado ato South friend say ombra. Oka say want to be ma. Besides say from that day ba pemonne ya man is ka won office wana say won fa ye adwuma. Enti mo ma buy say won so many resign because on so resign the idea you nim ya ye de be ba obium ye mo ho paye because onim ye nti ane what betu na numutu e ka tie Ghana for the ekoso wo
ko kura no mo threaten so kura kan
ina make me tell no ina make me tell no
threaten list o say
they have been threatening him.
na won Facebook so who MPP defense social media warriors yes so wono oba se oba create MPP for na omo o investigate obi ada
judges kwa be bon ho po
yeah correct
judges be bon ho po
correct so we make that is how deep the situation is.
If Sisila can offer money to special prosecutors ekonife ko search ni some dem mfa na momumudin na wamfa na sesa asem na kwa kudu court. Is it not possible say she can easily also offer the same money to a judge to say so there maminya mitrim kudim? Is it not possible?
Judge no and you be appointed no he feels his allegiance to Nipa no appointed no because some of them have been appointed wabra woman to kura say be appointed o mo akọ bibi o ye de o mo akọ no so the allegiance to Nipa no sa Nipa no so and na pro na kata hyehyɛ no kro no nyina ekoso no ya ma ye hu no say ono na ye the head ono na ye pemre mu maame no a ye pro na kata hyehyɛ pemre maame no cobra to say sika bia hwa kronu bia be si wo MPP abamu and Nanado dan kwa kufa do ne ba me a wo hye wo kronu bia obamu nti o mo okukuduro o mo de ye wo hye wo enye kwa se utie obi a ye be chi o mo tape so a ye say o mo kase wie pe o so na me de wo be ko Nanado ho na me de wo be ko ba me ho na wo de 2000 ba na wo de 5000 ba wo de 100 million ba because wo mo hye so wo
ministries ni sectors no and the sub budget sky allocate where the kwela allocate where the kwela ye kwajulu ya the kwela bia ministry we na eko etinu ya body say Cecilia brother pa World Bank $43 million ye de kwati odomu
correct
sika no omo che na Cecilia brother pa nya nse
correct
etu Cecilia brother pa no body din say $43 million and one kwati odomu no she doesn't care
because
yes
only baby afia our kumsing wo mujida because you can see our kumsing timinya go back say so one village one dam na sikana e de man no sikana
that's a list of amaju
all chewing gum what food
yedimu papa yedim tramwa na wo nam MPP office ho eni nam electoral ndiase na ne wo be ka kire yen say $250,000 yesika really so the long and short of it ne say remember me no so abamu na maka kire Ghana for say we have a duty. And that duty is to collectively stand up to defend our democracy and the only way you betimi defend democracy you know I say you betre about full abantan krono you betu aba e tia sa aba no aban no na ne wunim me hu say obi cho say obi nim no koto aba one some prominent person
Citizen Kofi
correct Citizen Kofi
yeah
okay I say obi nim no koto aba ema
the next 20 years
20 years yes and yeah 24 years in the next 20 years who koto aba ma MPP na we man boni yes not only 2024 not limited to correct not limited to 2024 beyond 2024 for 20 years come now 2044 yes 2044 from and occupying 2044 when him now to about MPP now we are man bofo
was he nsiwabo
yes we are man bofo enti say na also ye hu abato no na ye to abade tie wo muturo bebre na o ka so be wia won tumi wia enti mu sori waka na ye to abane mai Excellency John Mahama anye hwe kura no se papa ye hwe a bone so ye den enye hwe
ne populisto we mpacho onto fa mi TV camera ni siniso I'm
catching the list off.
Juma.
Waba. Duty course. You say allergy bank member, but.
Aye.
And I said we have a call.
Nyame adom.
Mama chete for mentia menua allergy na zero. Na mentia hunto.
Yes.
Odi abasubode na na e de bema mo. Ne adwumaso a mo slate ne kaba besna na obomo my Ghana nanama sometimes it's so sad say yetna ho hwe nipa binom ma omo gradually edi ebe ko how kese pa mu se enye nyame a na basam odura omani democracy no ka say da. I thank God say many soja anko ebiye media nka ba na kama yeku mi do nyame me kama ye me nko a obi anka ho kama ye ti ana mi de nyame asese eni mani bi wo a ono a ne na basam oduru no nim ne oye hwe nanama democracy pene betimi ama this nonsense will fester democracy pe I don't see any form of government ebetimi ama sa nyoma we yakoso we cannot find anything characteristic of a government meaning what type of government or what type of governance because even the worst type of governance now we are seem like aristocracy, oligarchy and all those ones no it's like he has merged all the stupidity in one fold and me baby da mo eko contest matisi say ye German no for ho na baby bunu ho baby me ko ho kodo me ka cho bia se we crowd form mo to aba ne ma no MPP for the be to aba ma no eno de I can't say much
because of primaries.
This is somebody that I should respect a lot. I tell you, I know him personally. I used to have a lot of respect for him. When you say judge, I call our trainer there. We go the same way.
Judge no do.
Oh, trainer there. Na call our trainer there. We stood and why here it won. Who Jimmy no? What there? Why Bible Jimmy no? When you na asha judge ni no? Who direct? No punctuation. Direct. Straight. Impartation of Jimmy from Damwa to the judge. Straight. And you see that in the judgment. Straight. You don't have to say Sebi. Hey, straight. Judge Bienu wo we asimo ya. Obeye say Jimmy way apart from ono. I'm telling you, hey, straight. Hey, Jimmy, you don't have to. If you read the judgment, me bana hon talk asa. Me hon fami. I nearly turned because he has said it all. Except to say, when Tonya loyalty, on share law creating or sections are no or can act. Oh, section 50 of the Special Prosecutor Act. Special Prosecutor, hey, office very powerful. It is a very, very, very powerful institution. Unim, akwa to say, Ekufodo kofa jata. Say omechi NDC for one way. Now okofa jata ne ba no. No ma jata no. To me say, wait na me dia ma o say, fati uni your friend is saying NDC for. Chomu na jomo onye omo do pekranka. Na nipa wodi to me ni ma no. Na adweye ne say one ne ya adwin wo position enti waba abanu a matanidu ede ne say gu nachi aba president office camera sine so oboni mu ase onim se matanidu no oyahuro ni awo oti ase Martin ne principle character ni trait na ode na wi ase no onfa wo se oye ni nua oye ne wo fa ase oye na konta oye ne yire Martin ne yire kura no ajolof na njina tinimo obeka oti ase that's why say what did ya mean oti ase ebi kura pa obetimi kura fa jolof ni so ayeden ejawo eti time ode ma tami Dubai no na he was not going to prosecute any NDC. They were just going to be a subject for persecution.
NDC for
yes. Oh, little did you know, say, Matiamidu, say, or criticize John Mahama over alleged corruption. Okojina, vetting committee, they will say, John Mahama will be also
a perception.
A perception. John Mahama, and then I would do. China make us the same way. So you see, will be the most clean president. Clean president. From Nkrumah Apenso. Chenwa ba mo fa ko forma Apenso nyina bedru Akufo da Apenso a. Ono no the cleanliness no. Sometimes I would describe it as Jimmy Kura. Look, this is a man very selfless. He went home without knowing where he was going to sleep the next morning. And so now, your studios are here. People had painted pictures that depicted of a thief. No sikabu futuo mkwano akoze saskano no de akoma lodina jebo katenkwai enikoto yenwe. This is how deep. To the extent say people were saying we inflated the cost of projects. All these were said about him. When Madam who said your mama for because they would let you, the listener, believe. Sometimes you go to the studios to defend John Mahama, but no more cancer now. What text them? I didn't know asumua. You are tempted to be one of them to believe the commentary now, more Eman.
But former President Mahama Kraka said there's no perfect politician anywhere.
Yes. But you see,
well, compared to
the word perfection, the word perfection, the word perfection, it is there only because of God. God is the only perfect spirit. Apart from God, there is nothing perfect in this land. In fact, ono krana body nyina no me bana hunto ka say oboli dabi. God created imperfection amongst perfection. And until the nipa yentimi nya perfect da obi enu a John Amanam hono sebio me kamfo no say why say nya say oye holy good and you Men can't say Ghana for said John Mahama will be a perfect president. No, I won't do that.
I say perfection is different from complete. I wasn't talking about perfection.
But complete. The word complete is also remarkable when you want to discuss perfection. Complete. There is no human being who is complete. There is no human being who is complete. There is no human being. There is none.
Every human being is complete.
There is no human being who is complete. There is no human being who is complete. You can debate that sometimes. It's just rhetoric, that you can. So Nana, Usahu say, Emra we, ye. Yediamu be to me say, often ni Juma. What the Mrano edi Juma na wie. Na Bianca nyoma call so no. Me da mo akrampa and can would have been the ostrich na me tutu from the mitiashim me mebedwanu biem because adia na wa ya egu sebio wani mo nyam nyina wo de ade we egu hu fi sikanti did Damo not attend on the special prosecutor meeting? He did. Only the lawyer na call true or false?
True.
And to say no lawyer ko baby wo call ye no and say na ebusa ono anu ye no enu ana mo tro ya na say de wo kan o man tro. So what did he go to court to challenge? Na judge so won so ejami papa se ma jimi nti teacher se ma fail it means me fail it ono so atron kwase asem kwase asem complete any kwase me to say be what jimi straight. And a judge not trouble crata so say Ghana for ye yankwase afo nti yanko kan na me kan ni na me hu Jimmy from line 1 to the last line Jimmy nkwa no tro Jimmy nkwa straight. They are giving us the reason why we should believe say the judiciary it is not up to the task. Anytime we can me no nyas ma me court me makasa asem sa me so hu se me kokota na ebia me ne Nasiru Nyankopon pangu bibia ba yentem Nasiru di mako police station police for say o me de me court o me di me du court won me busam se me wa no di se me ni hweka kwantoa bi ko bodua me judge ani me lawyer nyina ye fra omu owuo me lawyer ye fra no owuo lawyer owuo me judge owuo anam di ja okwan anu ti na me nya boni no me ma ye boni a prayers ya anu no so kra no Nyankopon cho Bible mu kra say boni me boni anu no
list of one sima me
me nya batimi aka me de be ye futuo ma me toko no ti hoyi ada oba ye me betena studio ha 24. I've seen a new match say or ye worse than any yeboa meko swear 24 because ada ebeji ti no untimi nkasa wo ko se wo wig na emu kankan no e fa nkotena ayo say wo ko akoye judge eji twi a. That's what we have always preached though. Sometimes we insult them to get their conscience pricked. I do so intentionally to get their conscience pricked so that at least they will have some molecule of nyanse kakra say eti chi ameye den hwe ene obi ase ne banko ye lawyer but abedu time bi no lawyer hu hia say me mabo Nasiru osme court obahimi kakaso ama misiatu na wo obi a wo beka wakoko high boys ama ma bebu wo court akopeden eti kwase say mo nti ye na court yenko how judiciary my reputation can any okay be a judge. Hey, it's like you have to walk like obi a una secret they won't person obi better. And then look at how people understand obi a judge as obi a konfo to me. And the government has formed a syndicate akufodo any your friend is saying legislature for minority and majority for a form syndicate with the judges. As I say, I'm working. A judge for it at your Ramsa site or Opa, let me do a quack so judge and a site wall. Can I deport you? I have a Kwabena plus. Nebusa Ramsar site once. It was said that Ghana for my creative special prosecutor office of the special prosecutor. Yeah, the Bechia for Ukuja international platform. So I have set organizations that are anti-corruption organizations that will chase after everybody that is corrupt and what can say you do all this and you think the Ghanaian is that stupid because Oya Gullible say Adie bia president beka Adie bia na be die chire beka Adie bia hwan ma beka say nya sempa ne te Ghana ha. How on earth does Obi te say Godfrey Dame qualify to be Attorney General? What be our boss say? Sometimes
me mamu 2 minutes na me time ko
Yankopon a ose
ene yesi me time no continue list of one see
ade aka ni no aduane
me fa no aduane me damase kwa me answer na be ko break
obi send message ma me mfa ma na kan o say
Dabi ma me ma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama a happy birthday na me ma eye ne hokani ne dofo na no ma kanafo so me ma na mo say enye oba bia na ejina be ma chima be ma na successful enti say ye kase behind every successful man there is a woman. I want to stand up and say Mame Lordina Mahama has been a woman, a force behind the mighty power.
Can I say you know?
Ewo Jo Mahama munu. Nyankopon sha no no moano. Na fa ni nko baby asebio mapomma etna. Na mapomma no enhu ne se ono ene won panyi.
Okay, and that's it. Okay. Good evening, Senior Comrade Samuel. Great delivery. My daughter arrived yesterday from school and they will be resuming on 18th March 2024.
18th March.
Or better if you
so December otifie. January February otifie.
And then they say and 20 is it 28 29. Okay, so
December
19 or better if you 3 or better if you 4
do here no Ghana card quick credits ukuta Ghana card na kuta digital address and just say sika na yede cheche ubeti aka eyabusia loan yede ma wo eji wo Ghana card na wo hia sika pa de twetwa ho wo hia sika de expand business ya bibia de a no ani so be for Ghana card no afre quick credit for 0596 920833 0596 920833 Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic Nugado go last stop Estate Junction why you receive fear be draw fear no after stroke diabetes infertility obani bema mobre wa wo ho ye no mpemu adwuma bone setting ni nyina no mpese abubu se dislocation bemu se de ye bia no ko Greenfield after bright soldier capsules so ho man mema nenom wonu adwure ye wo gina so ankasa ye wo bright garlic plus capsules so a garlic ye adwuma woni pedweme siesie ma wo ye fefefe kama bright soldier capsules bright garlic plus capsules ebusu ewo dwaso no Guadagon last stop Estate Junction bomodia na free 0261 651898 0243 83 0243 98 3906 Afenshane so samen kantra wo se wo pe coolant bi ediagu engine mu dia ene Seahorse 50x50 engine coolant eno ena make am for the amount Seahorse 50x50 engine coolant ema engine no eti apogina ne nanso kama overheating basa bia ne just one kasa unse engine gina ne nanso ye wo other grades 33x67 coolant average ye wo 10x90 coolant ya ebusu ewo edwaso papa ne nie bomodia efreye 0244 577559 0244 054077559 and that's 0540424386 0540424386 and friends so google inji mukra afa imbusabo mesha bibidro fie imbusabo mesha du papanie boost immune system no ema wankasa hu se bibidro papani woni padua no ahoden sonko ene wo mu imbusabo mesha busu wo dwaso atifo frɛ 0246208496 0246208496 Tabia Herbal Center so Tabia Herbal Mischaba wonam yo ya malaria fever wadru no Tabia Herbal capsules yade ne yam tim wadru no drowe yi abusu akanshi drug lane num ne be bi etondo bia no Tabia Herbal Mischa Tabia Herbal capsules ubenya bia to ho afrefre 0243 686861 0243
ahwefo sese me Citizen TV Ghana about 2 p.m. Pepe 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at them Citizen Show at the Bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho over Citizen TV Ghana ne be at them na Citizen Show ne them more takra de tardy for you them on tardy FM and area a bear she
yes. Munu obi adi nkomo.
Yes.
Mo yi indentures ni ade ama obi.
What stage na mudru ye? Mo anka ho asem. Nti speaker later we are every parliamentary chere say omo meka ho asem na omo nkyere hwan na nka ye to no hwan na nka ye to ama no no. Sa nipa no ba ya nka be ye de pa.
But Charles, so what is wrong with Ekufuado?
On say area say ya wo ba ya tete no. What the two bad near my back? I shall see the two bands. Those are collage, shall not say or start here. Edidia. Sometimes, who be not try so a comedy now, try so in some you na be day. A bedian.
Yeah, Kola, yes.
Not what you are not the Bonkumu di, Nasu out the Miruna, Yatia Colano. Chai, young sir, for where did Chai, for where did he? Oh, there, or share Sa family and friends, government we are. I say a yadi be a running through Mumoja. I say, dear, Omu she don't feel planning for frost na ba. And now, baby Pierre treasures be so. And now, baby, free buy in a binny hawk. And Omu 2 August 7 periods, and once night 2 be so. And almost from Funkam. Now, Bribia, the America said the Yami Yana say, the technocrats are on mine of the more Atanawa. Government beba ako no na me blame omo. Omo na me blame omo. Asem we ye kasem la asem hada. Where were the technocrats? Or where are the technocrats?
In common your day.
Yes, you first your director. Wo government change people government abeto open. And this government abeto open. And then people government as abeto. The entire the mo tena won say mo de mo nya politically appoint
person common your day.
Omo na edu sam pempen so a omo na ombe sign some of the documents. You tell them say no.
Who should tell who no?
Oh, masa.
The civil service no man of crime and yes how. I mean there's the political class, has overtaken the civil service.
Man of crime and yes. No, but never some your director.
Yes.
Say you can say emra wo ho kwan a ya wasase be kwan e fa so ayeto. What one near the about between him sign? When I sign, then you sign it.
The mama who is president, you can do that. That is vicious, man.
Oh, the point is that they will sack you. But at least you make
it. Let's face reality here.
Yeah.
Honorable, I can't say Mrs. Yahweh. Honorable, I strongly disagree with John Mahama time. You can do that because during John Mahama time, NDC 8 years, we had similar challenges in Ghana here, where politicians bulldoze their way through. You see, the canker has been with us for quite a long time.
That's my problem.
But Akufo-Addo legitimize it. They say no, one man is legitimate. That when you are a politician, you wield so much power that the technocrats cannot stand you.
Yes.
What do I say? It has been our culture all this while. We don't allow the state institutions to work. Look, Honorable, Erade Domo, mo second coming na mo bay. me maka nema mienu a awurade boa dwomama mo ya that at any point in time a civil servant, technocrats will live above politicians.
That is what is supposed to happen.
So that is what then again say obi any civil servant adwuma for 5 years. You are appointing minister, deputy minister.
No.
Look at what says Samia Oku at NLE. Onya adwuma da. On top empawada. I know this boy. All of a sudden, I am a millionaire. When you leave such people to come and steal the country, Obia Chad 30 years. Sika, your friend say Pius Ajidewo. Oh, who be that? Boy, or Jubilee House, the Nigerian one, is what I died 6 months. You giant, no, of referee radios, memory was empa. Oh, sometimes I feel bad.
Yes.
So now, honorable, this issue about technocrats, no, on to me cash because you're the above to the name. You're now say on sign. I know him technocrats in Domoye. On him so no on try the being scat or countrymen as I say. Obey even obey us, near Dodoa. The Obaba countrymen as I say, no be man a 100,000, 200,000. No, so consider the Dodoa. And do the countrymen, what is what you Dodoa?
It's the more but no, you don't do what I will say.
It's simple.
They also enjoy.
Yes, of course.
Okay, but the point is so. You see, you actually mind. The entire Kwabena sorry I bet be brainy say. You boom composure ye chi. Ashe the echo sum pempen so ya. You who say any be bring it. I don't need the baby you need usum baby you. And you know, this is the time I see starting. Say be a advocate. Say, Yankopon ya dom na say. You're John Sam baby ma. Ade ba kwa wo pay hu say technocrats and civil servants
first and I say overall a minister no.
So how can the chief director rise above the minister until say best sister emra?
Yes.
Until say best sister.
But is it doable?
It's doable.
It is doable. Okay. You see, when we constitution way, ten be among folk complaining say it's the constitution that is bad. I disagree. It is the implementation of the constitution that is bad. Mejitum said there are some areas of the constitution that here attention. But I'm telling you, say, Sanke the constitution way ya Juma, and Kanya ne ekoso or my women ekoso no. The bottom line is that Mejitum say was President Mama Pensone other government habano. You similar issues. But you see, the constitution was made in such a way say we will have a reasonable precedent. A presidential constitution.
Okay.
So we have a reasonable president. No, yes. Obia ni o envisage say yebenya president a obeka se media memfa hwe ho ne obeka bia memfa.
Se metweska men ko parliament ko approval.
Men ko approval and the Bank of Ghana a finance me deficit a me wo. Ma print sika ma finance me wo. And I don't care. Nyoma ekoso o manu nyina say obi e bone a no obe clear no. All the constitutional nyoma breaches akoso ye yi nipa free court. Ye bu judges, ye bu all of he doesn't care. The constitution didn't envisage that. And none of our president in the Fourth Republic aye nyoma na kufu ado aye no.
That
enti ono na expose a flaws a ewe constitution no.
Yeah.
Enunti enka normally no me my chief executive officer ewo this assembly pen time this assembly.
Okay.
I was a chief executive officer.
Okay.
There were occasions I will go to my director, this is coordinating director, with a proposal. I say, Honorable Wade, the law doesn't allow it. He will go and bring you the Local Government Act.
Perfect.
The law doesn't. He will stand up to me.
That is what I'm expecting.
That is it.
He will stand up to me.
That is what I'm expecting.
Director, and the Ben said, "Okay, just say, we have to go here. We can't award this law, this contract here. Let's go to the regional coordinating council. Tender no our region. We will go and do it there. But you see, and then the district coordinating director or what district no cannot do it because Ochenebe transfer.
Yeah.
And he will not stand on his feet. You see, the message cannot be good. And you tell me, say, the messenger cannot be bad, the message can be good. It won't work because the personnel and I don't matter now. Nipa no otisoro no. The message
is as good as the messenger or bad as the messenger.
enti ni suban no permeate a kosi down there enti suban na ono wo mu no eno ana obi a wo enti enya se ye law no na eni ho ena enya se law no so en protect enka they are law to protect the civil servants say from political interference. But look, one who na no see of Ministry of Finance no one who be pay e wo my way mu
yeah but
say finance minister akọ present budget na me no yen e appraisers of the budget. The people who present omo prepare budget no the people at the finance ministry minister na de nyoma nketenkete bi na oyo enti me no na yes appraise budget no say budget no e be serve you need and I serve you need na minister no ba parliament no the usual ye mo say man of parliament na nsi minister oba ya na nko for almost 80% omo pen no enti abosoba wanya no parliament no okoje abasobo no
koje fans no
e wo fans no e wo Ministry of Finance and the people who are clapping and here to asori nyom ho no are people who are paid with a taxpayers money omo ye civil servant. They are not politicians. Enti when we are condemning the politician for being rowdy our parliament, we must condemn those civil servants at the Ministry of Finance. And no, and for independence, me need finance background. But say me finance background. And a president, I'm appointing me Minister of Finance. Me could do Minister of Finance. I will sack all of them.
Are you sure?
I will sack them because I cannot work with them. Because no NHS say they will sabotage me if I leave them there. They will sabotage.
They will not help you to do what
they are no more. It is for no reason. They are saying, say, I was a civil servant on a political. Send a buying beer, Babano, Mudi Munim, dear. In fact, civil servant, a lot of them have got the knowledge and the Nimdian Nyoma. They can be better politicians than us. I chamber no. But a man is open so by sir for you want to ho.
Yakoye.
Na koye, ne who say dear. Unim dia wono, o dia ba, ama ye nyina ye hu say me no nyina ye ka politics na sem. Ba se mo anya sa, na minister na be present wie, na obedru fie, obedru office ho. Afa na mo bebo mu nsama no ato enwuma ma na o kina se minister ne sesa na another minister na e ba, e de na mo be ye.
Yenim ko enim dwane.
Yenim ko enim dwane na mo no.
Anyway, Adamo.
Ayi,
budget ni yenwura mu straight. Near the ababe see economic issues. Between JM and Baumia, but my be budget from which I
okay, meaning budget no. I'm saying almost 400, almost 309 pages.
Yeah.
But me no best summarize the budget no. Send it ya. Did there any bro for ya can na ebe can bread and butter issues your budget no. And here. Now the seat any yamfa ade nsie nipa no on say budget presentation and kasa minister be present yi o present be 49 pages meji tum say a summary of budget and o present here enye the full budget now so say o ka kire Ghana for say matete taxa ewo sanitary pad so taxa ewo electric cars o wa person o be assemble electric cars o import nyoma na metete so enti metete nyoma baako mienu miensa na enum so a e wo se utimi in the same vein utimi ka kire Ghana for no so say ebia tax ye wo we baako mienu miensa na we e ho dada no medibi ka ho enti meti we so no medibi ka we ho but minister no bae no conveniently o skipo ye
yodi bi ka ho na de
wanka ho asem na nemom ne ode otete so no
eno
ka na no kura so ne say ne otete so no okika ni nyina bomu a per annum is around 200 million Ghana cedis otete afiri so no is around 200 million Ghana cedis and a man be hwere
okay
but ne ode be ka ho no o pay 11.3 billion and ode be ka ho
okay
eno nti one mention new tax bia now so tax nko a ye betua more from previous taxes, adjustment from previous taxes, you know, a man 11.3 billion new taxes. 11 now, ebe 6 billion. And that is 11 and a double, almost double of the initial 11 about the buyer. And to her, Abana Kasa, the statement or the buyer, we have page 68. Or the buyer, or say, or her total revenue and grants are for 2024 no 176.4 billion. Na ohwa revenue also ohwa 31.9% increase into 2023 budget na also on increase your revenue aye no by 31.9 billion. Na revenue he no okunya free. Okonya afri taxes a ebegije free me no home. Enti budget no ne tofo mu nyina ne say.
Enema bo be ye dem more.
Yes. Obeje 176.4 billion any revenue obenya. But sika also obe spend no 226 billion. Enti between sika obe spend 226 billion any revenue or say obeje no 176 billion. There's a gap. So a gap no budget deficit. Ye problem a ye wo man we mu nyina wona na akufo ado aban we mu no budget deficit. Na me pese me kire eno ase kakra wo ya nka se ye dada setena mu. Eti se ne wo ne wo yire oni obusu atifie households. Oni se budget aggregate of individual households. Na akwa ababe ye general na aye state budget.
Okay.
Enti ono yire no man atifie obusu afo na atifie. No matter how long o madodo no yire dudu bia motifie. And about me be oji sika 10 million. 10 million emphasis oji 1,000 Ghana cedis. Now oji 1,000 Ghana cedis ya. Okay kan o sika odidi nyina bomu a.
Yeah,
okay kan o expenditure nyina bomu a.
Okay.
O expenditure no e bi a 1,500.
Okay.
O sika wo je no 1,000 cedis. Enti dia na abeye. Obekọ nchen akọpẹ sika foforo obekọ akọpẹ bisia ada so obekọ bank ho na akọpẹ bisia obekọ nam foforo ho na akọpẹ bisia but obekọ akọpẹ bisia na odi asoso.
Yeah,
there are two things that you can do. Either say obedi o expenditure no everybody for man bedru 1,000 you know and then there unko je bisia na boso me no so bi na eni ho but you be fine but ye de na nte sa ye kwa akọje bisia se boso me no so akọje bisia no wantimi antua na boso me so biom o se o masan akwaje besia biom nne no menko wo ho menko kwa me wo ho ba me ko menu a chance ho na akwaje besia na free menu a chance nso ho ade echi a o se menko ho me ko menu ya o studio ho yi ade echi a wan ko no ne ho na wase akọ bra pani a waba yi akọ no so nti wakọ besia no bebre akwaje gini bebre na besia fo no nyina hu se oji sika na untua enti obi ase me ma obesia no biom
ana ye besia so adikodi
wow
besia so a oji ye no so no wanfa nkoye adwuma ebetua ne ho ka enti wantimi antua besia no na wo ba biom na wo se enye se mintua o ba mintimi ntua enti se sia me wo ha ide mo ma me akwanya na mo amede mbosia wo man we mu no me de me terms me a me de ma babo sia me wo me terms ne say mintimi ntua moka na nso me nka nkyere mo me ne mo nya nhyehyeye me hyehyɛ amede abetu ho ni wa wo pɛ no befa wa wo mpɛ no mamfa na sika nka ese metua ma mo afie no agese mfie num mfie nso achi ene domestic debt exchange program eno nso me mfa bibia nka ho entimi ntimi ntua me sika no na afa me kwa ama no mo amede wo mo ka nso me no mo so koye we ena wakoye sad na wode budget ya betu yanim se eka na ye de no untimi ntua enti afi sika obe spendi ni na nso untimi ntua eka na ye de no we eyenkunim die enti abanya obeba obeka se waye we nyina bobusia we nyina chi enti wadi nkunim odi nkunim die no be kire yen mi hu anso se o start budget we eye ne friend se bipolar budget. Bipolar people, they have what you know can we are they can we bipolar budget because emre bia e be adwese e betua e ka ye de no enyo ma e budget no nyina asesa senne ye ka se ye tua ye ka inflation rate aban so obenya no e be sesa ye total debt stock aye wo no e be sesa ye interest rate e be sesa sika ye de be ye mpuntudwuma no nyina be sesa. Enti such a budget, this one is a very fragile budget. And there's nothing about nkunimdie ewo ho. na meka sika sama yɛbɛgye nyinaa no yɛgye sika no na yɛtua yɛka yɛde. In fact, even with the domestic debt exchange program no, we also service our debt because your external debtor, your external creditors, ya boka bilateral ones ewo ho, multilateral ones bilateral one ye amaya ya gigi omusika. Your multilateral ones ya call World Bank ne IMF akwaji a osi etua. I say your commercial loans osi ye. I say sa bond ya flow to bond several times and also ho. And you hear that portfolio na a mix up and ya. And the say even with this domestic essay program no debt ni be available also etua. And he's going to spend I think 55 billion. And the etua your domestic your debt ayede. Out of 227 no obesia spend emu 14.4 billion non-tax revenue no. And you also 15 billion na afa obesia adi sika no bi aye ye friend no statutory funds, get fund, national health insurance levy, any nyoma, and also obe spend almost 11 billion, 11.1 billion statutory funds. Sikano so odimu 63 billion ebe to my forecast. Afe odimu 21.8 billion ebe ye capex. Ti say ene ne ye de be ye empuntu djuma. Na ne aka no betua energy sector levy, and also energy sector levy ne energy payment shortfalls IPPC ya do mo kan nyoma no so ye de emu 27 billion. Enti 226 billion na aban say ohwehwe say ye de be ye empuntu djuma no. Emu 28.7 billion ene be ye actual empuntu. Actual empuntu asem 28.7 billion ene be ye capital expenditure. And this out here. Now we say ye be ye wa kwan a think twice. Ote ha now we say be school dan a think twice. Ote ha now we say be ye onyoma o expect say be think because sika na ye wo no enchichemu a e wo sika no enti 226 billion no say na enchichemu no tie. Bobi wa mesi bebre.
Bari anko. Ya na me monitor.
Yes. And unti the bottom line is say we are going to increase our revenue by 31.9%.
Okay.
So that increase in revenue we no wouldn't say IMF the moratorium atwe so. Enti ye ntimi nkobobo sia se na ye bobo sia no.
I see.
Yes. Again, Ajama so eco flow to bond no. Yeah. We cannot go to the international bond market until 2027. And the Akasa be increasing revenue by 31.9%. I hear you free. I don't think it will be our candle or honesta. And call catch and say, yeah, taxes and also. You better tax and also sanitary part. You better way so, you better way so. And call you know why I catch and say VAT no, you increase volume by goods or edigen. Communication service tax are edigen. You increase the bouquet na ye communication tax also no because what it tax and also 200 million Ghana cedis. What the big can be home so amanako 11 billion. Enti no person this year. Enti the bottom line is afi non-oil tax revenue. Enya oil no.
Enya sikasem.
Oil sikasem ena meka. Aban say or hwe say obeji non-tax oil revenue 173.3 billion. In fact, page 68. Or say obeji non-oil tax revenue to the tune of 135.9 billion. And for total revenue
135.9 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes. Okay, 79% of total revenue.
Obeji Jeffrey.
O Jeffrey me no ho. Enti ohwe oko revenue measures are were listed by Bia Obeji and your money in a free member. I be call so.
Call my SCC.
Okay.
Because the next question is say in free oil no more or general hefa.
Empa meba. Watch the oil there. Or see total revenue no 173.3 billion. Total revenue 173.3 billion. But or sika 226 billion.
I see.
And in Yakana between 173 and 226, you know, you only have to go and borrow.
So 173 remove na 135 near non-oil.
Yes, 135.9 billion. Oil.
Non-oil.
Non-oil. Okay, 79% of total revenue no. Non-oil. And Tinyakano, oil revenue, any grants, any gold resources in your money and a cover money 173 no.
So the 135 no or Jeffrey
or Jeffrey Yanko revenue measures.
Okay.
Budget no. America crabby.
Yeah.
Yes. Revenue measures.
Yeah.
So the Income Tax Amendment Act 2023, Act 104. When we say you pass it, income tax amendment last year, it's going to increase. Income tax. He is increasing it again. So
income tax now you tiano.
267.
Almost be increasing. No?
Yeah, increasing that in 2023. There's an amendment act in 2023. Yeah, increasing man.
Okay.
And it was on. Say I'm ranting because I almost say the tax at all game no.
Yeah.
Betting tax. You see, there's a VAT on betting itself, and so channel do when new there's a VAT on it. But what we know now, I'm ranting in him say winning coupon. Yes, tax no, and but there's an original tax on the bet itself. Whether you win or you don't win, there's a tax on it. And it's going to increase this between 2024 and 2027. Medium term, you. And year one.
Okay.
And on the stamp tax, the stamp duty tax, 268. The stamp duty act 2005, Act 689, had not been reviewed since its enactment in 2005. So he's going to review it. 2024, you. And they are going to do something like implementation of second phase of the communication service tax. What do you say? You communication service tax. Into the second phase and also back into effect.
I see.
So they are going to also introduce transmission tax. Yes.
Transmission
emission.
Okay.
Yes, emission tax. Because they think emission continue to pose danger. They're also going to do environmental excise duty to cover plastic packaging and industrial and vehicular emissions. And companies and firms are plastic nyoma. They are going to introduce what we call the environmental excise duty.
There is also a more big increase, no?
Yes, they are going to introduce it.
Introduce.
Yes. And then VAT. There are some goods. Na VAT no exempt. For instance, educational materials, books, and nyoma. Na VAT it was VAT exempted, but they are bringing all of them into VAT. So
eventually, no, books and this and no bobbing.
Yes. Listen to this. See.
Now, I had the answer man for and said until
because when he came, he decided to tell us what we want to hear. And in your kind of there's a bridge version, but Nana can say, so what me I can't say these are revenue cutting measures.
For phone based screenshot baby reading.
So we are revenue cutting measures. I was also team catchers. These are also the revenue enhancing measures. And one of your stations FM free, more friends in the bureau, come and say FM.
Yeah.
A day after the budget had been presented, when I was telling him, he was arguing with me. Said, Minister, buy one cancer.
Me cry me the okay can.
Then I me cancer. And I'm the minister be catch on a bridge version. Just the speech version. The propaganda version. What the government wants us to hear. But the rest he has put them in. And I say this is a bipolar budget. The words are sweet, but the figures here are scary.
Bipolar budget.
Bipolar budget. Where's no any figures no don't match up. They are two different distinct personalities, complete personalities. The bottom line is that government wants to raise 11.2 billion.
I see.
As additional revenue.
Yeah.
Through non-oil tax.
Yeah.
And the tax is a 2 year. He wants to raise 11 billion. And he wants to give us 200 million. Because sanitary pad, you know, and all those measures or those piecemeal measures, you know, will reduce government revenue by 200 million per annum.
Mm-hmm.
But he wants to get 11.2 billion.
Mm-hmm.
But one more 11.2 billion also answer.
Or they are not
200 million or they check amount for no. So basically, say you can budget way near empty. That's what we mean. Because anytime I mind this, I say, all the indicators here are man per se, or protected, or forecast say inflation will be around 28%. They say 35.2%, but forecast say about 28-25%, and that by medium term by 2025 we should have an inflation of 15%. Or forecast say the debt to GDP ratio should be brought to 55% by 2027. All those indicators will change the moment we start paying our debt, because this thing domestic debt as a program say Minister for Finance or Paris, he's negotiating with our foreign partners or more. When we decide to pay our debt, these things will not work. None of these things works.
We not a bogus document.
A very fragile document. Very, very fragile. And I say a bipolar document. A fragile document because as we speak now, for creditors,
yeah,
we have not come into an agreement with them about how we are going to postpone payment of the debt.
Yeah, do amuka na so omode eka.
Yeah, do amuka.
Aha.
Na obi de eka.
Nga yam nwa.
Yeah, do amuka. To say China bilateral ones, to say Paris Club, to say bond holders no nyoma no. Send you those who in the way through with the domestic debt exchange program, any haircut or the aye.
Them
or and as we speak, the minister is still there. But this budget is in our hands saying approval. Hoping say he is going to get an agreement with them. That agreement has not been reached. It's the reason why the second tranche has not been released. Because we have not reached that agreement. The big boy in the almost China a big boy. Meanwhile, China we owe China around 1.8 billion. By a total debt, foreign debt is around 15 billion. China alone is holding it because he doesn't kowtow to the dictates of the IMF.
Yeah.
And the IMF still doesn't come in when you want to negotiate with or creditors are So basically, the bottom line of this budget is that you see, you pesika, you best spend 226 billion. But you see, you benye 173 billion. Enti nyakano a budget deficit. Consistently since Aban will take you over, we've been running double-digit deficit because time bia isika yedino bro yakon humasika ye woso.
Yeah, promotion ni bi.
Eno nti sa wo hwe deficit no double-digit no ene na ama yen debt no every 122 billion no akọ almost 600 billion. In fact, 598 billion no is up to the end of September.
Anyway, honorable, mami maunia akwaba, enkobono mu ode, chairman wa say, chairman Mona, chairman akwaba, pacho chairman Yusu, we no, pacho boko de.
Ewo maimu de adema nda.
Chairman, media, eya na mi busa boko a eyenkwa. Na bibi boni bia maya so honorable
nka bibi boni ba ya nka memba ha ma ba ha yidi na kire sa ni ana odwe no ebi nsi
inshallah
won se listo wele ni ha
asa ho
wa komi ma mi kunu ho
akọ ma mi kunu ho ede nyame ase okọ de papa o mun kwa ni nim but minia on the budget say budget by yana issues about manifesto, but let's deal with the budget issues. Name which aspect you want to tackle. But honorable Adresi Adebia obiani maho about taxes via air train ewo ye nim ebinim wa honorable Afin on be introduced, right? I think on introduce minimum also baba bepejem like income tax. You mentioned income tax, then you mentioned VAT on education materials, books and other stuff, which is a little bit scary.
Well, na Maminchia honorable and ATF4 and Asher4 on Moshe wa Facebook and Omamu Ghana and Omuni Ghana Omunina. Na near woman say certainly the 2024 budget is a budget of doom. No opportunities whatsoever. Oh, say our minister, any and our president are only in Trodi. Now our appointed minister, the minister will perfect in the lies. Say okay that at the inception of the year, year domestic debt exchange, Minister for Finance and our Parliament, in seeking parliamentary ratification and the IMF approvals. Say okay.
Yeah.
Minister Neka say there is going to be a freeze on public sector jobs.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Yamina Meka. When there is a freeze, do you employ 2.4 million?
You can't.
I mean, just take Anyamina Mekayo. The minister Nankasa Kase, there is going to be a freeze, and the freeze was placed.
That was in 2021?
2022.
2022.
Into 2023, no, there had been a job freeze. So where did you employ the people? In the midst of the job freeze. Na say yebisa say ejuma no wahia. Na obi abekachire say NAPCO so for the past 11 months no. Omo amoye ejuma when you have even closed down NAPCO no. Yentua omoka. So where did you create that job from? But sometimes I say that our parliament is too relaxed. Because we don't take the minister to tax. Ubekase. So what you said, just reflect on it, reconcile your own statements. Emaya. Because Oko can't say our parliament. Na se when dinu kure ha, that is perjury. So Nimsa, that is perjury. So you allow a minister to come to parliament to come and lie, and the following time he comes to lie. Into jobs, has not been created. In fact, what we note is that we have suffered job losses
in Ghana.
Very much.
And GS, and the Ministry of Education, it really see the number of teachers that have left the teaching profession and they have traveled out in search of greener pastures. Oko Ministry of Health, nipa no more training the best of the professionals now. They get out. So this country has suffered job losses in monumental order. By whom? You are not allowed to query, because Bettina Radio so to query these things. Our MPs are supposed to do it for us. Now, aside that, Tier Minister Obeka said there's going to be zero rated taxes on locally produced sanitary pads. As you say. Now, Bia, sorry. Oh, almost look at Omaka sanitary pads and some. There no can. One can't send Biao. In fact, what he did was to inflame into Sesiano when the 2024 budget is approved. Now, Okojum now Okoto sanitary pad there. Naturally said there will not be taxes on it. The 2024 budget will be approved before the end of the year, right? Yes. Into January, 1st January. Say a sanitary pads. Naturally said there will not be taxes on it. And now, from that day, it means that sanitary pads is no more a luxury commodity to attract luxury tax. And yes, I'm a minister. Taxes are still imposed. If you da, mobile ye. Ebi ewo Ghana ha na mobile be ye no ewo oman Ghana ha no mobile be ye no den. How are you going to produce it? Because nipa na mobile be sanitary pads no, they don't produce only sanitary pads. Ofa to Binko, for instance, entrance pharmaceuticals.
No, but when we say even with the sanitary part, no, only one company they produce with Ghana.
I'm saying that even those who are producing it, they produce it alongside other things. Into material now, mokakoto ediabano. You will not go and distill them and say, wait, a sanitary pass there. Until you are waiting for them to bring the material. When they produce, then you see the component that is of local, your friends saying, that are of sanitary part before you can give them the tax reliefs that you are talking about. So, se nipa no nisika, ontimi nkokra nyoma no emfamba. And yet, they come and use, embellished English. Na oma dane nyoma no, na oma yate say, okay, ya confuse you obiani aje ya kwakoda. So you can understand, say, Kojo Opong Nkrumah in the budget debate.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Did you hear him? He said that they need every hands on deck to make the budget a success. Yes. When have they ever said that? Never. No, Mwanka say who said near budget munu say a man for Ghana for Amboa and the Omokano Kusiaga. Because Omo actual budget statement you Omo say Nyama Enkoye. And anything that the Speaker of Parliament, Enra, na Penyo Markins, Minya Oko Casford, some of these things you should know it. Oh, sorry, now Kasa big. The Speaker said, hey, to Boise. Now your majority leader, he's a limping majority leader. Because Unshenechi, Obia Niho.
Obia, sorry.
Yes, Mama.
Obiamba.
No year budget now.
Yes, deeper now mo year budget no. So sometimes that is why I ask, what is the interest of the minority? Because omo the budget no ba say omo betena se no mun debate budget no. Omo mba. So why do you also go to support them? So if you don't go to parliament, there will not be quorum. If there is no quorum, the budget will not be debated. And yes, sir. And if it's not debated, it cannot be passed. So why is it that the minority takes it upon themselves to do more the job of the executive than those who are working with the MPP? Mintias Bobie, mintias because sometimes this is what the minority.
No, but the other side of the argument is that if you have a response